Dedication and Advertisement of Sybil, or the Two Nations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. Dedication and Advertisement. I would inscribe these volumes to one whose noble spirit and gentle nature ever prompt her to sympathize with the suffering, to one whose sweet voice has often encouraged, and whose taste and judgment have ever guided their pages, the most severe of critics, but a perfect wife. Advertisement. The general reader whose attention has not been specially drawn to the subject which these volumes aim to illustrate, the condition of the people, might suspect that the writer had been tempted to some exaggeration in the scenes which he has drawn and the impressions which he has wished to convey. He thinks it therefore due to himself to state that he believes there is not a trait in this work for which he has not the authority of his own observation or the authentic evidence which has been received by royal commissions and parliamentary committees. But while he hopes he has alleged nothing which is not true, he has found the absolute necessity of suppressing much that is genuine. For so little do we know of the state of our own country, that the air of improbability that the whole truth would inevitably throw over these pages might deter many from their perusal. Grosvenor Gate, May Day, 1845. Book 1, Chapter 1 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I'll take the odds against Caravan. In ponies? Done. And Lord Milford, a young noble, entered in his book the bet which he had just made with Mr. Latour, a grey-headed member of the Jockey Club. It was the eve of the Derby of 1837. In a vast and golden saloon, that in its decorations would have become, and in its splendour would not have disgraced, Versailles in the days of the Grand Monarch, were assembled many whose hearts beat at the thought of the morrow, and whose brains still laboured to control its fortunes to their advantage. "They say that Caravan looks puffy," lisped in a low voice a young man lounging on the edge of a buhl table that had once belonged to a Mortemart, and dangling a rich cane with affected indifference in order to conceal his anxiety from all except the person whom he addressed. "They are taking 7-2 against him freely over the way," was the reply. "I believe it's all right." "Do you know I dreamed last night something about Mango," continued the gentleman with the cane, and with a look of uneasy superstition. His companion shook his head. "Well," continued the gentleman with the cane, "I have no opinion of him. I gave Charles Egremont the odds against Mango this morning. He goes with us, you know. By the by, who is our fourth?" "I thought of Milford," was the reply in an undertone. "What say you?" "Milford is going with St. James and Punch Hughes." "Well, let us come into supper, and we shall see some fellow we like." So saying, the companions, taking their course through more than one chamber, entered an apartment of less dimensions than the principal saloon, but not less sumptuous in its general appearance. The gleaming lustres poured a flood of soft yet brilliant light over a plateau glittering with gold plate, and fragrant with exotics embedded in vases of rare porcelain. The seats on either side of the table were occupied by persons consuming, with a heedless air, delicacies for which they had no appetite, while the conversation in general consisted of flying phrases referring to the impending event of the great day that had already dawned. "Come from Lady St. Julian's, Fitz?" said a youth of very tender years, and whose fair visage was as downy and as blooming as the peach from which, with a languid air, he withdrew his lips to make this inquiry of the gentleman with the cane. "Yes, why were you not there?" "I never go anywhere," replied the melancholy Cupid. "Everything bores me so." "Well, will you go to Epsom with us to morrow, Alfred?" said Lord Fitzheron. "I take Berners and Charles Egremont, and with you our party will be perfect." "I feel so cursed blasé," exclaimed the boy in a tone of elegant anguish. "It will give you a fillip, Alfred," said Mr Berners, "do you all the good in the world." "Nothing can do me good," said Alfred, throwing away his almost untasted peach. "I should be quite content if anything could do me harm. Waiter, bring me a tumbler of Badminton." "And bring me one too," sighed out Lord Eugene de Vere, who was a year older than Alfred Mountchesney, his companion and brother in listlessness. Both had exhausted life in their teens, and all that remained for them was to mourn, amid the ruins of their reminiscences, over the extinction of excitement. "Well, Eugene, suppose you come with us," said Lord Fitzheron. "I think I shall go down to Hampton Court and play tennis," said Lord Eugene. "As it is the Derby, nobody will be there." "And I will go with you, Eugene," said Alfred Mountchesney, "and we will dine together afterwards at the Toy. Anything is better than dining in this infernal London." "Well, for my part," said Mr Berners, "I do not like your suburban dinners. You always get something you can't eat, and cursed bad wine." "I rather like bad wine," said Mr Mountchesney. "One gets so bored with good wine." "Do you want the odds against hibiscus, Berners?" said a guardsman looking up from his book, which he had been very intently studying. "All I want is some supper, and as you are not using your place—" "You shall have it. Oh, here's Milford. He will give them me." And at this moment entered the room the young nobleman whom we have before mentioned, accompanied by an individual who was approaching perhaps the termination of his fifth lustre, but whose general air rather betokened even a less experienced time of life. Tall, with a well proportioned figure and a graceful carriage, his countenance touched with a sensibility that at once engages the affections. Charles Egremont was not only admired by that sex whose approval generally secures men enemies among their fellows, but was at the same time the favourite of his own. "Ah, Egremont, come and sit here," exclaimed more than one banqueter. "I saw you waltzing with the little Bertie, old fellow," said Lord Fitzheron, "and therefore did not stay to speak to you, as I thought we should meet here. I am to call for you, mind." "How shall we all feel this time to morrow?" said Egremont smiling. "The happiest fellow at this moment must be Cocky Graves," said Lord Milford. "He can have no suspense. I have been looking over his book, and I defy him, whatever happens, not to lose." "Poor Cocky," said Mr Berners. "He has asked me to dine with him at the Clarendon on Saturday." "Cocky is a very good Cocky," said Lord Milford, "and Caravan is a very good horse, and if any gentleman sportsman present wishes to give 7-2, I will take him to any amount." "My book is made up," said Egremont, "and I stand or fall by Caravan." "And I." "And I." "And I." "Well, mark my words," said a fourth rather solemnly, "Rat trap wins." "There is not a horse except Caravan," said Lord Milford, "fit for a borough stake." "You used to be all for Phosphorus, Egremont," said Lord Eugene de Vere. "Yes, but fortunately I have got out of that scrape. I owe Phip Dormer a good turn for that. I was the third man who knew he had gone lame." "And what are the odds against him now?" "Oh, nominal, 40-1, what you please." "He won't run," said Mr Berners. "John Day told me he had refused to ride him." "I believe Cocky Graves might win something if Phosphorus came in first," said Lord Milford, laughing. "How close it is to night," said Egremont. "Waiter, give me some seltzer water, and open another window. Open them all." At this moment an influx of guests intimated that the assembly at Lady St Julian's was broken up. Many at the table rose and yielded their places, clustering round the chimney piece, or forming in various groups, and discussing the great question. Several of those who had recently entered were votaries of Rat trap, the favourite, and quite prepared, from all the information that had reached them, to back their opinions valiantly. The conversation had now become general and animated, or rather there was a medley of voices in which little was distinguished except the names of horses and the amount of odds. In the midst of all this, waiters glided about, handing incomprehensible mixtures, bearing aristocratic names. Mystical combinations of French wines and German waters, flavoured with slices of Portugal fruits, and cooled with lumps of American ice, compositions which immortalized the creative genius of some high patrician name. "By Jove, that's a flash!" exclaimed Lord Milford, as a blaze of lightning seemed to suffuse the chamber, and the beaming lustres turned white and ghastly in the glare. The thunder rolled over the building. There was a dead silence. Was it going to rain? Was it going to pour? Was the storm confined to the metropolis? Would it reach Epsom? A deluge, and the course would be a quagmire, and strength might baffle speed. Another flash, another explosion, the hissing noise of rain. Lord Milford moved aside, and jealous of the eye of another, read a letter from Chiffney, and in a few minutes afterwards offered to take the odds against Pocket Hercules. Mr. Latour walked to the window, surveyed the heavens, sighed that there was not time to send his tiger from the door to Epsom, and get information whether the storm had reached the Surrey hills for to-night's operations. It was too late. So he took a rusk and a glass of lemonade, and retired to rest with a cool head and a cooler heart. The storm raged, the incessant flash played as it were round the burnished cornice of the chamber, and threw a lurid hue on the scenes of Watteau and Boucher that sparkled in the medallions over the lofty doors. The thunderbolts seemed to descend in clattering confusion upon the roof. Sometimes there was a moment of dead silence, broken only by the pattering of the rain in the street without, or the pattering of the dice in a chamber at hand. Then horses were backed, bets were made, and there were loud and frequent calls for brimming goblets from hurrying waiters, distracted by the lightning and deafened by the peal. It seemed a scene in a supper where the marble guest of Juan might have been expected, and had he arrived he would have found probably hearts as bold and spirits as reckless as he encountered in Andalusia. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Will any one do anything about hibiscus?" sang out a gentleman in the ring at Epsom. It was full of eager groups, round the betting post a swarming cluster, while the magic circle itself was surrounded by a host of horsemen, shouting from their saddles the odds they were ready to receive or give, and the names of the horses they were prepared to back or to oppose. "Will any one do anything about hibiscus?" "I'll give you 5 to 1, said a tall, stiff Saxon peer in a white greatcoat. "No, I'll take 6. The tall stiff peer in the white greatcoat mused for a moment with his pencil at his lip, and then said, "Well, I'll give you 6. What do you say about Mango?" 11 to 2 against Mango," called out a little hump-backed man in a shrill voice, but with the air of one who is master of his work. "I should like to do a little business with you, Mr. Chippendale," said Lord Milford in a coaxing tone, "but I must have 6 to 1. 11 to 2 and no mistake," said this keeper of a second-rate gaming-house, who, known by the flattering appellation of Hump Chippendale, now turned with malignant abruptness from the heir apparent of an English earldom. "You shall have 6 to 1, my lord," said Captain Spruce, a debonair personage with a well-turned silk hat arranged a little aside, his coloured cravat tied with precision, his whiskers trimmed like a quickset hedge. Spruce, who had earned his title of captain on the plains of Newmarket, which had witnessed for many a year his successful exploits, had a weakness for the aristocracy, who, knowing his graceful infirmity, patronized him with condescending dexterity, acknowledged his existence in Pall Mall as well as at Tattersall's, and thus occasionally got a point more than the betting out of him. Hump Chippendale had none of these gentle failings. He was a democratic leg, who loved to fleece a noble, and thought all men were born equal. a consoling creed that was a hedge for his hump. 7-4 against the favourite, 7-2 against Caravan, 11-2 against Mango. What about Benedict? Will any one do anything about Pocket Hercules? 30-1 against Dardanelles. Done. 35 ponies to 1 against Phosphorus, shouted a little man vociferously and repeatedly. I will give 40, said Lord Milford. No answer, nothing done. 40-1, murmured Egremont, who stood against Phosphorus. A little nervous, he said to the peer in the white great coat, "Don't you think that Phosphorus may after all have some chance?" "I should be cursed sorry to be deep against him," said the peer. Egremont with a quivering lip walked away. He consulted his book, he meditated anxiously. Should he hedge? It was scarcely worth while to mar the symmetry of his winnings. He stood so well by all the favourites, and for a horse at 40-1. No, he would trust his star, he would not hedge. "Mr. Chippendale," whispered the peer in the white great coat, "go and press Mr. Egremont about Phosphorus. I should not be surprised if you got a good thing." At this moment a huge, broad-faced, rosy-gilled fellow, with one of those good-humoured yet cunning countenances that we meet occasionally on the northern side of the Trent, rode up to the ring on a square cob, and dismounting entered the circle. He was a carcass butcher, famous in Carnaby market, and the prime counsellor of a distinguished nobleman for whom privately he betted on commission. His secret service to-day was to bet against his noble employer's own horse, and so he at once sung out, 20-1 against Mantrap. A young gentleman just launched into the world, and who, proud of his ancient and spreading acres, was now making his first book, seeing Mantrap marked 18-1 on the cards, jumped eagerly at this bargain, while Lord Fitzheron and Mr. Berners, who were at hand and who in their days had found their names in the book of the carcass butcher and grown wise by it, interchanged a smile. "Mr. Egremont will not take," said Hump Chippendale to the peer in the white great coat. "You must have been too eager," said his noble friend. "The ring is up, the last odds declared. All gallop away to the warren. A few minutes, only a few minutes, and the event that for 12 months has been the pivot of so much calculation, of such subtile combinations, of such deep conspiracies, round which the thought and passion of the sporting world have hung like eagles, will be recorded in the fleeting tablets of the past. But what minutes! Count them by sensation and not by calendars, and each moment is a day and the race a life. Hogarth, in a coarse and yet animated sketch, has painted before and after. A creative spirit of a higher vein might develop the simplicity of the idea with sublimer accessories. Pompeius before Pharsalia, Harold before Hastings, Napoleon before Waterloo, might afford some striking contrasts to the immediate catastrophe of their fortunes. Finer still, the inspired mariner who has just discovered a new world, the sage who has revealed a new planet, and yet the before and after of a first-rate English race, in the degree of its excitement, and sometimes in the tragic emotions of its close, may vie even with these. They are saddling the horses. Caravan looks in great condition, and a scornful smile seems to play upon the handsome features of Pavis, as in the becoming colours of his employer he gracefully gallops his horse before his admiring supporters. Egremont, in the delight of an English patrician, scarcely saw Mango, and never even thought of Phosphorus. Phosphorus, who by the by was the first horse that showed, with both his forelegs bandaged. They are off. As soon as they are well away, Chiffney makes the running with Pocket Hercules. Up to the rubbing house he is leading. This is the only point the eye can select. Higher up the hill, Caravan, Hibiscus, Benedict, Mahometan, Phosphorus, Michael Fell, and Rat Trap are with the grey, forming a front rank, and at the new ground the pace has told its tale, for half a dozen are already out of the race. The summit is gained, the tactics alter. Here Pavis brings up Caravan with extraordinary severity. The pace around Tattenham Corner terrific, Caravan leading, then Phosphorus a little above him, Mahometan next, Hibiscus fourth, Rat trap looking badly, Wisdom, Benedict, and another handy. By this time Pocket Hercules has enough, and at the road the tailing grows at every stride. Here the favourite himself is hors de combat, as well as Dardanelles and a crowd of lesser celebrities. There are now but 4 left in the race, and of these 2, Hibiscus and Mahometan, are some lengths behind. Now it is neck and neck between Caravan and Phosphorus. At the stand Caravan has decidedly the best, but just at the post, Edwards, on Phosphorus, lifts the gallant little horse, and with an extraordinary effort contrives to shove him in by half a length. "You look a little low, Charley," said Lord Fitzheron, as taking their lunch in their drag, he poured the champagne into the glass of Egremont. "By Jove," said Lord Milford, "only think of Cockygraves having gone and done it." End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. Egremont was the younger brother of an English earl, whose nobility being of nearly 3 centuries' date, ranked him among our high and ancient peers, although its origins were more memorable than illustrious. The founder of the family had been a confidential domestic of one of the favourites of Henry VIII, and had contrived to be appointed one of the commissioners for visiting and taking the surrenders of divers religious houses. It came to pass that divers of these religious houses surrendered themselves eventually to the use and benefit of honest Baldwin Greymount. The king was touched with the activity and zeal of his commissioner. Not one of them whose reports were so ample and satisfactory, who could baffle a wily prior with more dexterity, or control a proud abbot with more firmness. Nor were they well digested reports alone that were transmitted to the sovereign. They came accompanied with many rare and curious articles, grateful to the taste of one who was not only a religious reformer but a dilettante. Golden candlesticks and costly chalices, sometimes a jewelled pyx, fantastic spoons and patens, rings for the fingers and the ear, occasionally a fair written and blazoned manuscript, suitable offering to the royal scholar. Greymount was noticed, sent for, promoted in the household, knighted, might doubtless have been sworn of the council, and in due time have become a minister, but his was a discreet ambition, of an accumulative rather than aspiring character. He served the king faithfully in all domestic matters that required an unimpassioned, unscrupulous agent, fashioned his creed and conscience according to the royal model in all its freaks, seized the right moment to get sundry grants of abbey lands, and contrived in that dangerous age to save both his head and his estate. The Greymount family, having planted themselves in the land, faithful to the policy of the founder, avoided the public gaze during the troubled period that followed the Reformation, and even during the more orderly reign of Elizabeth, rather sought their increase in alliances than in court favour. But at the commencement of the 17th century, their abbey lands infinitely advanced in value, and their rental swollen by the prudent accumulation of more than 70 years, a Greymount, who was then a county member, was elevated to the peerage as Baron Marney. The heralds furnished his pedigree, and assured the world that although the exalted rank and extensive possessions enjoyed at present by the Greymounts had their origin immediately in the great territorial revolutions of a recent reign, it was not for a moment to be supposed that the remote ancestors of the ecclesiastical commissioner of 1530 were by any means obscure. On the contrary, it appeared that they were both Norman and baronial, their real name Egremont, which in the patent of peerage the family now resumed. In the civil wars the Egremonts, pricked by their Norman blood, were cavaliers and fought pretty well. But in 1688, alarmed at the prevalent impression that King James intended to insist on the restitution of the church estates to their original purposes, to wit, the education of the people and the maintenance of the poor, the Lord of Marney Abbey became a warm adherent of civil and religious liberty, the cause for which Hampden had died in the field, and Russell on the scaffold, and joined the other Whig lords and great lay impropriators in calling over the Prince of Orange and a Dutch army to vindicate those popular principles which, somehow or other, the people would never support. Profiting by this last pregnant circumstance, the lay Abbot of Marney, also in this instance, like the other Whig lords, was careful to maintain, while he vindicated the cause of civil and religious liberty, a very loyal and dutiful though secret correspondence with the court of Saint Germain. The great deliverer, King William III, to whom Lord Marney was a systematic traitor, made the descendant of the ecclesiastical commissioner of Henry VIII an English earl. And from that time until the period of our history, though the Marney family had never produced one individual eminent for civil or military abilities, though the country was not indebted to them for a single statesman, orator, successful warrior, great lawyer, learned divine, eminent author, illustrious man of science, they had contrived, if not to engross any great share of public admiration and love, at least to monopolize no contemptible portion of public money and public dignities. During the 70 years of almost unbroken Whig rule, from the accession of the House of Hanover to the fall of Mr. Fox, Marney Abbey had furnished a never-failing crop of Lord Privy Seals, Lord Presidents, and Lord Lieutenants. The family had had their due quota of garters and governments and bishoprics, admirals without fleets, and generals who fought only in America. They had glittered in great embassies with clever secretaries at their elbow, and had once governed Ireland, when to govern Ireland was only to apportion the public plunder to a corrupt senate. Notwithstanding, however, this prolonged enjoyment of undeserved prosperity, the lay abbots of Marney were not content. Not that it was satiety that induced dissatisfaction. The Egremonts could feed on. They wanted something more. Not to be prime ministers or secretaries of state, for they were a shrewd race who knew the length of their tether, and notwithstanding the encouraging example of his Grace of Newcastle, they could not resist the persuasion that some knowledge of the interests and resources of nations, some power of expressing opinions with propriety, some degree of respect for the public and for himself, were not altogether indispensable qualifications, even under a Venetian constitution, in an individual who aspired to a post so eminent and responsible. Satisfied with the stars and mitres and official seals which were periodically apportioned to them, the Marney family did not aspire to the somewhat graceless office of being their distributor. What they aimed at was promotion in their order, and promotion to the highest class. They observed that more than one of the other great civil and religious liberty families, the families who in one century plundered the church to gain the property of the people, and in another century changed the dynasty to gain the power of the crown, had their brows circled with the strawberry leaf. And why should not this distinction be the high lot also of the descendants of the old gentleman usher of one of King Henry's plundering vicar generals? Why not? True it is that a grateful sovereign in our days has deemed such distinction the only reward for 100 victories. True it is that Nelson, after conquering the Mediterranean, died only a viscount. But the house of Marney had risen to high rank, counted themselves ancient nobility, and turned up their noses at the Pratts and the Smiths, the Jenkinsons and the Robinsons of our degenerate days, and never had done anything for the nation or for their honours. And why should they now? It was unreasonable to expect it. Civil and religious liberty, that had given them a broad estate and a glittering coronet, to say nothing of 6 close seats in Parliament, ought clearly to make them dukes. But the other great Whig families who had obtained this honour, and who had done something more for it than spoliate their church and betray their king, set up their backs against this claim of the Egremonts. The Egremonts had done none of the work of the last 100 years of political mystification. during which a people without power or education had been induced to believe themselves the freest and most enlightened nation in the world, and had submitted to lavish their blood and treasury, to see their industry crippled and their labor mortgaged, in order to maintain an oligarchy that had neither ancient memories to soften nor present services to justify their unprecedented usurpation. How had the Egremonts contributed to this prodigious result? Their family had furnished none of those artful orators whose bewildering phrase had fascinated the public intelligence, none of those toilsome patricians whose assiduity in affairs had convinced their unprivileged fellow subjects that government was a science, and administration an art, which demanded the devotion of a peculiar class in the state for their fulfilment and pursuit. The Egremonts had never said anything that was remembered, or done anything that could be recalled. It was decided by the great Revolution families that they should not be dukes. Infinite was the indignation of the lay abbot of Marney. He counted his boroughs, consulted his cousins, and muttered revenge. The opportunity soon offered for the gratification of his passion. The situation of the Venetian party in the wane of the 18th century had become extremely critical. A young king was making often fruitless but always energetic struggles to emancipate his national royalty from the trammels of the factious dogeship. More than 60 years of a government of singular corruption had alienated all hearts from the oligarchy, never indeed much affected by the great body of the people. It could no longer be concealed that by virtue of a plausible phrase power had been transferred from the crown to a parliament, the members of which were appointed by an extremely limited and exclusive class, who owned no responsibility to the country, who debated and voted in secret, and who were regularly paid by the small knot of great families that by this machinery had secured the permanent possession of the king's treasury. Whiggism was putrescent in the nostrils of the nation. We were probably on the eve of a bloodless yet important revolution, when Rockingham, a virtuous magnifico, alarmed and disgusted, resolved to revive something of the pristine purity and high-toned energy of the old Whig connection, appealed to his new generation from a degenerate age, arrayed under his banner the generous youth of the Whig families, and was fortunate to enlist in the service the supreme genius of Edmund Burke. Burke effected for the Whigs what Bolingbroke in a preceding age had done for the Tories. He restored the moral existence of the party. He taught them to recur to the ancient principles of their connection, and suffused those principles with all the delusive splendour of his imagination. He raised the tone of their public discourse. He breathed a high spirit into their public acts. It was in his power to do more for the Whigs than St. John could do for his party. The oligarchy, who had found it convenient to attaint Bolingbroke for being the avowed minister of the English prince with whom they were always in secret communication, when opinion forced them to consent to his restitution, had tacked to the amnesty a clause as cowardly as it was unconstitutional, and declared his incompetence to sit in the parliament of his country. Burke, on the contrary, fought the Whig fight with the two-edged weapon. He was a great writer. As an orator he was transcendent. In a dearth of that public talent for the possession of which the Whigs have generally been distinguished, Burke came forward and established them alike in the Parliament and the country. And what was his reward? No sooner had a young and dissolute noble, who with some of the aspirations of a Caesar oftener realized the conduct of a Catiline, appeared on the stage, and after some inglorious tergiversation adopted their colours, than they transferred to him the command which had been won by wisdom and genius, vindicated by unrivalled knowledge, and adorned by accomplished eloquence. When the hour arrived for the triumph which he had prepared, he was not even admitted into the cabinet, virtually presided over by his graceless pupil, and who, in the profuse suggestions of his teeming converse, had found the principles and the information which were among the chief claims to public confidence of Mr. Fox. Hard necessity made Mr. Burke submit to the yoke, but the humiliation could never be forgotten. Nemesis favours genius. The inevitable hour at length arrived. A voice like the apocalypse sounded over England, and even echoed in all the courts of Europe. Burke poured forth the vials of his hoarded vengeance into the agitated heart of Christendom. He stimulated the panic of a world by the wild pictures of his inspired imagination. He dashed to the ground the rival who had robbed him of his hard-earned greatness, rended in twain the proud oligarchy that had dared to use and to insult him, and followed with servility by the haughtiest and the most timid of its members, amid the frantic exultation of his country, he placed his heel upon the neck of the ancient serpent. Among the Whig followers of Mr. Burke in this memorable defection, among the Devonshires and the Portlands, the Spencers and the Fitzwilliams, was the Earl of Marney, whom the Whigs would not make a duke. What was his chance of success from Mr. Pitt? If the history of England be ever written by one who has the knowledge and the courage, and both qualities are equally requisite for the undertaking, the world would be more astonished than when reading the Roman annals by Niebuhr. Generally speaking, all the great events have been distorted, most of the important causes concealed, some of the principal characters never appear, and all who figure are so misunderstood and misrepresented that the result is a complete mystification, and the perusal of the narrative about as profitable to an Englishman as reading the Republic of Plato or the Utopia of More, the pages of Gaudenzio di Lucca, or the adventures of Peter Wilkins. The influence of races in our early ages, of the Church in our middle, and of parties in our modern history are three great moving and modifying powers that must be pursued and analyzed with an untiring, profound, and unimpassioned spirit before a guiding ray can be secured. A remarkable feature of our written history is the absence in its pages of some of the most influential personages. Not one man in 1,000, for instance, has ever heard of Major Wildman, yet he was the soul of English politics in the most eventful period of this kingdom, and one most interesting to this age, from 1640 to 1688, and seemed more than once to hold the balance which was to decide the permanent form of our government. But he was the leader of an unsuccessful party. Even, comparatively speaking, in our own times, the same mysterious oblivion is sometimes encouraged to creep over personages of great social distinction as well as political importance. The name of the second Pitt remains, fresh after 40 years of great events, a parliamentary beacon. He was the Chatterton of politics, the marvellous boy. Some have a vague impression that he was mysteriously moulded by his great father, that he inherited the genius, the eloquence, the statecraft of Chatham. His genius was of a different bed, his eloquence of a different class, his statecraft of a different school. To understand Mr. Pitt, one must understand one of the suppressed characters of English history, and that is Lord Shelburne. When the fine genius of the injured Bolingbroke, the only peer of his century who was educated and proscribed by the oligarchy because they were afraid of his eloquence, the glory of his order and the shame, shut out from Parliament, found vent in those writings which recalled to the English people the inherent blessings of their old free monarchy, and painted in immortal hues his picture of a patriot king, the spirit that he raised at length touched the heart of Carteret, born a Whig, yet sceptical of the advantages of that patrician constitution which made the Duke of Newcastle the most incompetent of men, but the chosen leader of the Venetian party, virtually sovereign of England. Lord Carteret had many brilliant qualities. He was undaunted, enterprising, eloquent, had considerable knowledge of continental politics, was a great linguist, a master of public law, and though he failed in his premature effort to terminate the dogeship of George II, he succeeded in maintaining a considerable though secondary position in public life. The young Shelburne married his daughter. Of him it is singular we know less than of his father-in-law, yet from the scattered traits some idea may be formed of the ablest and most accomplished minister of the 18th century. Lord Shelburne, influenced probably by the example and the traditionary precepts of his eminent father-in-law, appears early to have held himself aloof from the patrician connection, and entered public life as the follower of Bute in the first great effort of George III to rescue the sovereignty from what Lord Chatham called the Great Revolution families. He became in time a member of Lord Chatham's last administration, one of the strangest and most unsuccessful efforts to aid the grandson of George II in his struggle for political emancipation. Lord Shelburne adopted from the first the Bolingbroke system, a real royalty in lieu of the chief magistracy, a permanent alliance with France instead of the Whig scheme of viewing in that power the natural enemy of England, and above all a plan of commercial freedom, the germ of which may be found in the long maligned negotiations of Utrecht, but which in the instance of Lord Shelburne was soon in time matured by all the economical science of Europe in which he was a proficient. Lord Shelburne seems to have been of a reserved and somewhat astute disposition. Deep and adroit, he was, however, brave and firm. His knowledge was extensive and even profound. He was a great linguist. He pursued both literary and scientific investigations. His house was frequented by men of letters, especially those distinguished by their political abilities or economical attainments. He maintained the most extensive private correspondence of any public man of his time. The earliest and most authentic information reached him from all courts and quarters of Europe, and it was a common phrase that the minister of the day sent to him often for the important information which the cabinet could not itself command. Lord Shelburne was the first great minister who comprehended the rising importance of the middle class, and foresaw in its future power a bulwark for the throne against the great Revolution families. Of his qualities in council we have no record. There is reason to believe that his administrative ability was conspicuous. His speeches prove that, if not supreme, he was eminent in the art of parliamentary disputation, while they show on all the questions discussed a richness and variety of information with which the speeches of no statesman of that age except Mr. Burke can compare. Such was the man selected by George III as his champion against the Venetian party after the termination of the American War. The prosecution of that war they had violently opposed, though it had originated in their own policy. First minister in the House of Lords, Shelburne entrusted the lead in the House of Commons to his Chancellor of the Exchequer, the youthful Pitt. The administration was brief, but it was not inglorious. It obtained peace, and for the first time since the Revolution introduced into modern debate the legitimate principles on which commerce should be conducted. It fell before the famous coalition with which the Great Revolution families commenced their fiercest and their last contention for the patrician government of royal England. In the heat of that great strife, the king, in his second hazardous exercise of his prerogative, entrusted the perilous command to Pitt. Why Lord Shelburne on that occasion was set aside will perhaps always remain a mysterious passage of our political history, nor have we space on the present occasion to attempt to penetrate its motives. Perhaps the monarch, with a sense of the rising sympathies of his people, was prescient of the magic power of youth in touching the heart of a nation. Yet it would not be an unprofitable speculation if for a moment we paused to consider what might have been the consequences to our country if Mr. Pitt had been content for a season again to lead the Commons under Lord Shelburne, and have secured for England the unrivalled knowledge and dexterity of that statesman in the conduct of our affairs during the confounding fortunes of the French Revolution. Lord Shelburne was the only English minister competent to the task. He was the only public man who had the previous knowledge requisite to form accurate conclusions on such a conjuncture. His remaining speeches on the subject attest the amplitude of his knowledge and the accuracy of his views, and in the rout of Jena or the agony of Austerlitz, one cannot refrain from picturing the shade of Shelburne haunting the cabinet of Pitt, as the ghost of Canning is said occasionally to linger about the Speaker's chair and smile sarcastically on the conscientious mediocrities who pilfered his hard-earned honours. But during the happier years of Mr. Pitt, the influence of the mind of Shelburne may be traced throughout his policy. It was Lansdowne House that made Pitt acquainted with Dr. Price, a dissenting minister whom Lord Shelburne, when at the head of affairs, courageously offered to make his private secretary, and who furnished Mr. Pitt, among many other important suggestions, with his original plan of the sinking fund. The commercial treaties of '87 were struck in the same mint, and are notable as the first effort made by the English government to emancipate the country from the restrictive policy which had been introduced by the Glorious Revolution. Memorable epoch that presented England at the same time with a corn law and a public debt. But on no subject was the magnetic influence of the descendant of Sir William Petty more decided than in the resolution of his pupil to curb the power of the patrician party by an infusion from the middle classes into the government of the country. Hence the origin of Mr. Pitt's famous and long misconceived plans of parliamentary reform. Was he sincere, is often asked by those who neither seek to discover the causes nor are capable of calculating the effects of public transactions. Sincere? Why, he was struggling for his existence, and when baffled, first by the Venetian party, and afterwards by the panic of Jacobinism, he was forced to forego his direct purpose, he still endeavoured partially to effect it by a circuitous process. He created a plebeian aristocracy, and blended it with the patrician oligarchy. He made peers of second-rate squires and fat graziers. He caught them in the alleys of Lombard Street, and clutched them from the counting-houses of Cornhill. When Mr. Pitt, in an age of bank restriction, declared that every man with an estate of £10,000 a year had a right to be a peer, he sounded the knell of the cause for which Hampden had died on the field, and Sidney on the scaffold. In ordinary times the pupil of Shelburne would have raised this country to a state of great material prosperity, and removed or avoided many of those anomalies which now perplex us. But he was not destined for ordinary times, and though his capacity was vast and his spirit lofty, he had not that passionate and creative genius required by an age of revolution. The French outbreak was his evil demon. He had not the means of calculating its effects upon Europe. He had but a meagre knowledge himself of continental politics. He was assisted by a very inefficient diplomacy. His mind was lost in a convulsion of which he neither could comprehend the causes nor calculate the consequences. And forced to act, he acted not only violently, but in exact opposition to the very system he was called into political existence to combat. He appealed to the fears, the prejudices, and the passions of a privileged class, revived the old policy of the oligarchy he had extinguished, and plunged into all the ruinous excesses of French war and Dutch finance. If it be a salutary principle in the investigation of historical transactions to be careful in discriminating the cause from the pretext, there is scarcely any instance in which the application of this principle is more fertile in results than in that of the Dutch invasion of 1688. The real cause of this invasion was financial. The Prince of Orange had found that the resources of Holland, however considerable, were inadequate to sustain him in his internecine rivalry with the great sovereign of France. In an authentic conversation which has descended to us, held by William at the Hague with one of the prime abettors of the invasion, the Prince did not disguise his motives. He said, "Nothing but such a constitution as you have in England can have the credit that is necessary to raise such sums as a great war requires." The Prince came and used our constitution for his purpose. he introduced into England the system of Dutch finance. The principle of that system was to mortgage industry in order to protect property. Abstractedly, nothing can be conceived more unjust. Its practice in England has been equally injurious. In Holland, with a small population engaged in the same pursuits, in fact a nation of bankers, the system was adapted to the circumstances which had created it. All shared in the present spoil, and therefore could endure the future burthen. And so to this day Holland is sustained, almost solely sustained, by the vast capital thus created, which still lingers amongst its dykes. But applied to a country in which the circumstances were entirely different, to a considerable and rapidly increasing population, where there was a numerous peasantry, a trading middle class struggling into existence, the system of Dutch finance, pursued more or less for nearly a century and a half, has ended in the degradation of a fettered and burthened multitude. Nor have the demoralizing consequences of the funding system on the more favored classes been less decided. It has made debt a national habit. It has made credit the ruling power, not the exceptional auxiliary, of all transactions. It has introduced a loose, inexact, haphazard, and dishonest spirit in the conduct of both public and private life. A spirit dazzling and yet dastardly, reckless of consequences, and yet shrinking from responsibility. And in the end it has so overstimulated the energies of the population to maintain the material engagements of the state and of society at large, that the moral condition of the people has been entirely lost sight of. A mortgaged aristocracy, a gambling foreign commerce, a home trade founded on a morbid competition, and a degraded people, these are great evils, but ought perhaps cheerfully to be encountered for the greater blessings of civil and religious liberty. Yet the first would seem in some degree to depend upon our Saxon mode of trial by our peers, upon the stipulations of the great Norman charters, upon the practice and the statute of habeas corpus, a principle native to our common law, but established by the Stuarts. Nor in a careful perusal of the Bill of Rights, or in an impartial scrutiny of the subsequent legislation of those times, though some diminution of our political franchises must be confessed, is it easy to discover any increase of our civil privileges. To those indeed who believe that the English nation, at all times a religious and Catholic people, but who even in the days of the Plantagenets were anti-papal, were in any danger of again falling under the yoke of the Pope of Rome in the reign of James II, religious liberty was perhaps acceptable, though it took the shape of a discipline which at once anathematized a great portion of the nation, and virtually establishing Puritanism in Ireland, laid the foundation of those mischiefs which are now endangering the empire. That the last of the Stuarts had any other object in his impolitic manoeuvres than an impracticable scheme to blend the two churches, there is now authority to disbelieve. He certainly was guilty of the offence of sending an envoy openly to Rome, who, by the by, was received by the Pope with great discourtesy, and Her Majesty Queen Victoria, whose Protestantism cannot be doubted, for it is one of her chief titles to our homage, has at this time a secret envoy at the same court, and that is the difference between them. Both ministers doubtless working however fruitlessly for the same object, the termination of those terrible misconceptions, political and religious, that have occasioned so many martyrdoms and so many crimes alike to sovereigns and to subjects. If James II had really attempted to re-establish popery in this country, the English people, who had no hand in his overthrow, would doubtless soon have stirred and secured their Catholic and Apostolic Church, independent of any foreign dictation, the Church to which they still regularly profess their adherence; and being a practical people, it is possible that they might have achieved their object and yet retained their native princes; under which circumstances we might have been saved from the triple blessings of Venetian politics, Dutch finance, and French wars, against which, in their happiest days, with their happiest powers, struggled the three greatest of English statesmen, Bolingbroke, Shelburne, and lastly the son of Chatham. We have endeavoured in another work, not we hope without something of the impartiality of the future, to sketch the character and career of his successors. From his death to 1825, the political history of England is a history of great events and little men. The rise of Mr. Canning, long kept down by the plebeian aristocracy of Mr. Pitt as an adventurer, had shaken the parties to their centre. His rapid disappearance from the scene left both Whigs and Tories in a state of disorganization. The distinctive principles of these connections were now difficult to trace. That period of public languor which intervenes between the breaking up of parties and the formation of factions now transpired in England. An exhausted sensualist on the throne, who only demanded from his ministers repose, a voluptuous aristocracy, and a listless people, were content, in the absence of all public conviction and national passion, to consign the government of the country to a great man whose decision relieved the sovereign, whose prejudices pleased the nobles, and whose achievements dazzled the multitude. The Duke of Wellington brought to the post of First Minister immortal fame, a quality of success which would almost seem to include all others. His public knowledge was such as might be expected from one whose conduct already formed an important portion of the history of his country. He had a personal and intimate acquaintance with the sovereigns and chief statesmen of Europe, a kind of information in which English ministers have generally been deficient, but without which the management of our external affairs must at the best be haphazard. He possessed administrative talents of the highest order. The tone of the age, the temper of the country, the great qualities and the high character of the minister, indicated a long and prosperous administration. The only individual in his cabinet who, from a combination of circumstances rather than from any intellectual supremacy over his colleagues, was competent to be his rival, was content to be his successor. In his most aspiring moments, Mr. Peel in all probability aimed at no higher reach, and with youth and the leadership of the House of Commons, one has no reason to be surprised at his moderation. The conviction that the Duke's government would only cease with the termination of his public career was so general that the moment he was installed in office the Whigs smiled on him. Political conciliation became the slang of the day, and the fusion of parties the babble of clubs and the tattle of boudoirs. How comes it then that so great a man in so great a position should have so signally failed, should have broken up his government, wrecked his party, and so completely annihilated his political position, that even with his historical reputation to sustain him, he can since only reappear in the councils of his sovereign in a subordinate, not to say equivocal character? With all those great qualities which will secure him a place in our history, not perhaps inferior even to Marlborough, the Duke of Wellington has one deficiency which has been the stumbling block of his civil career. Bishop Burnet, in speculating on the extraordinary influence of Lord Shaftesbury, and accounting how a statesman so inconsistent in his conduct and so false to his confederates should have so powerfully controlled his country, observes, "His strength lay in his knowledge of England." Now that is exactly the kind of knowledge which the Duke of Wellington never possessed. When the King, finding that in Lord Goodrich he had a minister who, instead of deciding, asked his royal master for advice, sent for the Duke of Wellington to undertake the government, a change in the carriage of his Grace was perceived by some who had the opportunity to form an opinion on such a subject. If one might venture to use such a word in reference to such a man, we might remark that the Duke had been somewhat daunted by the selection of Mr. Canning. It disappointed great hopes, it baffled great plans, and dispelled for a season the conviction that, it is believed, had been long maturing in his Grace's mind, that he was the man of the age, that his military career had been only a preparation for a civil course not less illustrious, and that it was reserved for him to control for the rest of his life undisputed the destinies of a country which was indebted to him in no slight degree for its European preeminence. The death of Mr. Canning revived, the rout of Lord Goodrich restored, these views. Napoleon at St. Helena, speculating in conversation on the future career of the conqueror, asked, "What will Wellington do? After all he has done, he will not be content to be quiet. He will change the dynasty." Had the great exile been better acquainted with the real character of our Venetian constitution, he would have known that to govern England in 1820 it was not necessary to change its dynasty. But the Emperor, though wrong in the main, was right by the bye. It was clear that the energies that had twice entered Paris as a conqueror, and had made kings and mediatized princes at Vienna, would not be content to subside into ermined insignificance. The Duke commenced his political tactics early. The cabinet of Lord Liverpool, especially during its latter term, was the hotbed of many intrigues, but the obstacles were numerous, though the appointing fate, in which his Grace believed, removed them. The disappearance of Lord Castlereagh and Mr. Canning from the scene was alike unexpected. The Duke of Wellington was at length Prime Minister, and no individual ever occupied that post more conscious of its power and more determined to exercise it. This is not the occasion on which we shall attempt to do justice to a theme so instructive as the administration of his Grace. Treated with impartiality and sufficient information, it would be an invaluable contribution to the stores of our political knowledge and national experience. Throughout its brief but eccentric and tumultuous annals, we see continual proof how important is that knowledge in which lay Lord Shaftesbury's strength. In 24 months we find an aristocracy estranged, without a people being conciliated, while on two several occasions, first the prejudices and then the pretensions of the middle class were alike treated with contumely. The public was astonished at hearing of statesmen of long parliamentary fame, men round whom the intelligence of the nation had gathered for years with confidence, or at least with interest, being expelled from the cabinet in a manner not unworthy of Colonel Joyce, while their places were filled by second-rate soldiers whose very names were unknown to the great body of the people, and who under no circumstances should have aspired beyond the government of a colony. The administration which commenced in arrogance ended in panic. There was an interval of perplexity, when occurred the most ludicrous instance extant of an attempt at coalition. Subordinates were promoted, while negotiations were still pending with their chiefs, and these negotiations, undertaken so crudely, were terminated in pique, in a manner which added to political disappointment personal offence. When even his parasites began to look gloomy, the Duke had a specific that was to restore all, and having allowed every element of power to escape his grasp, he believed he could balance everything by a beer bill. The growl of reform was heard, but it was not very fierce. There was yet time to save himself. His Grace precipitated a revolution which might have been delayed for half a century, and never need have occurred in so aggravated a form. He rather fled than retired. He commenced his ministry like Brennus, and finished it like the tall Gaul sent to murder the rival of Sylla, but who dropped his weapon before the undaunted gaze of his intended victim. Lord Marney was spared the pang of the catastrophe. Promoted to a high office in the household, and still hoping that by the aid of his party it was yet destined for him to achieve the hereditary purpose of his family, he died in the full faith of Dukism, worshipping the Duke, and believing that ultimately he should himself become a Duke. It was under all the circumstances a euthanasia. He expired leaning as it were on his white wand and babbling of strawberry leaves. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Sybil by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "My dear Charles," said Lady Marney to Egremont the morning after the Derby, as, breakfasting with her in her boudoir, he detailed some of the circumstances of the race, "we must forget your naughty horse. I sent you a little note this morning because I wished to see you most particularly before you went out. Affairs," continued Lady Marney, first looking round the chamber to see whether there were any fairy listening to her state secrets, "affairs are critical." No doubt of that, thought Egremont, the horrid phantom of settling day seeming to obtrude itself between his mother and himself; but not knowing precisely at what she was driving, he merely sipped his tea and innocently replied, "Why?" "There will be a dissolution," said Lady Marney. "What, are we coming in?" Lady Marney shook her head. "The present men will not better their majority," said Egremont. "I hope not," said Lady Marney. "Why, you always said that with another general election we must come in, whoever dissolved." "But that was with the court in our favour," rejoined Lady Marney mournfully. "What, has the king changed?" said Egremont. "I thought it was all right." "All was right," said Lady Marney. "These men would have been turned out again, had he only lived 3 months more." "Lived!" exclaimed Egremont. "Yes," said Lady Marney, "the king is dying." Slowly delivering himself of an ejaculation, Egremont leant back in his chair. "He may live a month," said Lady Marney. "He cannot live 2. It is the greatest of secrets, known at this moment only to 4 individuals, and I communicate it to you, my dear Charles, in that absolute confidence which I hope will always subsist between us, because it is an event that may greatly affect your career." "How so, my dear mother?" "Marbury. I have settled with Mr Tadpole that you shall stand for the old borough. With the government in our hands, as I had anticipated at the general election, success I think was certain. Under the circumstances which we must encounter, the struggle will be more severe, but I think we shall do it; and it will be a happy day for me to have our own again, and to see you in Parliament, my dear child." "Well, my dear mother, I should like very much to be in Parliament, and particularly to sit for the old borough; but I fear the contest will be very expensive," said Egremont inquiringly. "Oh, I have no doubt," said Lady Marney, "that we shall have some monster of the middle class, some tinker or tailor or candlestick maker, with his long purse, preaching reform and practising corruption, exactly as the Liberals did under Walpole. Bribery was unknown in the time of the Stuarts. But we have a capital registration, Mr Tadpole tells me; and a young candidate with the old name will tell," said Lady Marney with a smile, "and I shall go down and canvass, and we must do what we can." "I have great faith in your canvassing," said Egremont, "but still at the same time the powder and shot—" "Are essential," said Lady Marney. "I know it in these corrupt days, but Marney will of course supply those. It is the least he can do. Regaining the family influence, and letting us hold up our heads again. I shall write to him the moment I am justified," said Lady Marney. "Perhaps you will do so yourself, Charles." "Why, considering I have not seen my brother for 2 years, and we did not part on the best possible terms." "But all that is forgotten." "By your good offices, dear mother, who are always doing good. And yet," continued Egremont, after a moment's pause, "I am not disposed to write to Marney, especially to ask a favour." "Well, I will write," said Lady Marney, "though I cannot admit it is any favour. Perhaps it would be better that you should see him first. I cannot understand why he keeps so at the Abbey. I am sure I found it a melancholy place enough in my time. I wish you had gone down there, Charles, if it had been only for a few days." "Well, I did not, my dear mother, and I cannot go now. I shall trust to you. But are you quite sure that the king is going to die?" "I repeat to you it is certain," replied Lady Marney in a lowered voice but a decided tone. "Certain, certain, certain. My authority cannot be mistaken, but no consideration in the world must throw you off your guard at this moment. Breathe not the shadow of what you know." At this moment a servant entered and delivered a note to Lady Marney, who read it with an ironical smile. It was from Lady St Julians, and ran thus: "Most confidential. My dearest Lady Marney, it is a false report. He is ill, but not dangerously. The hay fever; he always has it, nothing more. I will tell my authority when we meet. I dare not write it. It will satisfy you. I am going on with my quadrille. Most affectionately yours, A. St. J." "Poor woman, she is always wrong," said Lady Marney, throwing the note to Egremont. "Her quadrille will never take place, which is a pity, as it is to consist only of beauties and eldest sons. I suppose I must send her a line." And she wrote: "My dearest Lady St Julians, how good of you to write to me and send me such cheering news. I have no doubt you are right; you always are. I know he had the hay fever last year. How fortunate for your quadrille, and how charming it will be! Let me know if you hear anything further from your unmentionable quarter. Ever your affectionate C.M. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Sybil, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lord Marney left several children. His heir was 5 years older than the next son, Charles, who at the period of his father's death was at Christ Church and had just entered the last year of his minority. Attaining that age, he received the sum of £15,000, his portion, a third of which amount his expenditure had then already anticipated. Egremont had been brought up in the enjoyment of every comfort and every luxury that refinement could devise and wealth furnish. He was a favourite child. His parents emulated each other in pampering and indulging him. Every freak was pardoned, every whim was gratified. He might ride what horses he liked, and if he broke their knees, what in another would have been deemed a flagrant sin, was in him held only a proof of reckless spirit. If he were not a thoroughly selfish and altogether wilful person, but very much the reverse, it was not the fault of his parents, but rather the operation of a benignant nature that had bestowed on him a generous spirit and a tender heart, though accompanied with a dangerous susceptibility that made him the child and creature of impulse, and seemed to set at defiance even the course of time to engraft on his nature any quality of prudence. The tone of Eton during the days of Charles Egremont was not of the high character which at present distinguishes that community. It was the unforeseen eve of the great change, that, whatever was its purpose or have been its immediate results, at least gave the first shock to the pseudo aristocracy of this country. Then all was blooming, sunshine and odour, not a breeze disturbing the meridian splendour. Then the world was not only made for a few, but a very few. One could almost tell upon one's fingers the happy families who could do anything and might have everything. A schoolboy's ideas of the church then were fat livings, and of the state rotten boroughs. To do nothing and get something formed a boy's ideal of a manly career. There was nothing in the lot, little in the temperament, of Charles Egremont to make him an exception to the multitude. Gaily and securely he floated on the brilliant stream. Popular at school, idolized at home, the present had no cares, and the future secured him a family seat in Parliament the moment he entered life, and the inheritance of a glittering post at court in due time, as its legitimate consequence. Enjoyment, not ambition, seemed the principle of his existence. The contingency of a mitre, the certainty of rich preferment, would not reconcile him to the self-sacrifice which to a certain degree was required from a priest, even in those days of rampant Erastianism. He left the colonies as the spoil of his younger brothers, his own ideas of a profession being limited to a barrack in a London park, varied by visits to Windsor. But there was time enough to think of these things. He had to enjoy Oxford as he had enjoyed Eton. Here his allowance from his father was extravagant, though greatly increased by tithes from his mother's pin money. While he was pursuing his studies, hunting and boating, driving tandems, riding matches, tempering his energies in the crapulence of boyish banquets, and anticipating life at the risk of expulsion, in a miserable mimicry of metropolitan dissipation, dukism, that was supposed to be eternal, suddenly crashed. The Reform Act has not placed the administration of our affairs in abler hands than conducted them previously to the passing of the measure, for the most efficient members of the present cabinet, with some very few exceptions, and those attended by peculiar circumstances, were ministers before the Reform Act was contemplated. Nor has that memorable statute created a parliament of a higher reputation for public qualities, such as politic ability and popular eloquence and national consideration, than was furnished by the old scheme. On the contrary, one House of Parliament has been irremediably degraded into the decaying position of a mere court of registry, possessing great privileges on condition that it never exercises them, while the other chamber, that at the first blush, and to the superficial, exhibits symptoms of almost unnatural vitality, engrossing in its orbit all the business of the country, assumes on a more studious inspection somewhat of the character of a select vestry fulfilling municipal rather than imperial offices, and beleaguered by critical and clamorous millions who cannot comprehend why a privileged and exclusive Senate is required to perform functions which immediately concern all, which most personally comprehend, and which many in their civic spheres believe they could accomplish in a manner not less satisfactory, though certainly less ostentatious. But if it have not furnished us with abler administrators or a more illustrious Senate, the Reform Act may have exercised on the country at large a beneficial influence. Has it? Has it elevated the tone of the public mind? Has it cultured the popular sensibilities to noble and ennobling ends? Has it proposed to the people of England a higher test of national respect and confidence than the debasing qualification universally prevalent in this country since the fatal introduction of the system of Dutch finance? Who will pretend it? If a spirit of rapacious covetousness, desecrating all the humanities of life, has been the besetting sin of England for the last century and a half, since the passing of the Reform Act, the altar of Mammon has blazed with triple worship: to acquire, to accumulate, to plunder each other by virtue of philosophic phrases, to propose a utopia to consist only of wealth and toil. This has been the breathless business of enfranchised England for the last 12 years, until we are startled from our voracious strife by the wail of intolerable serfage. Are we then to conclude that the only effect of the Reform Act has been to create in this country another of those class interests which we now so loudly accuse as the obstacles to general amelioration? Not exactly that. The indirect influence of the Reform Act has been not inconsiderable, and may eventually lead to vast consequences. It set men a-thinking, it enlarged the horizon of political experience, it led the public mind to ponder somewhat on the circumstances of our national history, to pry into the beginnings of some social anomalies which they found were not so ancient as they had been led to believe, and which had their origin in causes very different to what they had been educated to credit. And insensibly it created and prepared a popular intelligence to which one can appeal, no longer hopelessly, in an attempt to dispel the mysteries with which for nearly 3 centuries it has been the labour of party writers to involve a national history, and without the dispersion of which no political position can be understood and no social evil remedied. The events of 1830 did not produce any change in the modes of thought and life of Charles Egremont. He took his political cue from his mother, who was his constant correspondent. Lady Marney was a distinguished stateswoman, as they called Lady Carlisle in Charles the First's time, a great friend of Lady St. Julian's, and one of the most eminent and impassioned votaries of Dukism. Her first impression on the overthrow of her hero was astonishment at the impertinence of his adversaries, mingled with some lofty pity for their silly ambition and short-lived career. She existed for a week in the delightful expectation of his Grace being sent for again, and informed every one, in confidence, that these people could not form a cabinet. When the tocsin of peace, reform, and retrenchment sounded, she smiled bitterly, was sorry for poor Lord Grey, of whom she had thought better, and gave them a year, adding with consoling malice, that it would be another Canning affair. At length came the Reform Bill itself, and no one laughed more heartily than Lady Marney, not even the House of Commons, to whom it was presented. The bill was thrown out, and Lady Marney gave a grand ball to celebrate the event, and to compensate the London shopkeepers for the loss of their projected franchise. Lady Marney was preparing to resume her duties at court, when, to her great surprise, the firing of cannon announced the dissolution of Parliament. She turned pale. She was too much in the secrets of Tadpole and Taper to be deceived as to the consequences. She sank into her chair and denounced Lord Grey as a traitor to his order. Lady Marney, who for 6 months had been writing to her son at Oxford the most charming letters, full of fun, quizzing the whole cabinet, now announced to Egremont that a revolution was inevitable, that all property would be instantly confiscated, the poor deluded king led to the block, or sent over to Hanover at the best, and the whole of the nobility and principal gentry, and indeed every one who possessed anything, guillotined without remorse. Whether his friends were immediately to resume power, or whether their estates ultimately were to be confiscated, the practical conclusion to Charles Egremont appeared to be the same. Carpe diem. He therefore pursued his career at Oxford unchanged, and entered life in the year 1833, a younger son with extravagant tastes and expensive habits, with a reputation for lively talents though uncultivated, for his acquisitions at Eton had been quite puerile, and subsequently he had not become a student, with many manly accomplishments, and with a mien and visage that at once took the fancy and enlisted the affections. Indeed, a physiologist would hardly have inferred from the countenance and structure of Egremont the career he had pursued, or the character which attached to him. The general cast and expression of his features when in repose was pensive. An air of refinement distinguished his well-moulded brow. His mouth breathed sympathy, and his rich brown eye gleamed with tenderness. The sweetness of his voice in speaking was in harmony with this organization. 2 years passed in the most refined circles of our society exercised a beneficial influence on the general tone of Egremont, and may be said to have finished his education. He had the good sense and the good taste not to permit his predilection for sports to degenerate into slang. He yielded himself to the delicate and profitable authority of a woman, and, as ever happens, it softened his manners and brightened his wit. He was fortunate in having a clever mother, and he appreciated this inestimable possession. Lady Marney had great knowledge of society, and some acquaintance with human nature which she fancied she had fathomed to its centre. She piqued herself upon her tact, and indeed she was very quick, but she was so energetic that her art did not always conceal itself. Very worldly, she was nevertheless not devoid of impulse. She was animated, and would have been extremely agreeable if she had not restlessly aspired to wit, and would certainly have exercised much more influence in society if she had not been so anxious to show it. Nevertheless, still with many personal charms, a frank and yet if need be a finished manner, a quick brain, a lively tongue, a buoyant spirit, and a great social position. Lady Marney was universally and extremely popular, and adored by her children, for indeed she was a mother most affectionate and true. When Egremont was 24 he fell in love, a real passion. He had fluttered like others from flower to flower, and like others had often fancied the last perfume the sweetest, and then had flown away. But now he was entirely captivated. The divinity was a new beauty, the whole world raving of her. Egremont also advanced. The Lady Arabella was not only beautiful, she was clever, fascinating. Her presence was inspiration, at least for Egremont. She condescended to be pleased by him, she signalized him by her choice. Their names were mentioned together. Egremont indulged in flattering dreams. He regretted he had not pursued a profession. He regretted he had impaired his slender patrimony; thought of love in a cottage, and renting a manor; thought of living a good deal with his mother, and a little with his brother; thought of the law and the church; thought once of New Zealand. The favourite of nature and of fashion, this was the first time in the life of Egremont that he had been made conscious that there was something in his position which, with all its superficial brilliancy, might prepare for him, when youth had fled and the blaze of society grown dim, a drear and bitter lot. He was roused from his reveries by a painful change in the demeanour of his adored. The mother of the Lady Arabella was alarmed. She liked her daughter to be admired even by younger sons when they were distinguished, but only at a distance. Mr Egremont's name had been mentioned too often. It had appeared, coupled with her daughter's, even in a Sunday paper. The most decisive measures were requisite, and they were taken. Still smiling when they met, still kind when they conversed, it seemed, by some magic dexterity which even baffled Egremont, that their meetings every day grew rarer, and their opportunities for conversation less frequent. At the end of the season the Lady Arabella selected from a crowd of admirers equally qualified, a young peer of great estate and of the old nobility, a circumstance which, as her grandfather had only been an East India director, was very gratifying to the bride. This unfortunate passion of Charles Egremont and its mortifying circumstances and consequences was just that earliest shock in one's life which occurs to all of us, which first makes us think. We have all experienced that disheartening catastrophe when the illusions first vanish, and our balked imagination or our mortified vanity first intimates to us that we are neither infallible nor irresistible. Happily 'tis the season of youth for which the first lessons of experience are destined, and bitter and intolerable as is the first blight of our fresh feelings, the sanguine impulse of early life bears us along. Our first scrape generally leads to our first travel. Disappointment requires change of air; desperation, change of scene. Egremont quitted his country, never to return to it again, and returned to it after a year and a half's absence, a much wiser man. Having left England in a serious mood, and having already tasted with tolerable freedom of the pleasures and frivolities of life, he was not in an inapt humour to observe, to inquire, and to reflect. The new objects that surrounded him excited his intelligence. He met, which indeed is the principal advantage of travel, remarkable men, whose conversation opened his mind. His mind was worth opening. Energies began to stir of which he had not been conscious. Awakened curiosity led him to investigate and to read. He discovered that when he imagined his education was completed, it had in fact not commenced, and that although he had been at a public school and a university, he in fact knew nothing. To be conscious that you are ignorant is a great step to knowledge. Before an emancipated intellect and an expanding intelligence, the great system of exclusive manners and exclusive feelings in which he had been born and nurtured began to tremble. The native generosity of his heart recoiled at a recurrence to that arrogant and frigid life, alike devoid of sympathy and real grandeur. In the early spring of 1837 Egremont re-entered the world, where he had once sparkled, and which he had once conceived to comprise within its circle all that could interest or occupy man. His mother, delighted at finding him again under her roof, had removed some long-standing coolness between him and his elder brother. His former acquaintance greeted him with cordiality, and introduced him to the new heroes who had sprung up during the season of his absence. Apparently Egremont was not disinclined to pursue, though without eagerness, the same career that had originally engaged him. He frequented assemblies and lingered in clubs, rode in the park and lounged at the opera; but there was this difference in his existence, before and since his travels. He was now conscious he wanted an object, and was ever musing over action, though as yet ignorant how to act. Perhaps it was this want of being roused that led him, it may be for distraction, again to the turf. It was a pursuit that seemed to him more real than the life of saloons, full of affectation, perverted ideas, and factitious passions. Whatever might be the impulse, Egremont, however, was certainly not slightly interested in the Derby, and though by no means uninstructed in the mysteries of the turf, had felt such confidence in his information that with his usual ardour he had backed to a considerable amount the horse that ought to have won, but which nevertheless only ran a second. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of Sybil by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Notwithstanding the confidence of Lady St. Julians and her unrivalled information, the health of the king did not improve, but still it was the hay fever, only the hay fever. An admission had been allowed to creep into the court circular that "His Majesty has been slightly indisposed within the last few days," but then it was soon followed by a very positive assurance that His Majesty's favourite and long matured resolution to give a state banquet to the Knights of the Four Orders was immediately to be carried into effect. Lady St. Julians had the first information of this important circumstance. It confirmed her original conviction. She determined to go on with her quadrille. Egremont, with something interesting at stake himself, was staggered by this announcement, and by Lady St. Julians' unshaken faith. He consulted his mother. Lady Marney shook her head. "Poor woman," said Lady Marney, "she is always wrong. I know," continued her ladyship, placing her finger to her lip, "that Prince Esterhazy has been pressing his long postponed investiture as a Grand Cross, in order that he may dine at this very banquet, and it has been announced to him that it is impossible, the king's health will not admit of it. When a simple investiture is impossible, a state banquet to the Four Orders is very probable. No," said Lady Marney with a sigh. "It is a great blow for all of us, but it is no use shutting our eyes to the fact. The poor dear king will never show again." At about a week after this there appeared the first bulletin. From that instant, though the gullish multitude studied the daily reports with grave interest, their hopes and speculations and arrangements changing with each phrase, for the initiated there was no suspense. All knew that it was over, and Lady St. Julians, giving up her quadrille, began to look about for seats in Parliament for her sons. "What a happiness it is to have a clever mother!" exclaimed Egremont, as he pondered over the returns of his election agent. Lady Marney, duly warned of the impending catastrophe, was experiencing all the advantages of prior information. It delighted her to meet Lady St. Julians driving distractedly about town, calling at clubs, closeted with red tapers, making ingenious combinations that would not work, by means of which some one of her sons was to stand in coalition with some rich parvenu, to pay none of the expenses, and yet to come in first. And all this time Lady Marney, serene and smiling, had the daily pleasure of assuring Lady St. Julians what a relief it was to her that Charles had fixed on his place. It had been arranged indeed these weeks past. But then, you know," concluded Lady Marney, in the sweetest voice and with a blandishing glance, "I never did believe in that hay fever." In the meantime the impending event changed the whole aspect of the political world. The king dying before the new registration was the greatest blow to pseudo Toryism since his Majesty, calling for a hackney coach, went down and dissolved Parliament in 1831. It was calculated by the Tadpoles and Tapers that a dissolution by Sir Robert after the registration of 1837 would give him a clear majority, not too great a one, but large enough, a manageable majority, some 25 or 30 men, who, with a probable peerage or two dangling in the distance, half a dozen positive baronetcies, the customs for their constituents, and court balls for their wives, might be induced to save the state. O England, glorious and ancient realm, the fortunes of thy polity are indeed strange. The wisdom of the Saxons, Norman valour, the statecraft of the Tudors, the national sympathies of the Stuarts, the spirit of the latter Guelphs struggling against their enslaved sovereignty, these are the high qualities that for 1,000 years have secured thy national development. And now all thy memorial dynasties end in the huckstering rule of some 30 unknown and anonymous jobbers. The 30 at Athens were at least tyrants; they were marked men. But the obscure majority who under our present constitution are destined to govern England are as secret as a Venetian conclave. Yet on their dark voices all depends. Would you promote or prevent some great measure that may affect the destinies of unborn millions, and the future character of the people? Take, for example, a system of national education. The minister must apportion the plunder to the illiterate clan, the scum that floats on the surface of a party, or hold out the prospect of honours which are only honourable when in their transmission they impart and receive lustre, when they are the meed of public virtue and public services, and the distinction of worth and of genius. It is impossible that the system of the 30 can long endure in an age of inquiry and agitated spirit like the present. Such a system may suit the balanced interests and the periodical and alternate command of rival oligarchical connections, but it can subsist only by the subordination of the sovereign and the degradation of the multitude, and cannot accord with an age whose genius will soon confess that power and the people are both divine. "He can't last 10 days," said a Whig Secretary of the Treasury, with a triumphant glance at Mr Taper as they met in Pall Mall. "You're out for our lives." "Don't you make too sure for yourselves," rejoined in despair the dismayed Taper. "It does not follow that because we are out that you are in." "How do you mean?" "There is such a person as Lord Durham in the world," said Mr Taper very solemnly. "Pish," said the Secretary. "You may pish," said Mr Taper, "but if we have a radical government, as I believe and hope, they will not be able to get up the steam as they did in '31. And what with church and corn together, and the Queen Dowager, we may go to the country with as good a cry as some other persons." "I will back Melbourne against the field now," said the Secretary. "Lord Durham dined at Kensington on Thursday," said Taper, "and not a Whig present." "Ay, Durham talks very fine at dinner," said the Secretary, "but he has no real go in him. When there is a Prince of Wales, Lord Melbourne means to make Durham governor to the heir apparent, and that will keep him quiet." "What do you hear?" said Mr Tadpole, joining them. "I am told he is quite rallied." "Don't you flatter yourself," said the Secretary. "Well, we shall hear what they say on the hustings," said Tadpole, looking boldly. "Who's afraid?" said the Secretary. "No, no, my dear fellow, you are dead beat. The stake is worth playing for, and don't suppose we are such flats as to lose the race for want of jockeying. Your humbugging registration will never do against a new reign. Our great men mean to shell out, I tell you. We have got Croucher. we will denounce the Carlton and corruption all over the kingdom, and if that won't do, we will swear till we are black in the face that the King of Hanover is engaged in a plot to dethrone our young queen." And the triumphant secretary wished the worthy pair good morning. "They certainly have a very good cry," said Taper mournfully. "After all, the registration might be better," said Tadpole, "but still it is a very good one." The daily bulletins became more significant. The crisis was evidently at hand. A dissolution of Parliament at any time must occasion great excitement. Combined with a new reign, it inflames the passions of every class of the community. Even the poor begin to hope. The old wholesome superstition still lingers that the sovereign can exercise power, and the suffering multitude are fain to believe that its remedial character may be about to be revealed in their instance. As for the aristocracy in a new reign, they are all in a flutter. A bewildering vision of coronets, stars, and ribbons, smiles and places at court, haunts their noontide speculations and their midnight dreams. Then we must not forget the numberless instances in which the coming event is deemed to supply the long sought opportunity of distinction, or the long dreaded cause of utter discomfiture. The hundreds, the thousands who mean to get into Parliament, the units who dread getting out. What a crashing change from lounging in St. James' Street to sauntering on Boulogne Pier! Or after dining at Brooks and supping at Crockford's, to be saved from destruction by the friendly interposition that sends you in an official capacity to the marsupial sympathies of Sydney or Swan River. Now is the time for the men to come forward who have claims for spending their money, which nobody asked them to do, but which of course they only did for the sake of the party. They never wrote for their party, or spoke for their party, or gave their party any other vote than their own, but they urged their claims to something. A commissionership of anything, or a consulship anywhere. If no place is to be had, they are ready to take it out in dignities. They once looked to the Privy Council, but would now be content with an hereditary honour. If they can have neither, they will take a clerkship at the Treasury for a younger son. Perhaps they may get that in time. At present they go away growling with a gaugership, or having with desperate dexterity at length contrived to transform a tide waiter into a land waiter. But there is nothing like asking, except refusing. Hark! It tolls. All is over. The great bell of the Metropolitan Cathedral announces the death of the last son of George III, who probably will ever reign in England. He was a good man, with feelings and sympathies, deficient in culture rather than ability, with a sense of duty, and with something of the conception of what should be the character of an English monarch. Peace to his manes. We are summoned to a different scene. In a palace, in a garden, not in a haughty keep, proud with the fame, but dark with the violence of ages. Not in a regal pile, bright with the splendour, but soiled with the intrigues of courts and factions. In a palace, in a garden, meet scene for youth and innocence and beauty, came the voice that told the maiden she must ascend her throne. The Council of England is summoned for the first time within her bowers. There are assembled the prelates and captains and chief men of her realm, the priests of the religion that consoles, the heroes of the sword that has conquered, the votaries of the craft that has decided the fate of empires, men grey with thought and fame and age, who are the stewards of divine mysteries, who have encountered in battle the hosts of Europe, who have toiled in secret cabinets, who have struggled in the less merciful strife of aspiring senates. Men too, some of them, lords of 1,000 vassals, and chief proprietors of provinces, yet not one of them whose heart does not at this moment tremble as he awaits the first presence of the maiden who must now ascend her throne. A hum of half suppressed conversation, which would attempt to conceal the excitement, which some of the greatest of them have since acknowledged, fills that brilliant assemblage, that sea of plumes and glittering stars and gorgeous dresses. Hush! The portals open. She comes. The silence is as deep as that of a noontide forest. Attended for a moment by her royal mother and the ladies of her court, who bow and then retire, Victoria ascends her throne, a girl, alone, and for the first time amid an assemblage of men. In a sweet and thrilling voice, and with a composed mien which indicates rather the absorbing sense of august duty than an absence of emotion, the Queen announces her accession to the throne of her ancestors, and her humble hope that divine Providence will guard over the fulfilment of her lofty trust. The prelates and captains and chief men of her realm then advance to the throne, and kneeling before her, pledge their troth, and take the sacred oaths of allegiance and supremacy. Allegiance to one who rules over the land that the great Macedonian could not conquer, and over a continent of which even Columbus never dreamed. To the Queen of every sea, and of nations in every zone. It is not of these that I would speak, but of a nation nearer her footstool, and which at this moment looks to her with anxiety, with affection, perhaps with hope. Fair and serene, she has the blood and beauty of the Saxon. Will it be her proud destiny at length to bear relief to suffering millions, and with that soft hand which might inspire troubadours and guerdon knights, break the last links in the chain of Saxon thraldom? End of chapter 6. End of the first book. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Sybil by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The building, which was still called Marney Abbey, though remote from the site of the ancient monastery, was an extensive structure raised at the latter end of the reign of James I, and in the stately and picturesque style of that age. Placed on a noble elevation in the centre of an extensive and well-wooded park, it presented a front with two projecting wings of equal dimensions with the centre, so that the form of the buildings was that of a quadrangle, less one of its two sides. Its ancient lattices had been removed, and the present windows, though convenient, accorded little with the structure. The old entrance door in the centre of the building, however, still remained, a wondrous specimen of fantastic carving, Ionic columns of black oak, with a profusion of fruits and flowers, and heads of stags and sylvans. The whole of the building was crowned with a considerable pediment of what seemed at the first glance fanciful open work, but which examined more nearly offered in gigantic letters the motto of the House of Marney. The portal opened to a hall such as is now rarely found, with the dais, the screen, the gallery, and the buttery hatch all perfect, and all made of carved black oak. Modern luxury and the refined taste of the lady of the late lord had made Marney Abbey as remarkable for its comfort and pleasantness of accommodation as for its ancient state and splendour. The apartments were in general furnished with all the cheerful ease and brilliance of the modern mansion of a noble, but the grand gallery of the 17th century was still preserved, and was used on great occasions as the chief reception room. You ascended the principal staircase to reach it through a long corridor. It occupied the whole length of one of the wings, was 100 feet long and 45 feet broad, its walls hung with a collection of choice pictures rich in history, while the Axminster carpets, the cabinets, carved tables, and variety of easy chairs, ingeniously grouped, imparted even to this palatial chamber a lively and habitable air. Lord Marney was several years the senior of Charles Egremont, yet still a young man. He was handsome. There was indeed a general resemblance between the brothers, and though the expression of their countenances was entirely different, of the same height and air, and throughout the features a certain family cast. But here the likeness ceased. The countenance of Lord Marney bespoke the character of his mind: cynical, devoid of sentiment, arrogant, literal, hard. He had no imagination, had exhausted his slight native feeling, but he was acute, disputatious, and firm even to obstinacy. Though his early education had been very imperfect, he had subsequently read a good deal, especially in French literature. He had formed his mind by Helvetius, whose system he deemed irrefutable, and in whom alone he had faith. Armed with the principles of his great master, he believed that he could pass through existence in adamantine armour, and always gave you in the business of life the idea of a man who was conscious you were trying to take him in, and rather respected you for it, but the working of whose cold, unkind eye defied you. There never had been excessive cordiality between the brothers even in their boyish days, and shortly after Egremont's entrance into life they had become estranged. They were to meet now for the first time since Egremont's return from the Continent. Their mother had arranged their reconciliation. They were to meet as if no misunderstanding had ever existed between them. It was specially stipulated by Lord Marney that there was to be no scene. Apprised of Egremont's impending arrival, Lord Marney was careful to be detained late that day at petty sessions, and entered the room only a few minutes before dinner was announced, where he found Egremont not only with the Countess and a young lady who was staying with her, but with additional bail against any ebullition of sentiment in the shape of the Vicar of Marney and a certain Captain Grouse, who was a kind of aide-de-camp of the Earl, killed birds and carved them, played billiards with him and lost, had indeed every accomplishment that could please woman or ease man, could sing, dance, draw, make artificial flies, break horses, exercise the supervision over stewards and bailiffs, and make everybody comfortable by taking everything on his own shoulders. Lady Marney had received Egremont in a manner which expressed the extreme satisfaction she experienced at finding him once more beneath his brother's roof. When he arrived, indeed, he would have preferred to have been shown at once to his rooms, but a message immediately delivered expressed the wish of his sister-in-law at once to see him. She received him alone and with great warmth. She was beautiful and soft as May, a glowing yet delicate face, rich brown hair, and large blue eyes, not yet a mother, but with something of the dignity of the matron blending with the lingering timidity of the girl. Egremont was glad to join his sister-in-law again in the drawing-room before dinner. He seated himself by her side, and in answer to her inquiries was giving her some narrative of his travels. The vicar, who was very low church, was shaking his head at Lady Marney's young friend, who was enlarging on the excellence of Mr. Paget's tales, while Captain Grouse, in a very stiff white neckcloth, very tight pantaloons to show his very celebrated legs, transparent stockings, and polished shoes, was throwing himself into attitudes in the background, and with a zeal amounting almost to enthusiasm, teaching Lady Marney's spaniel to beg. When the door opened and Lord Marney entered, but as if to make security doubly sure, not alone. He was accompanied by a neighbour and a brother magistrate, Sir Vavasour Firebrace, a baronet of the earliest batch, and a gentleman of great family and great estate. "Well, Charles!" "How are you, George?" And the brothers shook hands. 'Tis the English way, and if they had been inclined to fall into each other's arms, they would not probably have done more. In a few minutes it was announced that dinner was served, and so, secured from a scene having a fair appetite, and surrounded by dishes that could agreeably satisfy it, a kind of vague fraternal sentiment began to stir the breast of Lord Marney. He really was glad to see his brother again, remembered the days when they rode their ponies and played cricket. His voice softened, his eyes sparkled, and he at length exclaimed, "Do you know, old fellow, it makes me quite happy to see you here again. Suppose we take a glass of wine?" The softer heart and more susceptible spirit of Egremont were well calculated to respond to this ebullition of feeling, however slight. and truly it was for many reasons not without considerable emotion that he found himself once more at Marney. He sat by the side of his gentle sister-in-law, who seemed pleased by the unwonted cordiality of her husband, and anxious by many kind offices to second every indication of good feeling on his part. Captain Grouse was extremely assiduous. The vicar was of the deferential breed, agreed with Lady Marney on the importance of infant schools, but recalled his opinion when Lord Marney expressed his imperious hope that no infant schools would ever be found in his neighbourhood. Sir Vavasour was more than middle-aged, comely, very gentlemanlike, but with an air occasionally of absence which hardly agreed with his frank and somewhat hearty idiosyncrasy, his clear brow, florid complexion, and blue eye. But Lord Marney talked a good deal, though chiefly dogmatical or argumentative. It was rather difficult for him to find a sufficient stock of opposition, but he laid in wait and seized every opening with wonderful alacrity. Even Captain Grouse could not escape him. If driven to extremity, Lord Marney would even question his principles on fly-making. Captain Grouse gave up, but not too soon. He was well aware that his noble friend's passion for controversy was equal to his love of conquest. As for Lady Marney, it was evident that with no inconsiderable talents, and with an intelligence richly cultivated, the controversial genius of her husband had completely cowed her conversational charms. She never advanced a proposition that he did not immediately bristle up, and she could only evade the encounter by a graceful submission. As for the vicar, a frequent guest, he would fain have taken refuge in silence, but the earl, especially when alone, would what he called draw him out, and the game once unearthed with so skilled a pack, there was but little fear of a bad run. When all were reduced to silence, Lord Marney, relinquishing controversy, assumed the positive. He eulogized the new poor law, which he declared would be the salvation of the country, provided it was carried out in the spirit in which it was developed in the Marney Union. But then he would add that there was no district except their Union in which it was properly observed. He was tremendously fierce against allotments, and analyzed the system with merciless sarcasm. Indeed, he had no inconsiderable acquaintance with the doctrines of the economists, and was rather inclined to carry them into practice in every instance, except that of the landed proprietary, which he clearly proved stood upon different grounds to that of any other interest. There was nothing he hated so much as a poacher except a lease, though perhaps in the catalogue of his aversions we ought to give the preference to his anti-ecclesiastical prejudice. This amounted even to acrimony. Though there was no man breathing who was possessed with such a strong repugnance to subscriptions of any kind, it delighted Lord Marney to see his name among the contributors to all sectarian institutions. The vicar of Marney, who had been presented by himself, was his model of a priest. He left everybody alone. Under the influence of Lady Marney, the worthy vicar had once warmed up into some ebullition of very low church zeal. There was some talk of an evening lecture, the schools were to be remodelled, certain tracts were actually distributed. But Lord Marney soon stopped all this. "No priestcraft at Marney," said this gentle proprietor of Abbey lands. "I wanted very much to come and canvass for you," said Lady Marney to Egremont, "but George did not like it." "The less the family interfered the better," said Lord Marney; "and for my part I was very much alarmed when I heard my mother had gone down." "Oh! my mother did wonders," said Egremont. "We should have been beat without her. Indeed, to tell the truth, I quite gave up the thing the moment they started their man. Before that we were on velvet, but the instant he appeared everything was changed, and I found some of my warmest supporters members of his committee." "You had a formidable opponent, Lord Marney told me," said Sir Vavasour. "Who was he?" "Oh! a dreadful man, a Scotchman, richer than Croesus, one McDruggy, fresh from Canton, with 1 million of opium in each pocket, denouncing corruption and bellowing free trade." "But they do not care much for free trade in the old borough?" said Lord Marney. "No, it was a mistake," said Egremont. and the cry was changed the moment my opponent was on the ground. Then all the town was placarded with "Vote for Macdruggy and our young Queen," as if he had coalesced with her Majesty. "My mother must have been in despair," said Lord Marney. "We issued our placard instantly of 'Vote for our young Queen and Egremont,' which was at least more modest and turned out more popular." "That, I am sure, was my mother," said Lord Marney. "No," said Egremont, "it was the effusion of a far more experienced mind. My mother was in hourly communication with headquarters, and Mr Taper sent down the cry by express." "Peel, in or out, will support the poor law," said Lord Marney rather audaciously, as he reseated himself after the ladies had retired. "He must," and he looked at his brother, whose return had in a great degree been secured by crying that poor law down. "It is impossible," said Charles, fresh from the hustings, and speaking from the card of Taper, for the condition of the people was a subject of which he knew nothing. "He will carry it out," said Lord Marney, "you'll see, or the land will not support him." "I wish," said Sir Vavasour, "we could manage some modification about outdoor relief." "Modification!" said Lord Marney. "Why there has been nothing but modification. What we want is stringency." "The people will never bear it," said Egremont. "There must be some change." "You cannot go back to the abuses of the old system," said Captain Grouse, making, as he thought, a safe observation. "Better go back to the old system than modify the new," said Lord Marney. "I wish the people would take to it a little more," said Sir Vavasour. "They certainly do not like it in our parish." "The people are very contented here, eh, Slimsey?" said Lord Marney. "Very," said the vicar. Hereupon a conversation took place, principally sustained by the earl and the baronet, which developed all the resources of the great parochial mind. Dietaries, bastardy, jail regulations, game laws, were amply discussed; and Lord Marney wound up with the declaration of the means by which the country might be saved, and which seemed principally to consist of high prices and low church. "If the sovereign could only know her best friends," said Sir Vavasour with a sigh. Lord Marney seemed to get uneasy. "And avoid the fatal mistakes of her predecessor," continued the baronet. "Charles, another glass of claret," said the earl. "She might yet rally round the throne a body of men—" "Then we will go to the ladies," said the earl, abruptly disturbing his guest. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was music as they re-entered the drawing room. Sir Vavasour attached himself to Egremont. "It is a great pleasure for me to see you again, Mr Egremont," said the worthy baronet. "Your father was my earliest and kindest friend. I remember you at Firebrace, a very little boy. Happy to see you again, sir, in so eminent a position, a legislator, one of our legislators. It gave me a sincere satisfaction to observe your return." "You are very kind, Sir Vavasour." "But it is a responsible position," continued the baronet. "Think you they'll stand? A majority I suppose they have; but I conclude in time. Sir Robert will have it in time? We must not be in a hurry. The more haste, you know the rest. The country is decidedly conservative. All that we want now is a strong government that will put all things to rights. If the poor king had lived—" "He would have sent these men to the right about," said Egremont, a young politician proud of his secret intelligence. "Ah, the poor king," said Sir Vavasour, shaking his head. "He was entirely with us," said Egremont. "Poor man," said Sir Vavasour. "You think it was too late then?" said his companion. "You are a young man entering political life," said the baronet, taking Egremont kindly by the arm and leading him to a sofa. "Everything depends on the first step. You have a great opportunity. Nothing can be done by a mere individual. The most powerful body in this country wants a champion." "But you can depend on Peel?" said Egremont. "He is one of us; we ought to be able to depend on him. But I have spoken to him for an hour and could get nothing out of him." He is cautious, but depend upon it, he will stand or fall by the land." "I am not thinking of the land," said Sir Vavasour, "of something much more important, with all the influence of the land, and a great deal more besides; of an order of men who are ready to rally round the throne, and are, indeed, if justice were done to them, its natural and hereditary champions." Egremont looked perplexity. "I am speaking," added Sir Vavasour in a solemn voice, "I am speaking of the baronets." "The baronets! And what do they want?" "Their rights, their long withheld rights. The poor king was with us. He has frequently expressed to me and other deputies his determination to do us justice, but he was not a strong-minded man," said Sir Vavasour with a sigh, "and in these revolutionary and levelling times he had a hard task perhaps. And the peers who are our brethren, they were, I fear, against us. But in spite of the ministers and in spite of the peers, had the poor king lived, we should at least have had the badge," added Sir Vavasour mournfully. "The badge?" "It would have satisfied Sir Grosvenor le Draught," said Sir Vavasour, "and he had a strong party with him. He was for compromise, but him, his father was only an accoucheur." "And you wanted more?" inquired Egremont with a demure look. "All or nothing," said Sir Vavasour. "Principle is ever my motto, no expediency. I made a speech to the order at the Clarendon. There were 400 of us. The feeling was very strong." "A powerful party," said Egremont. "And a military order, sir, if properly understood. What could stand against us? The Reform Bill could never have passed if the baronets had been organized." "I have no doubt you could bring us in now," said Egremont. "That is exactly what I told Sir Robert. I want him to be brought in by his own order. It would be a grand thing." "There is nothing like esprit de corps," said Egremont. "And such a body!" exclaimed Sir Vavasour with animation. "Picture us for a moment to yourself going down in procession to Westminster, for example, to hold a chapter. 500 or 600 baronets in dark green costume, the appropriate dress of equites aurati, each not only with his badge but with his collar of SS, belted and scarfed, his star glittering, his pennon flying, his hat white with a plume of white feathers, and of course the sword and the gilt spurs. In our hand the thumb ring and signet not forgotten, we hold our coronet of 2 balls." Egremont stared with irrepressible astonishment at the excited being, who unconsciously pressed his companion's arm as he drew this rapid sketch of the glories so unconstitutionally withheld from him. "A magnificent spectacle," said Egremont. "Evidently the body destined to save this country," eagerly continued Sir Vavasour, "blending all sympathies, the crown of which they are the peculiar champions, the nobles of whom they are the popular branch, the people who recognize in them their natural leaders. But the picture is not complete. We should be accompanied by an equal number of gallant knights, our elder sons, who, the moment they come of age, have the right to claim knighthood of their sovereign, while their mothers and wives, no longer degraded to the nomenclature of a sheriff's lady, but resuming their legal or analogical dignities, and styled the Honourable Baronetess, with her coronet and robe, or the Honourable Knightess, with her golden collar of SS and chaplet or cap of dignity, may either accompany the procession, or, ranged in galleries in a becoming situation, rain influence from above." "I am all for their going in the procession," said Egremont. "The point is not so clear," said Sir Vavasour solemnly, "and indeed, although we have been firm in defining our rightful claims in our petitions, as for honorary epithets, secondary titles, personal decorations, and augmented heraldic bearings, I am not clear if the government evinced a disposition for a liberal settlement of the question, I would not urge a too stringent adherence to every point. For instance, I am prepared myself, great as would be the sacrifice, even to renounce the claim of secondary titles for our eldest sons, if, for instance, they would secure us our coronet." "Fie, fie, Sir Vavasour," said Egremont very seriously. "Remember principle, no expediency, no compromise." "You are right," said the baronet. colouring a little. "And do you know, Mr Egremont, you are the only individual I have yet met out of the order who has taken a sensible view of this great question, which, after all, is the question of the day." End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The situation of the rural town of Marney was one of the most delightful easily to be imagined. In a spreading dale, contiguous to the margin of a clear and lively stream, surrounded by meadows and gardens, and backed by lofty hills, undulating and richly wooded, the traveller on the opposite heights of the dale would often stop to admire the merry prospect that recalled to him the traditional epithet of his country. Beautiful illusion! For behind that laughing landscape, penury and disease fed upon the vitals of a miserable population. The contrast between the interior of the town and its external aspect was as striking as it was full of pain. With the exception of the dull High Street, which had the usual characteristics of a small agricultural market town, some sombre mansions, a dingy inn, and a petty bourse, Marney mainly consisted of a variety of narrow and crowded lanes, formed by cottages built of rubble or unhewn stones without cement, and from age or badness of the material, looking as if they could scarcely hold together. The gaping chinks admitted every blast. The leaning chimneys had lost half their original height. The rotten rafters were evidently misplaced, while in many instances the thatch, yawning in some parts to admit the wind and wet, and in all utterly unfit for its original purpose of giving protection from the weather, looked more like the top of a dunghill than a cottage. Before the doors of these dwellings, and often surrounding them, ran open drains full of animal and vegetable refuse, decomposing into disease, or sometimes, in their imperfect course, filling foul pits, or spreading into stagnant pools, while a concentrated solution of every species of dissolving filth was allowed to soak through and thoroughly impregnate the walls and ground adjoining. These wretched tenements seldom consisted of more than 2 rooms, in one of which the whole family, however numerous, were obliged to sleep, without distinction of age or sex or suffering. With the water streaming down the walls, the light distinguished through the roof, with no hearth even in winter, the virtuous mother, in the sacred pangs of childbirth, gives forth another victim to our thoughtless civilization. Surrounded by 3 generations, whose inevitable presence is more painful than her sufferings in that hour of travail; while the father of her coming child, in another corner of the sordid chamber, lies stricken by that typhus which his contaminating dwelling has breathed into his veins, and for whose next prey is perhaps destined his new-born child. These swarming walls had neither windows nor doors sufficient to keep out the weather, or admit the sun, or supply the means of ventilation. The humid and putrid roof of the thatch, exhaling malaria like all other decaying vegetable matter. The dwelling rooms were neither boarded nor paved, and whether it were that some were situate in low and damp places, occasionally flooded by the river, and usually much below the level of the road, or that the springs, as was often the case, would burst through the mud floor, the ground was at no time better than so much clay, while sometimes you might see little channels cut from the centre under the doorways to carry off the water, the door itself removed from its hinges, a resting place for infancy in its deluged home. These hovels were in many instances not provided with the commonest conveniences of the rudest police. Contiguous to every door might be observed the dung heap, on which every kind of filth was accumulated for the purpose of being disposed of for manure, so that when the poor man opened his narrow habitation in the hope of refreshing it with the breeze of summer, he was met with a mixture of gases from reeking dunghills. This town of Marney was a metropolis of agricultural labour, for the proprietors of the neighbourhood, having for the last century acted on the system of destroying the cottages on their estates, in order to become exempted from the maintenance of the population, the expelled people had flocked to Marney, where, during the war, a manufactory had afforded them some relief, though its wheels had long ceased to disturb the waters of the Mar. Deprived of this resource, they had again gradually spread themselves over that land which had, as it were, rejected them, and obtained from its churlish breast a niggardly subsistence. Their re-entrance into the surrounding parishes was viewed with great suspicion, their renewed settlement opposed by every ingenious contrivance. Those who availed themselves of their labour were careful that they should not become dwellers on the soil, and though, from the excessive competition, there were few districts in the kingdom where the rate of wages was more depressed, those who were fortunate enough to obtain the scant remuneration had, in addition to their toil, to endure every morn and even a weary journey before they could reach the scene of their labour, or return to the squalid hovel which profaned the name of home. To that home, over which malaria hovered, and round whose shivering hearth were clustered other guests besides the exhausted family of toil, fever in every form, pale consumption, exhausting sinucus, and trembling ague, returned, after cultivating the broad fields of merry England, the bold British peasant, returned to encounter the worst of diseases with a frame the least qualified to oppose them, a frame that subdued by toil was never sustained by animal food, drenched by the tempest could not change its dripping rags, and was indebted for its scanty fuel to the windfalls of the woods. The eyes of this unhappy race might have been raised to the solitary spire that sprang up in the midst of them, the bearer of present consolation, the harbinger of future equality. But Holy Church at Marney had forgotten her sacred mission. We have introduced the reader to the vicar, an orderly man who deemed he did his duty if he preached each work 2 sermons, and enforced humility on his congregation and gratitude for the blessings of this life. The High Street and some neighbouring gentry were the staple of his hearers. Lord and Lady Marney came, attended by Captain Grouse, every Sunday morning with commendable regularity, and were ushered into the invisible interior of a vast pew that occupied half of the gallery, was lined with crimson damask, and furnished with easy chairs, and, for those who chose them, well padded stools of prayer. The people of Marney took refuge in conventicles which abounded, little plain buildings of pale brick, with the names painted on them of Zion, Bethel, Bethesda, names of a distant land, and the language of a persecuted and ancient race. Yet such is the mysterious power of their divine quality, breathing consolation in the 19th century to the harassed forms and the harrowed souls of a Saxon peasantry. But however devoted to his flock might have been the vicar of Marney, his exertions for their well-being, under any circumstances, must have been mainly limited to spiritual consolation. Married and a father, he received for his labours the small tithes of the parish, which seemed to him an income by no means equal to that of a superior banker's clerk or the cook of a great loanmonger. The great tithes of Marney, which might be counted by the thousands, swelled the vast rental which was drawn from this district by the fortunate earls that bore its name. The morning after the arrival of Egremont at the Abbey, an unusual stir might have been observed in the High Street of the town. Round the portico of the Green Dragon Hotel and Commercial Inn, a knot of principal personages, the chief lawyer, the brewer, the vicar himself, and several of those easy quidnuncs who abound in country towns, and who rank under the designation of retired gentlemen, were in close and very earnest converse. In a short time a servant on horseback in the Abbey livery galloped up to the portico and delivered a letter to the vicar. The excitement apparently had now greatly increased. On the opposite side of the way to the important group, A knot, larger in numbers but very deficient in quality, had formed themselves, and remained transfixed with gaping mouths and a curious, not to say alarmed air. The head constable walked up to the door of the Green Dragon, and though he did not presume to join the principal group, was evidently in attendance if required. The clock struck 11, a cart had stopped to watch events, and a gentleman's coachman riding home with a led horse. "Here they are," said the brewer. "Lord Marney himself," said the lawyer. "And Sir Vavasour Firebrace, I declare. I wonder how he came here," said a retired gentleman who had been a tallow chandler on Holborn Hill. The vicar took off his hat, and all uncovered. Lord Marney and his brother magistrate rode briskly up to the inn and rapidly dismounted. "Well, Snigford," said his lordship in a peremptory tone, "this is a pretty business. I'll have this stopped directly." Fortunate man if he succeed in doing so. The torch of the incendiary had for the first time been introduced into the parish of Marney, and last night the primest stacks of the Abbey farm had blazed a beacon to the agitated neighbourhood. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "It is not so much the fire, sir," said Mr. Bingley of the Abbey farm to Egremont, "but the temper of the people that alarms me. Do you know, sir, that there were 2 or 3 score of them here, and except my own farm servants, not one of them would lend a helping hand to put out the flames, though, with water so near, they might have been of great service." "You told my brother, Lord Marney, this?" "Oh, it's Mr. Charles I'm speaking to. My service to you, sir. I'm glad to see you in these parts again. It's a long time that we have had that pleasure, sir. Travelling in foreign parts, as I have heard say?" "Something of that; but very glad to find myself at home once more, Mr. Bingley, though very sorry to have had such a welcome as a blazing rick at the Abbey farm." "Well, do you know, Mr. Charles, between ourselves," and Mr. Bingley lowered his tone and looked around him, "things is very bad here. I can't make out for my part what has become of the country. 'Tain't the same land to live in as it was when you used to come to our moor coursing with the old lord. You remember that, I be sure, Mr. Charles?" "'Tis not easy to forget good sport, Mr. Bingley. With your permission I will put my horse up here for half an hour. I have a fancy to stroll to the ruins." "You wunna find them much changed," said the farmer smiling. "They have seen a deal of different things in their time. But you will taste our ale, Mr. Charles?" "When I return." But the hospitable Bingley would take no denial, and as his companion waved on the present occasion entering his house, for the sun had been some time declining, the farmer, calling one of his labourers to take Egremont's horse, hastened into the house to fill the brimming cup. "And what do you think of this fire?" said Egremont to the hind. "I think 'tis hard times for the poor, sir." "But rick burning will not make the times easier, my good man." The man made no reply, but with a dogged look led away the horse to his stable. About half a mile from Marney the dale narrowed, and the river took a winding course. It ran through meads, soft and vivid with luxuriant vegetation, bounded on either side by rich hanging woods, save where occasionally a quarry broke the verdant bosom of the heights with its rugged and tawny form. Fair stone and plenteous timber, and the current of fresh waters, combined, with the silent and secluded scene screened from every harsh and angry wind, to form the sacred spot that in old days Holy Church loved to hallow with its beauteous and enduring structures. Even the stranger, therefore, when he had left the town about 2 miles behind him, and had heard the farm and mill which he had passed called the Abbey farm and the Abbey mill, might have been prepared for the grateful vision of some monastic remains. As for Egremont, he had been almost born amid the ruins of Marney Abbey. Its solemn relics were associated with his first and freshest fancies. Every footstep was as familiar to him as it could have been to one of the old monks. yet never without emotion could he behold these unrivalled remains of one of the greatest of the great religious houses of the North. Over a space of not less than 10 acres might still be observed the fragments of the great abbey. These were, towards their limit, in general, moss-grown and mouldering memorials that told where once rose the offices and spread the terraced gardens of the old proprietors. Here might still be traced the dwelling of the Lord Abbot, and there still more distinctly, because built on a greater scale and of materials still more intended for perpetuity, the capacious hospital, a name that did not then denote the dwelling of disease, but a place where all the rites of hospitality were practised, where the traveller from the proud baron to the lonely pilgrim asked the shelter and the succour that never were denied, and at whose gate, called the portal of the poor, the peasants on the abbey lands, if in want, might appeal each morn and night for raiment and for food. But it was in the centre of this tract of ruins, occupying a space of not less than 2 acres, that with a strength that had defied time, and with a beauty that had at last turned away the wrath of man, still rose, if not in perfect, yet admirable form and state, one of the noblest achievements of Christian art, the Abbey Church. The summer vault was now its only roof, and all that remained of its gorgeous windows was the vastness of their arched symmetry, and some wreathed relics of their fantastic framework, but the rest was uninjured. From the west window, looking over the transept chapel of the Virgin, still adorned with pillars of marble and alabaster, the eye wandered down the nave to the great Orient light, a length of nearly 300 feet, through a gorgeous avenue of unshaken walls and columns that clustered to the skies. On each side of the Ladies' Chapel rose a tower. One, which is of great antiquity, being of that style which is commonly called Norman, short and very thick and square, did not mount much above the height of the western front. But the other tower was of a character very different. It was tall and light, and of a Gothic style most pure and graceful, the stone of which it was built, of a bright and even sparkling colour, and looking as if it were hewn but yesterday. At first its turreted crest seemed injured, but the truth is it was unfinished. The workmen were busied on this very tower the day that old Baldwin Greymount came as the king's commissioner to inquire into the conduct of this religious house. The abbots loved to memorize their reigns by some public work, which should add to the beauty of their buildings or the convenience of their subjects. And the last of the ecclesiastical lords of Marney, a man of fine taste and a skilful architect, was raising this new belfry for his brethren when the stern decree arrived that the bells should no more sound. And the hymn was no more to be chanted in the Ladies' Chapel, and the candles were no more to be lit on the high altar, and the gate of the poor was to be closed for ever, and the wanderer was no more to find a home. The body of the church was in many parts overgrown with brambles, and in all covered with a rank vegetation. It had been a very sultry day, and the blaze of the meridian heat still inflamed the air. The kine for shelter, rather than for sustenance, had wandered through some broken arches, and were lying in the shadow of the nave. This desecration of a spot once sacred, still beautiful and solemn, jarred on the feelings of Egremont. He sighed, and turning away, followed a path that after a few paces led him into the cloister garden. This was a considerable quadrangle, once surrounding the garden of the monks, but all that remained of that fair pleasaunce was a solitary yew in its centre that seemed the oldest tree that could well live, and was, according to tradition, more ancient than the most venerable walls of the abbey. Round this quadrangle was the refectory, the library, and the kitchen, and above them the cells and dormitory of the brethren. An imperfect staircase, not without danger, led to these unroofed chambers, but Egremont, familiar with the way, did not hesitate to pursue it, so that he soon found himself on an elevation overlooking the garden, while further on extended the vast cloisters of the monks, and adjoining was a cemetery that had once been enclosed and communicated with the cloister garden. It was one of those summer days that are so still that they seem as if it were a holiday of nature. The weary wind was sleeping in some grateful cavern, and the sunbeams basking on some fervent knoll. The river floated with a drowsy, unconscious course. There was no wave in the grass, no stir in the branches. A silence so profound amid these solemn ruins offered the perfection of solitude, and there was that stirring in the mind of Egremont which rendered him far from indisposed for this loneliness. The slight words that he had exchanged with the farmer and the hind had left him musing. Why was England not the same land as in the days of his light-hearted youth? Why were these hard times for the poor? He stood among the ruins that, as the farmer had well observed, had seen many changes. Changes of creeds, of dynasties, of laws, of manners. New orders of men had arisen in the country, new sources of wealth had opened, new dispositions of power to which that wealth had necessarily led. His own house, his own order, had established themselves on the ruins of that great body, the emblems of whose ancient magnificence and strength surrounded him. And now his order was in turn menaced. And the people, the millions of toil, on whose unconscious energies during these changeful centuries all rested, what changes had these centuries brought to them? Had their advance in the national scale borne a due relation to that progress of their rulers, which had accumulated in the treasuries of a limited class the riches of the world, and made their possessors boast that they were the first of nations, the most powerful and the most free, the most enlightened, the most moral and the most religious? Were there any rick-burners in the times of the Lord Abbots? And if not, why not? And why should the stacks of the Earls of Marney be destroyed, and those of the Abbots of Marney spared? Brooding over these suggestions, some voices disturbed him, and looking round he observed in the cemetery two men. One was standing beside a tomb which his companion was apparently examining. The first was of lofty stature, and though dressed with simplicity, had nothing sordid in his appearance. His garments gave no clue to his position in life. They might have been worn by a squire or by his gamekeeper, a dark velveteen dress and leathern gaiters. As Egremont caught his form, he threw his broad-brimmed country hat upon the ground, and showed a frank and manly countenance. His complexion might in youth have been ruddy, but time and time's attendants, thought and passion, had paled it. His chestnut hair, faded but not grey, still clustered over a noble brow. His features were regular and handsome, a well-formed nose, the square mouth and its white teeth, and the clear grey eye which befitted such an idiosyncrasy. His time of vigorous manhood, for he was much nearer 40 than 50 years of age, perhaps better suited his athletic form than the more supple and graceful season of youth. Stretching his powerful arms in the air, and delivering himself of an exclamation which denoted his weariness, and which had broken the silence, he expressed to his companion his determination to rest himself under the shade of the yew in the contiguous garden, and inviting his friend to follow him, he took up his hat and moved away. There was something in the appearance of the stranger that interested Egremont, and waiting till he had established himself in his pleasant resting place, Egremont descended into the cloister garden and determined to address him. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "You lean against an ancient trunk," said Egremont, carelessly advancing to the stranger, who looked up at him without any expression of surprise, and then replied, "They say 'tis the trunk beneath whose branches the monks encamped when they came to this valley to raise their building. It was their house till with the wood and stone around them, their labour and their fine art, they piled up their abbey. And then they were driven out of it, and it came to this. Poor men, poor men. They would hardly have forfeited their resting place had they deserved to retain it, said Egremont. They were rich. I thought it was poverty that was a crime, replied the stranger in a tone of simplicity. But they had committed other crimes. It may be so, we are very frail, but their history has been written by their enemies, they were condemned without a hearing, the people rose oftentimes in their behalf, and their property was divided with those on whose reports it was forfeited. At any rate, it was a forfeiture which gave life to the community, said Egremont. The lands are held by active men and not by drones. A drone is one who does not labour, said the stranger. Whether he wear a cowl or a coronet, 'tis the same to me. Somebody, I suppose, must own the land, though I have heard it said that this individual tenure is not a necessity. But however this may be, I am not one who would object to the lord, provided he were a gentle one. All agree the monastics were easy landlords. Their rents were low, they granted leases in those days. Their tenants too might renew their term before their tenure ran out. So they were men of spirit and property. There were yeomen then, sir. The country was not divided into two classes, masters and slaves. There was some resting place between luxury and misery. Comfort was an English habit then, not merely an English word. And do you really think they were easier landlords than our present ones? Said Egremont inquiringly. Human nature would tell us that, even if history did not confess it. The monastics could possess no private property, they could save no money, they could bequeath nothing. They lived, received, and expended in common. The monastery too was a proprietor that never died and never wasted. The farmer had a deathless landlord then, not a harsh guardian or a grinding mortgagee, or a dilatory master in chancery. All was certain. The manor had not to dread a change of lords, or the oaks to tremble at the axe of the squandering heir. How proud we are still in England of an old family, though, God knows, 'tis rare to see one now. Yet the people like to say, we held under him, and his father and his grandfather before him. They know that such a tenure is a benefit. The abbot was ever the same. The monks were in short in every district a point of refuge for all who needed succour, counsel, and protection. A body of individuals having no cares of their own, with wisdom to guide the inexperienced, with wealth to relieve the suffering, and often with power to protect the oppressed. You plead their cause with feeling, said Egremont, not unmoved. It is my own. They were the sons of the people like myself. I had thought rather these monasteries were the resort of the younger branches of the aristocracy, said Egremont. Instead of the pension list, replied his companion, smiling, but not with bitterness. Well, if we must have an aristocracy, I would sooner that its younger branches should be monks and nuns, than colonels without regiments, or housekeepers of royal palaces that exist only in name. Besides, see what advantage to a minister if the unendowed aristocracy were thus provided for now. He need not, like a minister in these days, entrust the conduct of public affairs to individuals notoriously incompetent, appoint to the command of expeditions generals who never saw a field, make governors of colonies out of men who could never govern themselves, or find an ambassador in a broken dandy or a blasted favourite. It is true that many of the monks and nuns were persons of noble birth. Why should they not have been? The aristocracy had their share, no more. They, like all other classes, were benefited by the monasteries. But the list of the mitred abbots when they were suppressed shows that the great majority of the heads of houses were of the people. Well, whatever difference of opinion may exist on these points, said Egremont, there is one on which there can be no controversy. The monks were great architects. Ah, there it is, said the stranger, in a tone of plaintiveness. If the world but only knew what they had lost! I am sure that not the faintest idea is generally prevalent of the appearance of England before and since the dissolution. Why, sir, in England and Wales alone, there were of these institutions of different sizes. I mean monasteries, and chantries, and chapels, and great hospitals, considerably upwards of 3,000, all of them fair buildings, many of them of exquisite beauty. They were on an average in every shire at least 20 structures, such as this was; in this great county double that number; establishments that were as vast and as magnificent and as beautiful as your Belvers and your Chatworths, your Wentworths and your Stowes. Try to imagine the effect of 30 or 40 Chatworths in this county, the proprietors of which were never absent. You complain enough now of absentees. The monks were never non-resident. They expended their revenue among those whose labour had produced it. These holy men too built and planted, as they did everything else, for posterity. Their churches were cathedrals, their schools colleges, their halls and libraries the muniment rooms of kingdoms. Their woods and waters, their farms and gardens, were laid out and disposed on a scale and in a spirit that are now extinct. They made the country beautiful, and the people proud of their country. Yet if the monks were such public benefactors, why did not the people rise in their favour? They did, but too late. They struggled for a century, but they struggled against property, and they were beat. As long as the monks existed, the people, when aggrieved, had property on their side. And now 'tis all over, said the stranger, and travellers come and stare at these ruins, and think themselves very wise to moralize over time. They are the children of violence, not of time. It is war that created these ruins, civil war, of all our civil wars the most inhuman, for it was waged with the unresisting. The monasteries were taken by storm, they were sacked, gutted, battered with warlike instruments, blown up with gunpowder. You may see the marks of the blast against the new tower here. Never was such a plunder. The whole face of the country for a century was that of a land recently invaded by a ruthless enemy. It was worse than the Norman conquest. Nor has England ever lost this character of ravage. I don't know whether the Union workhouses will remove it. They are building something for the people at last. After an experiment of 3 centuries, your jails being full, and your treadmills losing something of their virtue, you have given us a substitute for the monasteries." "You lament the old faith," said Egremont in a tone of respect. "I am not viewing the question as one of faith," said the stranger. "It is not as a matter of religion, but as a matter of right that I am considering it. As a matter, I should say, of private right and public happiness. You might have changed if you thought fit the religion of the abbots, as you changed the religion of the bishops. But you had no right to deprive men of their property, and property moreover which under their administration so mainly contributed to the welfare of the community." "As for community," said a voice which proceeded neither from Egremont nor the stranger, "with the monasteries expired the only type that we have ever had in England of such an intercourse. There is no community in England. There is aggregation, but aggregation under circumstances which makes it rather a dissociating than a uniting principle." It was a still voice that uttered these words, yet one of a peculiar character, one of those voices that instantly arrest attention, gentle and yet solemn, earnest yet unimpassioned. With a step as whispering as his tone, the man who had been kneeling by the tomb had unobservedly joined his associate and Egremont. He hardly reached the middle height; his form slender but well proportioned; his pale countenance, slightly marked with the smallpox, was redeemed from absolute ugliness by a highly intellectual brow, and large dark eyes that indicated deep sensibility and great quickness of apprehension. Though young, he was already a little bald. He was dressed entirely in black. The fairness of his linen, the neatness of his beard, his gloves much worn, yet carefully mended, intimated that his very faded garments were the result of necessity rather than of negligence. You also lament the dissolution of these bodies, said Egremont. There is so much to lament in the world in which we live, said the younger of the strangers, that I can spare no pang for the past. Yet you approve of the principle of their society. You prefer it, you say, to our existing life. Yes, I prefer association to gregariousness. That is a distinction, said Egremont musingly. It is a community of purpose that constitutes society, continued the younger stranger. Without that, men may be drawn into contiguity, but they still continue virtually isolated. And is that their condition in cities? It is their condition everywhere, but in cities that condition is aggravated. A density of population implies a severer struggle for existence, and a consequent repulsion of elements brought into too close contact. In great cities men are brought together by the desire of gain. They are not in a state of cooperation, but of isolation as to the making of fortunes, and for all the rest they are careless of neighbours. Christianity teaches us to love our neighbour as ourself. Modern society acknowledges no neighbour. Well, we live in strange times, said Egremont, struck by the observation of his companion, and relieving a perplexed spirit by an ordinary exclamation, which often denotes that the mind is more stirring than it cares to acknowledge, or at the moment is capable to express. When the infant begins to walk, it also thinks that it lives in strange times, said his companion. Your inference? Asked Egremont. That society, still in its infancy, is beginning to feel its way. This is a new reign, said Egremont. Perhaps it is a new era. I think so, said the younger stranger. I hope so, said the elder one. Well, society may be in its infancy, said Egremont, slightly smiling, but say what you like, our queen reigns over the greatest nation that ever existed. Which nation? Asked the younger stranger, for she reigns over two. The stranger paused. Egremont was silent, but looked inquiringly. Yes, resumed the younger stranger, after a moment's interval. Two nations, between whom there is no intercourse and no sympathy, who are as ignorant of each other's habits, thoughts, and feelings, as if they were dwellers in different zones, or inhabitants of different planets, who are formed by a different breeding, are fed by a different food, are ordered by different manners, and are not governed by the same laws. You speak of, said Egremont hesitatingly, the rich and the poor. At this moment a sudden flush of rosy light, suffusing the grey ruins, indicated that the sun had just fallen, and through a vacant arch that overlooked them, alone in the resplendent sky, glittered the twilight star. The hour, the scene, the solemn stillness, and the softening beauty repressed controversy, induced even silence. The last words of the stranger lingered in the ear of Egremont. His musing spirit was teeming with many thoughts, many emotions, when from the Lady Chapel there rose the evening hymn to the Virgin. A single voice, but tones of almost supernatural sweetness, tender and solemn, yet flexible and thrilling. Egremont started from his reverie. He would have spoken, but he perceived that the elder of the strangers had risen from his resting place, and with downcast eyes and crossed arms was on his knees. The other remained standing in his former posture. The divine melody ceased. The elder stranger rose. The words were on the lips of Egremont that would have asked some explanation of this sweet and holy mystery, when in the vacant and starlit arch on which his glance was fixed, he beheld a female form. She was apparently in the habit of a religious, yet scarcely could be a nun, for her veil, if indeed it were a veil, had fallen on her shoulders, and revealed her thick tresses of long fair hair. The blush of deep emotion lingered on a countenance, which, though extremely young, was impressed with a character of almost divine majesty, while her dark eyes and long dark lashes, contrasting with the brightness of her complexion and the luxuriance of her radiant locks, combined to produce a beauty as rare as it is a choice. and so strange that Egremont might for a moment have been pardoned for believing her a seraph that had lighted on this sphere, or the fair phantom of some saint haunting the sacred ruins of her desecrated fane. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "I understand then," said Lord Marney to his brother, as on the evening of the same day they were seated together in the drawing–room, in close converse, "I understand then that you have in fact paid nothing, and that my mother will give you £1,000. That won't go very far." "It will hardly pay for the chairing," said Egremont. "The restoration of the family influence was celebrated on so great a scale." "The family influence must be supported," said Lord Marney, "and my mother will give you £1,000. As I said, that will not do much for you, but I like her spirit. Contests are very expensive things, yet I quite approve of what you have done, especially as you won. It is a great thing in these £10 days to win your first contest, and shows powers of calculation which I respect. Everything in this world is calculation; there is no such thing as luck, depend upon it. And if you go on calculating with equal exactness, you must succeed in life. Now the question is, what is to be done with your election bills?" "Exactly." "You want to know what I will do for you, or rather what I can do for you; that is the point. My inclination, of course, is to do everything for you, but when I calculate my resources, I may find that they are not equal to my inclination." "I am sure, George, you will do everything, and more than everything you ought." "I am extremely pleased about this £1,000 of my mother, Charles." "Most admirable of her; but she always is so generous." "Her jointure has been most regularly paid," continued Lord Marney. "Always be exact in your payments, Charles; there is no end to the good it produces. Now if I had not been so regular in paying my mother her jointure, she would not in all probability have been able to have given you this £1,000, and therefore to a certain extent you are indebted for this £1,000 to me." Egremont drew up a little, but said nothing. "I am obliged to pay my mother her jointure, whether ricks are burnt or not," said Lord Marney. "It's very hard; don't you think so?" "But these ricks were Bingley's?" "But he was not insured, and he will want some reduction in his rent, and if I do not see fit to allow it him, which I probably shall not, for he ought to have calculated on these things, I have ricks of my own, and they may be burnt any night." "But you of course are insured." "No, I am not. I calculate 'tis better to run the risk." "I wonder why ricks are burnt now, and were not in the old days," said Egremont. "Because there is a surplus population in the kingdom," said Lord Marney, "and no rural police in the county." "You were speaking of the election, George," said Egremont, not without reluctance, yet anxious, as the ice had been broken, to bring the matter to a result. Lord Marney, before the election, had written, in reply to his mother consulting him on the step, a letter with which she was delighted, but which Egremont at the time could have wished to have been more explicit. However, in the excitement attendant on a first contest, and influenced by the person whose judgment always swayed, and, in the present case, was peculiarly entitled to sway him, he stifled his scruples, and persuaded himself that he was a candidate not only with the sanction but at the instance of his brother. "You were speaking of the election, George," said Egremont. "About the election, Charles. Well, the long and the short of it is this, that I wish to see you comfortable. To be harassed about money is one of the most disagreeable incidents of life. It ruffles the temper, lowers the spirits, disturbs the rest, and finally breaks up one's health. Always, if you possibly can, keep square. And if by any chance you do find yourself in a scrape, come to me. There is nothing under these circumstances like the advice of a cool–headed friend." As valuable as the assistance of a cold–hearted one, thought Egremont, who did not fancy too much the tone of this conversation. "But there is one thing of which you must particularly beware," continued Lord Marney. "There is one thing worse even than getting into difficulties: patching them up. The patching up system is fatal. It is sure to break down. You never get clear. Now, what I want to do for you, Charles, is to put you right altogether. I want to see you square and more than square, in a position which will for ever guarantee you from any annoyance of this kind." "He is a good fellow after all," thought Egremont. "That £1,000 of my mother was very apropos," said Lord Marney. "I suppose it was a sop that will keep them all right till we have made our arrangements?" "Oh, there is no pressure of that kind," said Egremont. "If I see my way and write to them, of course they will be quite satisfied." "Excellent," said Lord Marney. "And nothing could be more convenient to me, for between ourselves, my balances are very low at this moment. The awful expenditure of keeping up this place, and then such terrible encumbrances as I came to." "Encumbrances, George! Why, I thought you had not any. There was not a single mortgage." "No mortgages. They are nothing. You find them, you get used to them, and you calculate accordingly. You quite forget the portions for younger children." "Yes, but you had plenty of ready money for them." "I had to pay them though," said Lord Marney. "Had I not, I might have bought Grimblethorpe with the money. Such an opportunity will never occur again." "But you talked of encumbrances," said Egremont. "Ah, my dear fellow," said Lord Marney, "you don't know what it is to have to keep up an estate like this. And very lucky for you. It is not the easy life you dream of. There's buildings. I am ruined in buildings. Our poor dear father thought he left me Marney without an encumbrance. Why, there was not a barn on the whole estate that was weatherproof; not a farmhouse that was not half in ruins. What I have spent in buildings! And draining! Though I make my own tiles, draining, my dear fellow, is a something of which you have not the least idea." "Well," said Egremont, anxious to bring his brother back to the point, "you think then I had better write to them and say—" "And now for your business," said Lord Marney. "Now I will tell you what I can do for you. I was speaking to Arabella about it last night. She quite approves my idea. You remember the de Mowbrays? Well, we are going to stay at Mowbray Castle, and you are to go with us. It is the first time they have received company since their great loss. Ah, you were abroad at the time, and so you are behindhand. Lord Mowbray's only son, Fitzwarren, you remember him, a deuced clever fellow. He died about a year ago in Greece of a fever. Never was such a blow. His two sisters, Lady Joan and Lady Maud, are looked upon as the greatest heiresses in the kingdom. But I know Mowbray well. He will make an eldest son of his eldest daughter. She will have it all. She is one of Arabella's dearest friends, and you are to marry her." Egremont stared at his brother, who patted him on the back with an expression of unusual kindness, and adding, "You have no idea what a load this has taken off my mind, my dear Charles. So great has my anxiety always been about you, particularly of late. To see you Lord of Mowbray Castle will realize my fondest hopes. That is a position fit for a man, and I know none more worthy of it than yourself, though I am your brother who say so. Now let us come and speak to Arabella about it." So saying, Lord Marney, followed somewhat reluctantly by his brother, advanced to the other end of the drawing room, where his wife was employed with her embroidery frame, and seated next to her young friend, Miss Poinsett, who was playing chess with Captain Grouse, a member of the chess club, and one of the most capital performers extant. "Well, Arabella," said Lord Marney, "it is all settled. Charles agrees with me about going to Mowbray Castle, and I think the sooner we go the better. What do you think of the day after to morrow? That will suit me exactly, and therefore I think we had better fix on it. We shall consider it settled." Lady Marney looked embarrassed and a little distressed. Nothing could be more unexpected by her than this proposition; nothing more inconvenient than the arrangement. It was very true that Lady Joan Fitzwarren had invited them to Mowbray, and she had some vague intention, some day or other, of deliberating whether they should avail themselves of this kindness. But to decide upon going, and upon going instantly, without the least consultation, the least inquiry as to the suitableness of the arrangement, the visit of Miss Poinsett abruptly and ungraciously terminated, for example, all this was vexatious, distressing, a mode of management which out of the simplest incidents of domestic life contrived to extract some degree of perplexity and annoyance. "Do you not think, George," said Lady Marney, "that we had better talk it over a little?" "Not at all," said Lord Marney. "Charles will go, and it quite suits me, and therefore what necessity for any consultation?" "Oh, if you and Charles like to go, certainly," said Lady Marney in a hesitating tone. "Only I shall be very sorry to lose your society." "How do you mean lose our society, Arabella? Of course you must go with us. I particularly want you to go. You are Lady Joan's most intimate friend. I believe there is no one she likes so much." "I cannot go the day after to morrow," said Lady Marney, speaking in a whisper, and looking volumes of deprecation. "I cannot help it," said Lord Marney. "You should have told me this before. I wrote to Mowbray to day that we should be with him the day after to morrow, and stay a week." "But you never mentioned it to me," said Lady Marney, slightly blushing and speaking in a tone of gentle reproach. "I should like to know when I am to find time to mention the contents of every letter I write," said Lord Marney, "particularly with all the vexatious business I have had on my hands to day. But so it is, the more one tries to save you trouble, the more discontented you get." "No, not discontented, George." "I do not know what you call discontented, but when a man has made every possible arrangement to please you and everybody, and all his plans are to be set aside merely because the day he has fixed on does not exactly suit your fancy, if that be not discontent, I should like very much to know what it is, Arabella." Lady Marney did not reply. Always sacrificed, always yielding, the moment she attempted to express an opinion, she ever seemed to assume the position not of the injured, but the injurer. Arabella was a woman of abilities, which she had cultivated. She had excellent sense, and possessed many admirable qualities. She was far from being devoid of sensibility, but her sweet temper shrank from controversy, and nature had not endowed her with a spirit which could direct and control. She yielded without a struggle to the arbitrary will and unreasonable caprice of a husband who was scarcely her equal in intellect, and far her inferior in all the genial qualities of our nature, but who governed her by his iron selfishness. Lady Marney absolutely had no will of her own. A hard, exact, literal, bustling, acute being environed her existence, directed, planned, settled everything. Her life was a series of petty sacrifices and balked enjoyments. If her carriage were at the door, she was never certain that she would not have to send it away. If she had asked some friends to her house, the chances were she would have to put them off. If she were reading a novel, Lord Marney asked her to copy a letter. If she were going to the opera, she found that Lord Marney had got seats for her and some friend in the House of Lords, and seemed expecting the strongest expressions of delight and gratitude from her for his unasked and inconvenient kindness. Lady Marney had struggled against this tyranny in the earlier days of their union. Innocent, inexperienced Lady Marney! As if it were possible for a wife to contend against a selfish husband, at once sharp-witted and blunt-hearted. She had appealed to him, she had even reproached him, she had wept, once she had knelt. But Lord Marney looked upon these demonstrations as the disordered sensibility of a girl unused to the marriage state, and ignorant of the wise authority of husbands, of which he deemed himself a model. And so, after a due course of initiation, Lady Marney, invisible for days, plunged in remorseful reveries in the mysteries of her boudoir, and her lord dining at his club and going to the minor theatres, the Countess was broken in, and became the perfect wife of a perfect husband. Lord Marney, who was fond of chess, turned out Captain Grouse, and very gallantly proposed to finish his game with Miss Poinsett, which Miss Poinsett, who understood Lord Marney as well as he understood chess, took care speedily to lose, so that his lordship might encounter a champion worthy of him. Egremont, seated by his sister-in-law, and anxious by kind words to soothe the irritation which he had observed with pain his brother create, entered into easy talk, and after some time said, "I find you have been good enough to mould my destiny." Lady Marney looked a little surprised, and then said, "How so?" "You have decided on, I hear, the most important step of my life." "Indeed, you perplex me." "Lady Joan Fitz Warene, your friend." The countess blushed; the name was a clue which she could follow, but Egremont nevertheless suspected that the idea had never previously occurred to her. Lady Joan she described as not beautiful, certainly not beautiful. Nobody would consider her beautiful; many would indeed think her quite the reverse. And yet she had a look, one particular look, when, according to Lady Marney, she was more than beautiful. But she was very clever, very indeed, something quite extraordinary. "Accomplished?" "Oh, far beyond that. I have heard even men say that no one knew so much." "A regular blue?" "Oh no, not at all a blue, not that kind of knowledge. But languages and learned books, Arabic and Hebrew and old manuscripts. And then she has an observatory, and was the first person who discovered the comet. Dr. Buckland swears by her. And she corresponds with Arago." "And her sister, is she the same?" "Lady Maud, she is very religious. I do not know her so well." "Is she pretty?" "Some people admire her very much." "I never was at Mowbray. What sort of a place is it?" "Oh, it is very grand," said Lady Marney. "But like all places in the manufacturing districts, very disagreeable. You never have a clear sky. Your toilette table is covered with blacks. The deer in the park seem as if they had bathed in a lake of Indian ink; and as for the sheep, you expect to see chimney sweeps for the shepherds." "And do you really mean to go on Thursday?" said Egremont. "I think we had better put it off." "We must go," said Lady Marney, with a sort of sigh, and shaking her head. "Let me speak to Marney." "Oh no, we must go. I am annoyed about this dear little Poinsett. She has been to stay with me so very often, and she has only been here 3 days. When she comes in again, I wish you would ask her to sing, Charles." Soon the dear little Poinsett was singing, much gratified by being invited to the instrument by Mr Egremont, who for a few minutes hung over her, and then, evidently under the influence of her tones, walked up and down the room, and only speaking to beg that she would continue her charming performances. Lady Marney was engrossed with her embroidery; her lord and the captain with their game. And what was Egremont thinking of? Of Mowbray, you may be sure. And of Lady Joan or Lady Maud? Not exactly. Mowbray was the name of the town to which the strangers he had met with in the Abbey were bound. It was the only piece of information that he had been able to obtain of them, and that casually. When the fair vision of the starlit arch, about to descend to her 2 companions, perceived that they were in conversation with a stranger, she hesitated, and in a moment withdrew. Then the elder of the travellers, exchanging a glance with his friend, bid good even to Egremont. "Our way perhaps lies the same," said Egremont. "I should deem not," said the stranger, "nor are we alone." "And we must be stirring, for we have far to go," said he who was dressed in black. "My journey is very brief," said Egremont, making a desperate effort to invite communication, "and I am on horseback." "And we on foot," said the elder, "nor shall we stop till we reach Mowbray." And with a slight salute they left Egremont alone. There was something in the manner of the elder stranger which repressed the possibility of Egremont following him. Leaving then the cloister garden in another direction, he speculated on meeting them outside the Abbey. He passed through the ladies' chapel. The beautiful religious was not there. He gained the west front; no one was visible. He took a rapid survey of each side of the Abbey; not a being to be recognized. He fancied they must have advanced towards the Abbey farm, yet they might have proceeded further on in the dale. Perplexed, he lost time. Finally he proceeded towards the farm, but did not overtake them, reached it, but learned nothing of them, and arrived at his brother's, full of a strange yet sweet perplexity. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a commercial country like England, every half-century develops some new and vast source of public wealth, which brings into national notice a new and powerful class. A couple of centuries ago, a Turkey merchant was the great creator of wealth. The West Indian planter followed him. In the middle of the last century appeared the nabob. These characters in their zenith in turn merged in the land and became English aristocrats. While the Levant decaying, the West Indies exhausted, and Hindustan plundered, the breeds died away, and now exist only in our English comedies, from Wycherley and Congreve to Cumberland and Morton. The expenditure of the Revolutionary War produced the loanmonger who succeeded the nabob, and the application of science to industry developed the manufacturer, who in turn aspires to be large-acred, and always will as long as we have a territorial constitution, a better security for the preponderance of the landed interest than any corn law, fixed or fluctuating. Of all these characters, the one that on the whole made the largest fortunes in the most rapid manner, and we do not forget the marvels of the Waterloo loan, or the miracles of Manchester during the Continental blockade, was the Anglo-East Indian about the time that Hastings was first appointed to the great viceroyalty. It was not unusual for men in positions so obscure that their names had never reached the public in this country, and who yet had not been absent from their native land for a longer period than the siege of Troy, to return with their million. One of the most fortunate of this class of obscure adventurers was a certain John Warren. A very few years before the breaking out of the American War, he was a waiter at a celebrated club in St. James Street. A quick yet steady young fellow, assiduous, discreet, and very civil. In this capacity he pleased a gentleman who was just appointed to the government of Madras, and who wanted a valet. Warren, though prudent, was adventurous, and accepted the opening which he believed fortune offered him. He was prescient. The voyage in those days was an affair of 6 months. During this period Warren still more ingratiated himself with his master. He wrote a good hand, and his master a very bad one. He had a natural talent for accounts, a kind of information which was useful to his employer. He arrived at Madras no longer a valet, but a private secretary. His master went out to make a fortune, but he was indolent, and had indeed none of the qualities for success except his great position. Warren had every quality but that. The basis of the confederacy therefore was intelligible. It was founded on mutual interests and cemented by reciprocal assistance. The governor granted monopolies to the secretary, who apportioned a due share to his sleeping partner. There appeared one of those dearths not unusual in Hindustan. The population of the famished province cried out for rice, the stores of which, diminished by nature, had for months mysteriously disappeared. A provident administration, it seems, had invested the public revenue in its benevolent purchase. The misery was so excessive that even pestilence was anticipated, when the great forestallers came to the rescue of the people over whose destinies they presided, and at the same time fed and pocketed millions. This was the great stroke of the financial genius of Warren. He was satisfied. He longed once more to see St. James Street, and to become a member of the club where he had once been a waiter. But he was the spoiled child of fortune, who would not so easily spare him. The governor died, and had appointed his secretary his sole executor. Not that his Excellency particularly trusted his agent, but he dared not confide the knowledge of his affairs to any other individual. The estate was so complicated that Warren offered the heirs a good round sum for his quittance, and to take the settlement upon himself. India so distant and Chancery so near, the heirs accepted the proposition. Winding up this estate, Warren avenged the cause of plundered provinces, and the House of Commons itself, with Burke and Francis at its head, could scarcely have mulcted the late governor more severely. A Mr. Warren, of whom no one had ever heard except that he was a nabob, had recently returned from India and purchased a large estate in the north of England, was returned to Parliament one of the representatives of a close borough which he had purchased, a quiet, gentlemanlike, middle-aged man, with no decided political opinions, and, as parties were then getting very equal, of course very much courted. The throes of Lord North's administration were commencing. The minister asked the new member to dine with him, and found the new member singularly free from all party prejudices. Mr. Warren was one of those members who announced their determination to listen to the debates and to be governed by the arguments. All complimented him, all spoke to him. Mr. Fox declared that he was a most superior man. Mr. Burke said that these were the men who could alone save the country. Mrs. Crewe asked him to supper. He was caressed by the most brilliant of duchesses. At length there arrived one of those fierce trials of strength which precede the fall of a minister, but which sometimes, from peculiar circumstances, as in the instances of Walpole and Lord North, are not immediate in their results. How would Warren vote, was the great question. He would listen to the arguments. Burke was full of confidence that he should catch Warren. The day before the debate there was a levee which Mr. Warren attended. The sovereign stopped him, spoke to him, smiled on him, asked him many questions about himself, the House of Commons, how he liked it, how he liked England. There was a flutter in the circle, a new favourite at court. The debate came off, the division took place, Mr. Warren voted for the minister, Burke denounced him, the king made him a baronet. Sir John Warren made a great alliance, at least for him. He married the daughter of an Irish earl, became one of the king's friends, supported Lord Shelburne, threw over Lord Shelburne, had the tact early to discover that Mr. Pitt was the man to stick to, stuck to him. Sir John Warren bought another estate and picked up another borough. He was fast becoming a personage. Throughout the Indian debates he kept himself extremely quiet. Once indeed, in vindication of Mr. Hastings, whom he greatly admired, he ventured to correct Mr. Francis on a point of fact with which he was personally acquainted. He thought that it was safe, but he never spoke again. He knew not the resources of vindictive genius or the powers of a malignant imagination. Burke owed the nabob a turn for the vote which had gained him a baronetcy. The orator seized the opportunity and alarmed the secret conscience of the Indian adventurer by his dark allusions and his fatal familiarity with the subject. Another estate, however, and another borough were some consolation for this little misadventure, and in time the French Revolution, to Sir John's great relief, turned the public attention for ever from Indian affairs. The nabob, from the faithful adherent of Mr. Pitt, had become even his personal friends. The wits indeed had discovered that he had been a waiter, and endless were the epigrams of Fitzpatrick and the jokes of Hare, but Mr. Pitt cared nothing about the origin of his supporters. On the contrary, Sir John was exactly the individual from whom the minister meant to carve out his plebeian aristocracy, and using his friend as a feeler before he ventured on his greater operations, the nabob one morning was transformed into an Irish baron. The new baron figured in his patent as Lord Fitzwarren, his Norman origin and descent from the old barons of this name having been discovered at Herald's College. This was a rich harvest for Fitzpatrick and Hare, but the public gets accustomed to everything and has an easy habit of faith. The new baron cared nothing for ridicule, for he was working for posterity. He was compensated for every annoyance by the remembrance that the St. James Street waiter was ennobled, and by his determination that his children should rank still higher in the proud peerage of his country. So he obtained the royal permission to resume the surname and arms of his ancestors as well as their title. There was an ill-natured story set afloat that Sir John owed this promotion to having lent money to the minister, but this was a calumny. Mr. Pitt never borrowed money of his friends. Once indeed, to save his library, he took £1,000 from an individual on whom he had conferred high rank and immense promotion, and this individual, who had the minister's bond when Mr. Pitt died, insisted on his right, and actually extracted the £1,000 from the insolvent estate of his magnificent patron. But Mr. Pitt always preferred a usurer to a friend, and to the last day of his life borrowed money at 50 per cent. The Nabob departed this life before the minister, but he lived long enough to realize his most aspiring dream. 2 months before his death, the Irish baron was quietly converted into an English peer, and without exciting any attention, all the squibs of Fitzpatrick, all the jokes of Hare, quite forgotten, the waiter of the St. James Street Club took his seat in the most natural manner possible in the House of Lords. The great estate of the late Lord Fitzwarren was situated at Mowbray, a village which principally belonged to him, and near which he had raised a Gothic castle worthy of his Norman name and ancestry. Mowbray was one of those places which during the long war had expanded from an almost unknown village to a large and flourishing manufacturing town, a circumstance which, as Lady Marney observed, might have somewhat deteriorated the atmosphere of the splendid castle, but which had nevertheless doubled the vast rental of its lord. He who had succeeded to his father was Altamont Belvedere, named after his mother's family, Fitzwarren, Lord Fitzwarren. He was not deficient in abilities, though he had not his father's talents, but he was over-educated for his intellect, a common misfortune. The new Lord Fitzwarren was the most aristocratic of breathing beings. He most fully, entirely, and absolutely believed in his pedigree. His coat of arms was emblazoned on every window, embroidered on every chair, carved in every corner. Shortly after his father's death, he was united to the daughter of a ducal house, by whom he had a son and 2 daughters, christened by names which the ancient records of the Fitzwarrens authorized. His son, who gave promise of abilities which might have rendered the family really distinguished, was Valence; his daughters, Joan and Maud. All that seemed wanting to the glory of the house was a great distinction of which a rich peer with 6 seats in the House of Commons could not ultimately despair. Lord Fitzwarren aspired to rank among the Earls of England. But the successors of Mr. Pitt were strong. They thought the Fitzwarrens had already been too rapidly advanced. It was whispered that the king did not like the new man, that his Majesty thought him pompous, full of pretence, in short, a fool. But though the successors of Mr. Pitt managed to govern the country for 20 years, and were generally very strong, in such an interval of time, however good their management or great their luck, there were inevitably occasions when they found themselves in difficulties, when it was necessary to conciliate the lukewarm or to reward the devoted. Lord Fitzwarren well understood how to avail himself of these occasions. It was astonishing how conscientious and scrupulous he became during Walcheren expeditions, Manchester massacres, Queen's trials. Every scrape of the government was a step in the ladder to the great boroughmonger. The old king too had disappeared from the stage, and the tawdry grandeur of the great Norman peer rather suited George the Fourth. He was rather a favourite at the cottage. They wanted his 6 votes for Canning. He made his terms, and one of the means by which we got a man of genius for a minister was elevating Lord Fitzwarren to the peerage by the style and title of Earl de Mowbray of Mowbray Castle. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We must now for a while return to the strangers of the Abbey ruins. When the two men had joined the beautiful Religious, whose apparition had so startled Egremont, they all three quitted the Abbey by a way which led them by the back of the cloister garden, and so on by the bank of the river for about 100 yards, when they turned up the winding glen of a dried-up tributary stream. At the head of the glen at which they soon arrived was a beer shop, screened by some huge elms from the winds that blew over the vast moor, which, except in the direction of Mardale, now extended as far as the eye could reach. Here the companions stopped, the beautiful Religious seated herself on a stone bench beneath the trees, while the elder stranger, calling out to the inmate of the house to apprise him of his return, himself proceeded to a neighbouring shed, whence he brought forth a very small rough pony with a rude saddle, but one evidently intended for a female rider. "It is well," said the taller of the men, "that I am not a member of a temperance society like you, Stephen, or it would be difficult to reward this good man for his care of our steed. I will take a cup of the drink of Saxon kings." Then leading up the pony to the Religious, he placed her on its back with gentleness and with much natural grace, saying at the same time in a subdued tone, "And you, shall I bring you a glass of nature's wine?" "I have drank of the spring of the holy Abbey," said the Religious, "and none other must touch my lips this eve." "Come, our course must be brisk," said the elder of the men, as he gave up his glass to their host and led off the pony, Stephen walking on its other side. Though the sun had fallen, the twilight was still glowing, and even on this wide expanse the air was still. The vast and undulating surface of the brown and purple moor, varied occasionally by some fantastic rocks, gleamed in the shifting light. Hesperus was the only star that yet was visible, and seemed to move before them and lead them on their journey. "I hope," said the Religious, turning to the elder stranger, "that if ever we regain our right, my father, and that we ever can, save by the interposition of divine will, seems to me clearly impossible, that you will never forget how bitter it is to be driven from the soil, and that you will bring back the people to the land." "I would pursue our right for no other cause," said the father. "After centuries of sorrow and degradation, it should never be said that we had no sympathy with the sad and oppressed." "After centuries of sorrow and degradation," said Stephen, "let it not be said that you acquired your right only to create a baron or a squire." "Nay, thou shalt have thy way, Stephen," said his companion smiling, "if ever the good hour come, as many acres as thou choosest for thy new Jerusalem." "Call it what you will, Walter," replied Stephen, "but if I ever gain the opportunity of fully carrying the principle of association into practice, I will sing Nunc me dimittas." "Nunc me dimittas," burst forth the Religious in a voice of thrilling melody, and she pursued for some minutes the divine canticle. Her companions gazed on her with an air of affectionate reverence as she sang, each instant the stars becoming brighter, the wide moor assuming a darker hue. "Now tell me, Stephen," said the Religious, turning her head and looking round with a smile, "think you not it would be a fairer lot to bide this night at some kind monastery, than to be hastening now to that least picturesque of all creations, a railway station?" "The railways will do as much for mankind as the monasteries did," said Stephen. "Had it not been for the railway, we should never have made our visit to Marney Abbey," said the elder of the travellers. "Nor seen its last abbot's tomb," said the Religious. "When I marked your name upon the stone, my father, woe is me, but I felt sad indeed that it was reserved for our blood to surrender to ruthless men that holy trust." "He never surrendered," said her father. "He was tortured and hanged." "He is with the communion of saints," said the Religious. "I would I could see a communion of men," said Stephen, "and then there would be no more violence, for there would be no more plunder." "You must regain our lands for us, Stephen," said the Religious. "Promise me, my father, that I shall raise a holy house for pious women, if that ever hap." "We will not forget our ancient faith," said her father, "the only old thing that has not left us." "I cannot understand," said Stephen, "why you should ever have lost sight of these papers, Walter." "You see, my friend, they were never in my possession. They were never mine when I saw them. They were my father's, and he was jealous of all interference. He was a small yeoman who had risen in the war time, well to do in the world, but always hankering after the old tradition that the lands were ours. This Hatton got hold of him. He did his work well, I have heard. Certain it is my father spared nothing. It is 25 years come Martinmas since he brought his writ of right, and though baffled he was not beaten. But then he died. His affairs were in great confusion. He had mortgaged his land for his writ, and the war prices were gone. There were debts that could not be paid. I had no capital for a farm. I would not sink to be a labourer on the soil that had once been our own. I had just married. It was needful to make a great exertion. I had heard much of the high wages of this new industry. I left the land." "And the papers?" "I never thought of them, or thought of them with disgust as the cause of my ruin. Then when you came the other day, and showed me in the book that the last abbot of Marney was a Walter Gerard, the old feeling stirred again, and I could not help telling you that my fathers fought at Azincourt, though I was only the overlooker at Mr Trafford's mill." "A good old name of the good old faith," said the Religious, "and a blessing be on it." "We have cause to bless it," said Gerard. "I thought it then something to serve a gentleman, and as for my daughter, she by their goodness was brought up in holy walls, which have made her what she is." "Nature made her what she is," said Stephen in a low voice, and speaking not without emotion. Then he continued in a louder and brisker tone, "But this Hatton, you know nothing of his whereabouts?" "Never heard of him since. I had indeed about a year after my father's death cause to inquire after him. But he had quitted Mowbray, and none could give me tidings of him. He had lived, I believe, on our lawsuit, and vanished with our hopes." After this there was silence. Each was occupied with his thoughts, while the influence of the soft night and starry hour induced to contemplation. "I hear the murmur of the train," said the Religious. "'Tis the up train," said her father. "We have yet a quarter of an hour. We shall be in good time." So saying, he guided the pony to where some lights indicated the station of the railway, which here crossed the moor. There was just time to return the pony to the person at the station from whom it had been borrowed, and obtain their tickets, when the bell of the down train sounded, and in a few minutes the Religious and her companions were on their way to Mowbray, whither a course of 2 hours carried them. It was 2 hours to midnight when they arrived at Mowbray station, which was about a quarter of a mile from the town. Labour had long ceased. A beautiful heaven, clear and serene, canopied the city of smoke and toil. In all directions rose the columns of the factories, dark and defined in the purple sky, a glittering star sometimes hovering by the crest of their tall and tapering forms. The travellers proceeded in the direction of a suburb, and approached the very high wall of an extensive garden. The moon rose as they reached it, tipped the trees with light, and revealed a lofty and centre portal, by the side of it a wicket, at which Gerard rang. The wicket was quickly opened. "I fear, holy sister," said the Religious, "that I am even later than I promised." "Those that come in Our Lady's name are ever welcome," was the reply. "Sister Marion," said Gerard to the porteress, "we have been to visit a holy place." "All places are holy with holy thoughts, my brother." "Dear father, good night," said the Religious. "The blessings of all the saints be on thee, and on thee, Stephen, though thou dost not kneel to them." "Good night, mine own child," said Gerard. "I could believe in saints when I am with thee," murmured Stephen. "Good night, Sybil." End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Gerard and his friend quitted the convent, they proceeded at a brisk pace into the heart of the town. The streets were nearly empty, and with the exception of some occasional burst of brawl or merriment from a beer shop, all was still. The chief street of Mowbray, called Castle Street after the ruins of the old baronial stronghold in its neighbourhood, was as significant of the present civilization of this community as the haughty keep had been of its ancient dependence. The dimensions of Castle Street were not unworthy of the metropolis. It traversed a great portion of the town, and was proportionately wide. Its broad pavements and its blazing gas lights indicated its modern order and prosperity, while on each side of the street rose huge warehouses, not as beautiful as the palaces of Venice, but in their way not less remarkable, magnificent shops, and here and there, though rarely, some ancient factory built among the fields in the infancy of Mowbray by some mill owner not sufficiently prophetic of the future, or sufficiently confident in the energy and enterprise of his fellow citizens to foresee that the scene of his labours would be the future eyesore of a flourishing posterity. Pursuing their course along Castle Street for about a quarter of a mile, Gerard and Stephen turned down a street which intersected it, and so on, through a variety of ways and winding lanes, till they arrived at an open portion of the town, a district where streets and squares and even rows disappeared, and where the tall chimneys and bulky barrack-looking buildings that rose in all directions, clustering yet isolated, announced that they were in the principal scene of the industry of Mowbray. Crossing this open ground, they gained a suburb, but one of a very different description to that in which was situate the convent where they had parted with Sybil. This one was populous, noisy, and lighted. It was Saturday night, the streets were thronged, an infinite population kept swarming to and fro the close courts and pestilential cul-de-sacs that so continually communicated with the streets by narrow archways, like the entrance of hives, so low that you were obliged to stoop for admission; while ascending to these same streets, from their dank and dismal dwellings by narrow flights of steps, the subterraneous nation of the cellars poured forth to enjoy the coolness of the summer night, and market for the day of rest. The bright and lively shops were crowded, and groups of purchasers were gathered round the stalls, that by the aid of glaring lamps and flaunting lanthorns displayed their wares. "Come, come, it's a prime piece," said a jolly-looking woman who was presiding at a stall, which, though considerably thinned by previous purchases, still offered many temptations to many who could not purchase. "And so it is, widow," said a little pale man wistfully. "Come, come, it's getting late, and your wife's ill. You're a good soul. We'll say 5d. a pound, and I'll throw you the scrag end in for love." "No butcher's meat to-morrow for us, widow," said the man. "And why not, neighbour? With your wages you ought to live like a prize fighter, or the mayor of Mowbray at least." "Wages," said the man, "I wish you may get 'em. Those villains Shuffle and Screw have sarved me with another bait ticket, and a pretty figure too." "Oh, the carnal monsters!" exclaimed the widow. "If their day don't come, the bloody-minded knaves!" "And for small cops too. Small cops be hanged. Am I the man to send up a bad-bottomed cop, widow Carey?" "You sent up for Snicks. I have known you man and boy, John Hill, these 20 summers, and never heard a word against you till you got into Shuffle and Screw's mill. Oh, they are a bad yarn, John." "They do us all, widow. They pretends to give the same wages as the rest, and works it out in fines. You can't come and you can't go, but there's a fine. You're never paid wages, but there's a bait ticket. I've heard they keep their whole establishment on factory fines." "Soul alive, but those Shuffle and Screw are rotten, snicky, bad yarns," said Mistress Carey. "Now, ma'am, if you please, 5d. halfpenny. No, ma'am, we've no weal left." "Weal, indeed! You look very like a soul as feeds on weal," continued Mrs Carey in an undertone as her declining customer moved away. "Well, it gets late," said the widow, "and if you like to take this scrag end home to your wife, neighbour Hill, we can talk of the rest next Saturday." "And what you will, sir," said the widow, with a stern expression to a youth who now stopped at her stall. He was about 16, with a lithe figure and a handsome, faded, impudent face. His long, loose, white trousers gave him height. He had no waistcoat, but a pink silk handkerchief was twisted carelessly round his neck, and fastened with a very large pin, which, whatever were its materials, had unquestionably a very gorgeous appearance. A loose frock coat of a coarse white cloth, and fastened by one button round his waist, completed his habiliments, and with the addition of the covering to his head, a high-crowned dark brown hat, which relieved his complexion and heightened the effect of his mischievous blue eye. "Well, you need not be so fierce, Mother Carey," said the youth with an affected air of deprecation. "Don't mother me," said the jolly widow with the kindling eye. "Go to your own mother, who is dying in a back cellar without a winder, while you've got lodgings in a two-pair." "Dying! She's only drunk," said the youth. "And if she is drunk," rejoined Mrs Carey in a passion, "what makes her drink but toil, working from 5 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock at night, and for the like of such as you?" "That's a good one," said the youth. "I should like to know what my mother ever did for me, but give me treacle and laudanum when I was a babby, to stop my tongue and fill my stomach. By the token of which, as my gal says, she stunted the growth of the prettiest figure in all Mowbray." And here the youth drew himself up, and thrust his hands into the side pockets of his pea jacket. "Well, I never," said Mrs Carey. "No, I never heard a thing like that." "What, not when you cut up the jackass and sold it for veal cutlets, mother?" "Hold your tongue, Mr Imperence," said the widow. "It's very well known you're no Christian, and who'll believe what you say?" "It's very well known that I'm a man what pays his way," said the boy, "and don't keep a huckster's stall to sell carrion by starlight, but live in a two-pair, if you please, and has a wife and family, or as good." "Oh, you aggravating imp!" exclaimed the widow in despair, unable to wreak her vengeance on one who kept in a secure position, and whose movements were as nimble as his words. "Why, Madam Carey, what has Dandy Mick done to thee?" said a good-humoured voice. It came from one of two factory girls, who were passing her stall and stopped. They were gaily dressed, a light handkerchief tied under the chin, their hair scrupulously arranged. They wore coral necklaces and earrings of gold. "Ah, it is you, my child," said the widow, who was a good-hearted creature. "The dandy has been giving me some of his imperence." "But I meant nothing, dame," said Mick. "It was a joke, only a joke." "Well, let it pass," said Mrs Carey. "And where have you been this long time, my child, and who's your friend?" she added in a lower tone. "Well, I have left Mr Trafford's mill," said the girl. "That's a bad job," said Mrs Carey, "for those Traffords are kind to their people. It's a great thing for a young person to be in their mill." "So it is," said the girl, "but then it was so dull. I can't stand a country life, Mrs Carey. I must have company." "Well, I do love a bit of gossip myself," said Mrs Carey with great frankness. "And then I'm no scholar," said the girl, "and never could take to learning. And those Traffords had so many schools." "Learning is better than house and land," said Mrs Carey, "though I'm no scholar myself. But then, in my time, things was different. But young persons—" "Yes," said Mick, "I don't think I could get through the day if it weren't for our Institute." "And what's that?" asked Mrs Carey with a sneer. "The Shoddy Court Literary and Scientific, to be sure," said Mick. "We have got 50 members, and take in 3 London papers, 1 Northern Star, and 2 Moral Worlds." "And where are you now, child?" continued the widow to the girl. "I am at Wiggins and Webster's," said the girl, "and this is my partner. We keep house together. We have a very nice room in Arbor Court, No. 7, high up. It's very airy. If you will take a dish of tea with us to morrow, we expect some friends." "I take it kindly," said Mrs Carey. "And so you keep house together. All the children keep house in these days. Times is changed indeed." "And we shall be happy to see you, Mick, and Julia, if you are not engaged," continued the girl, and she looked at her friend, a pretty demure girl, who immediately said, but in a somewhat faltering tone, "Oh, that we shall." "And what are you going to do now, Caroline?" said Mick. "Well, we had no thoughts, but I said to Harriet, as it is a fine night, let us walk about as long as we can, and then to morrow we will lie in bed till afternoon." "That's all well enough in winter, with plenty of baccy," said Mick, "but at this season of the year I must have life. The moment I came out I bathed in the river, and then went home and dressed," he added in a satisfied tone, "and now I am going to the Temple. I'll tell you what, Julia has been pricked to day with a shuttle. 'Tis not so much, but she can't go out. I'll stand treat, and take you and your friend to the Temple." "Well, that's delight," said Caroline. "There's no one does the handsome thing like you, Dandy Mick, and I always say so. Oh, I love the Temple. 'Tis so genteel. I was speaking of it to Harriet last night. She never was in there. I proposed to go with her, but two girls alone? You understand me. One does not like to be seen in these places, as if one kept no company." "Very true," said Mick, "and now we'll be off. Good night, widow." "You'll remember us to morrow evening," said Caroline. "To morrow evening! The Temple!" murmured Mrs Carey to herself. "I think the world is turned upside downwards in these parts. A brat like Mick Radley to live in a two pair, with a wife and family, or as good as he says. And this girl asks me to take a dish of tea with her, and keeps house. Fathers and mothers goes for nothing," continued Mrs Carey, as she took a very long pinch of snuff, and deeply mused. "'Tis the children gets the wages," she added after a profound pause, "and there it is." End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10, of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the meantime, Gerard and Stephen stopped before a tall, thin, stuccoed house, balustraded and friezed, very much lighted both within and without, and, from the sounds that issued from it, and the persons who retired and entered, evidently a locality of great resort and bustle. A sign bearing the title of the Cat and Fiddle indicated that it was a place of public entertainment, and kept by one who owned the legal name of John Trotman, though that was but a vulgar appellation, lost in his well-earned and far-famed title of Chaffing Jack. The companions entered the spacious premises, and making their way to the crowded bar, Stephen, with a glance serious but which indicated intimacy, caught the eye of a comely lady who presided over the mysteries, and said in a low voice, "Is he here?" "In the Temple, Mr Morley, asking for you and your friend more than once. I think you had better go up. I know he wishes to see you." Stephen whispered to Gerard, and after a moment's pause he asked the fair president for a couple of tickets, for each of which he paid threepence, a sum, however, according to the printed declaration of the voucher, convertible into potential liquid refreshments, no great compensation to a very strict member of the Temperance Society of Mowbray. A handsome staircase with bright brass banisters led them to an ample landing place, on which opened a door, now closed, and by which sat a boy who collected the tickets of those who would enter it. The portal was of considerable dimensions and of architectural pretension. It was painted of a bright green colour, the panels gilt. Within the pediment, described in letters of flaming gas, you read, "The Temple of the Muses." Gerard and Morley entered an apartment very long and sufficiently lofty, though rather narrow for such proportions. The ceiling was even richly decorated. The walls were painted, and by a brush of considerable power. Each panel represented some well-known scene from Shakespeare, Byron, or Scott. King Richard, Mazeppa, the Lady of the Lake were easily recognized. In one panel Hubert menaced Arthur. Here Haidee rescued Juan, and there Jeanie Deans curtsied before the Queen. The room was very full. Some 300 or 400 persons were seated in different groups at different tables, eating, drinking, talking, laughing, and even smoking, for notwithstanding the pictures and the gilding, it was found impossible to forbid, though there were efforts to discourage, this practice in the Temple of the Muses. Nothing, however, could be more decorous than the general conduct of the company, though they consisted principally of factory people. The waiters flew about with as much agility as if they were serving nobles. In general the noise was great, though not disagreeable. Sometimes a bell rang, and there was a comparative silence, while a curtain drew up at the further end of the room, opposite to the entrance, and where there was a theatre, the stage raised at a due elevation, and adorned with side scenes from which issued a lady in a fancy dress who sang a favourite ballad, or a gentleman elaborately habited in a farmer's costume of the old comedy, a bob wig, silver buttons and buckles, and blue stockings, and who favoured the company with that melancholy effusion called a comic song. Some nights there was music on the stage, a young lady in a white robe with a golden harp, and attended by a gentleman in black mustachios. This was the principal harpiste of the King of Saxony, and his first fiddler happened to be passing through Mowbray merely by accident, or on a tour of pleasure and instruction to witness the famous scenes of British industries. Otherwise the audience of the Cat and Fiddle, we mean the Temple of the Muses, were fain to be content with 4 Bohemian brothers, or an equal number of Swiss sisters. The most popular amusements, however, were the Thespian recitations, by amateurs or novices who wished to become professional. They tried their mettle on an audience which could be critical. A sharp waiter, with a keen eye on the entering guests, immediately saluted Gerard and his friend with profuse offers of hospitality, insisting that they wanted much refreshment, that they were both very hungry and very thirsty, that if not hungry they should order something to drink that would give them an appetite, if not inclined to quaff, something to eat that would make them athirst. In the midst of these embarrassing attentions he was pushed aside by his master with, "There, go, hands wanted at the upper end, 2 American gentlemen from Lowell singing out for sherry cobbler. Don't know what it is. Give them our bar mixture. If they complain, say it's the Mowbray slap bang and no mistake. Must have a name, Mr. Morley. Name's everything. Made the fortune of the Temple. If I had called it the saloon, it would never have filled, and perhaps the magistrates never have granted a license." The speaker was a very portly man, who had passed the maturity of manhood, but active as a harlequin. He had a well-favoured countenance, fair, good-humoured, but very sly. He was dressed like the head butler of the London tavern, and was particular as to his white waistcoats and black stockings, punctilious as to his knee-buckles, proud of his diamond pin, that is to say, when he officiated at the Temple. "Your mistress told us we should find you here," said Stephen, "and that you wished to see us." "Plenty to tell you," said their host, putting his finger to his nose. "If information is wanted in this part of the world, I flatter myself— Come, Master Gerard, here's a table. What shall I call for? Glass of the Mowbray slap bang? No, better. The receipt has been in our family these 50 years. Mr. Morley, I know, won't join us. Did you say a cup of tea, Mr. Morley? Water? Only water? Well, that's strange. Boy, alive there, do you hear me call? Water wanted. Glass of water for the secretary of the Mowbray Temperance and Teetotal. Sing it out. I like titled company. Brush." "And so you can give us some information about this?" "Be back directly," exclaimed their host, and darting off with a swift precision that carried him through a labyrinth of tables without the slightest inconvenience to their occupiers. "Beg pardon, Mr. Morley," he said, sliding again into his chair, "but saw one of the American gentlemen brandishing his bowie knife against one of my waiters. Called him Colonel. Quieted him directly. A man of his rank brawling with a help? Oh no, not to be thought of. No squabbling here. Licence in danger." "You were saying," resumed Morley. "Ah, yes, about that man Hatton. Remember him perfectly well. A matter of 20, or it may be 19 years since he bolted. Queer fellow. Lived upon nothing. Only drank water. No temperance and teetotal then, so no excuse. Beg pardon, Mr. Morley. No offence, I hope. Can't bear whims. But respectable societies, if they don't drink, they make speeches. Hire your rooms, leads to business." "And this Hatton?" said Gerard. "Ah, a queer fellow. Lent him a £1 note, never saw it again. Always remember it. Last £1 note I had. He offered me an old book instead. Not in my way. Took a china jar for my wife. He kept a curiosity shop, always prowling about the country, picking up old books and hunting after old monuments. Called himself an antiquarian. Queer fellow, that Hatton." "And you have heard of him since?" said Gerard rather impatiently. "Not a word," said their host. "Never knew any one who had." "I thought you had something to tell us about him," said Stephen. "So I have. I can put you in the way of getting hold of him and anything else. I haven't lived in Mowbray, man and boy, for 50 years. Seen it a village, and now a great town full of first-rate institutions and establishments like this," added their host, surveying the Temple with a glance of admiring complacency. "I say I haven't lived here all this time and talked to the people for nothing." "Well, we are all attention," said Gerard with a smile. "Hush," said their host, as a bell sounded, and he jumped up. "Now, ladies, now, gentlemen, if you please. Silence, if you please, for a song from a Polish lady. The Signora sings English like a new-born babe." And the curtain drew up amid the hushed voices of the company and the restrained clatter of their knives and forks and glasses. The Polish lady sang "Cherry Ripe" to the infinite satisfaction of her audience. Young Mowbray, indeed, in the shape of Dandy Mick and some of his followers and admirers, insisted on an encore. The lady, as she retired, curtsied like a prima donna, but the host continued on his legs for some time, throwing open his coat and bowing to his guests, who expressed by their applause how much they approved his enterprise. At length he resumed his seat. "It's almost too much," he exclaimed, "the enthusiasm of these people. I believe they look upon me as a father." "And you think you have some clue to this Hatton?" resumed Stephen. "They say he has no relations," said their host. "I have heard as much." "Another glass of the bar mixture, Master Gerard. What did we call it? Oh, the Bricks and Beans, the Mowbray Bricks and Beans. Known by that name in the time of my grandfather. No more. No use asking Mr. Morley, I know. Water. Well, I must say. And yet, in an official capacity, drinking water is not so unnatural." "And Hatton," said Gerard. "They say he has no relations, eh?" "They do, and they say wrong. He has a relation, he has a brother, and I can put you in the way of finding him." "Well, that looks like business," said Gerard. "And where may he be?" "Not here," said their host. "He never put his foot in the Temple to my knowledge, and lives in a place where they have as much idea of popular institutions as any Turks or heathen you ever heard of." "And where might we find him?" said Stephen. "What's that?" said their host, jumping up and looking around him. "Here, boys, brush about. The American gentleman is a whittling his name on that new mahogany table. Take him the printed list of rules stuck up in a public place under a great coat, and fine him 5 shillings for damaging the furniture. If he resists, he has paid for his liquor. Call in the police. XZ number 5 is in the bar, taking tea with your mistress. Now brush." "And this place is?" "In the land of mines and minerals," said their host, "about 10 miles from—" "He works in metals on his own account. You have heard of a place called Hell House Yard? Well, he lives there, and his name is Simon." "And does he keep up any communication with his brother, think you?" said Gerard. "Nay, I know no more, at least at present," said their host. "The secretary asked me about a person absent without leave for 20 years, and who was said to have no relations. I found you one, and a very near one. You are at the station, and you have got your ticket. The American gentleman's violent. Here's the police. I must take a high tone." And with these words Chaffing Jack quitted them. In the meantime we must not forget Dandy Mick and his 2 young friends, whom he had so generously offered to treat to the Temple. "Well, what do you think of it?" asked Caroline of Harriet in a whisper as they entered the splendid apartment. "It's just what I thought the Queen lived in," said Harriet. "But indeed I'm all of a flutter." "Well, you don't look as if you were," said her friend. "Come along, gals," said Mick. "Who's afraid? Here, we'll sit down at this table. Now, what shall we have? Here, waiter. I say, waiter." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." "Well, why don't you come when I call?" said Mick with a consequential air. I have been hallooing these 10 minutes. Couple of glasses of bar mixture for these ladies, and go of gin for myself. And I say, waiter, stop, don't be in such a deuced hurry. Do you think folks can drink without eating? Sausages for 3, and dammy, take care they are not burnt." "Yes, sir, directly." "That's the way to talk to these fellows," said Mick, with a self-satisfied air, and perfectly repaid by the admiring gaze of his companions. "It's pretty, Miss Harriet," said Mick, looking up at the ceiling with a careless nil admirari glance. "Oh, it is beautiful," said Harriet. "You never were here before. It's the only place. That's the Lady of the Lake," he added, pointing to a picture. "I've seen her at the circus with real water." The hissing sausages, crowning a pile of mashed potatoes, were placed before them. The delicate rummers of the Mowbray slap bang for the girls, the more masculine pewter measure for their friend. "Are the plates very hot?" said Mick. "Very, sir." "Hot plates half the battle," said Mick. "Now, Caroline, here, Miss Harriet, don't take away your plate, wait for the mash. They mash their taters here very elegant." It was a very happy and very merry party. Mick delighted to help his guests and to drink their healths. "Well," he said, when the waiter had cleared away their plates and left them to their less substantial luxuries. "Well," said Mick, sipping a renewed glass of gin twist and leaning back in his chair, "say what they please, there's nothing like life." "At the Traffords," said Caroline, "the greatest fun we ever had was a singing class." "I pity them poor devils in the country," said Mick. "We got some of them at Collinson's. Come from Suffolk, they say. What they call hagricultural labourers. A very queer lot indeed." "Ah, them's the himmigrants," said Caroline. "They're sold out of slavery and sent down by Pickford's van into the labour market to bring down our wages." "We'll teach them a trick or two before they do that," urged Mick. "Where are you, Miss Harriet?" "I'm at Wiggins and Webster's, sir." "Where they clean machinery during meal time. That won't do," said Mick. "I see one of your partners coming in," said Mick, making many signals to a person who very soon joined them. "Well, Devilsdust, how are you?" This was the familiar appellation of a young gentleman, who really had no other, baptismal or patrimonial. About a fortnight after his mother had introduced him into the world, she returned to her factory and put her infant out to nurse, that is to say, paid 3d a week to an old woman who takes charge of these new-born babes for the day, and gives them back at night to their mothers as they hurriedly return from the scene of their labour to the dungeon or the den, which is still by courtesy called home. The expense is not great. Laudanum and treacle, administered in the shape of some popular elixir, affords these innocents a brief taste of the sweets of existence, and keeping them quiet, prepares them for the silence of their impending grave. Infanticide is practised as extensively and as legally in England as it is on the banks of the Ganges, a circumstance which apparently has not yet engaged the attention of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in foreign parts. But the vital principle is an impulse from an immortal artist, and sometimes baffles, even in its tenderest faces, the machinations of society for its extinction. There are infants that will defy even starvation and poison, unnatural mothers and demon nurses. Such was the nameless one of whom we speak. We cannot say he thrived, but he would not die. So, at 2 years of age, his mother being lost sight of, and the weekly payment having ceased, he was sent out into the street to play in order to be run over. Even this expedient failed. The youngest and the feeblest of the band of victims, Juggernaut spared him to Moloch. All his companions were disposed of. 3 months' play in the streets got rid of this tender company, shoeless, half naked, and uncombed, whose age varied from 2 to 5 years. Some were crushed, some were lost, some caught cold and fevers, crept back to their garret or their cellars, were dosed with Godfrey's cordial, and died in peace. The nameless one would not disappear. He always got out of the way of the carts and horses, and never lost his own. They gave him no food. He foraged for himself, and shared with the dogs the garbage of the streets. But still he lived. Stunted and pale, he defied even the fatal fever, which was the only habitant of his cellar that never quitted it. And slumbering at night on a bed of mouldering straw, his only protection against the plashy surface of his den, with a dung heap at his head and a cesspool at his feet, he still clung to the only roof which shielded him from the tempest. At length, when the nameless one had completed his 5th year, the pest which never quitted the nest of cellars of which he was a citizen, raged in the quarters with such intensity that the extinction of its swarming population was menaced. The haunt of this child was peculiarly visited. All the children gradually sickened except himself, and one night when he returned home he found the old woman herself dead, and surrounded only by corpses. The child before this had slept on the same bed of straw with a corpse, but then there were also breathing things for his companions. A night passed only with corpses seemed to him in itself a kind of death. He stole out of the cellar, quitted the quarter of pestilence, and after much wandering laid down near the door of a factory. Fortune had guided him. Soon after break of day he was woke by the sound of the factory bell, and found assembled a crowd of men, women, and children. The door opened, they entered, the child accompanied them. The roll was called, his unauthorized appearance noticed, he was questioned, his acuteness excited attention. A child was wanted in the wadding hole, a place for the manufacture of waste and damaged cotton, the refuse of the mills, which is here worked up into counterpanes and coverlids. The nameless one was preferred to the vacant post, received even a salary, more than that, a name, for as he had none, he was christened on the spot, Devil's Dust. Devil's Dust had entered life so early that at 17 he combined the experience of manhood with the divine energy of youth. He was a first-rate workman, and received high wages. He had availed himself of the advantages of the factory school. He soon learnt to read and write with facility, and at the moment of our history was the leading spirit of the Shoddy Court Literary and Scientific Institute. His great friend, his only intimate, was Dandy Mick. The apparent contrariety of their qualities and structure perhaps led to this. It is indeed the most assured basis of friendship. Devil's Dust was dark and melancholy, ambitious and discontented, full of thought and with powers of patience and perseverance that alone amounted to genius. Mick was as brilliant as his complexion, gay, irritable, evanescent, and unstable. Mick enjoyed life, his friend only endured it. Yet Mick was always complaining of the lowness of his wages and the greatness of his toil, while Devil's Dust never murmured, but read and pondered on the rights of labor, and sighed to vindicate his order. "I have some thoughts of joining the total abstinence," said Devil's Dust. "Ever since I read Stephen Morley's address it has been in my mind. We shall never get our rights till we leave off consuming excisable articles, and the best thing to begin with is liquors." "Well, I could do without liquors myself," said Caroline. "If I was a lady I would never drink anything except fresh milk from the cow." "Tea for my money," said Harriet. "I must say there's nothing I grudge for good tea. Now I keep house, I mean always to drink the best." "Well, you have not yet taken the pledge, Dusty," said Mick, "and so suppose we order a go of gin and talk this matter of temperance over." Devil's Dust was manageable in little things, especially by Mick. He acceded and seated himself at their table. "I suppose you have heard this last dodge of Shuffle and Screw, Dusty?" said Mick. "What's that?" "Every man had his key given to him this evening. £half a week round deducted from wages for rent. Jim Plasto told them he lodged with his father and didn't want a house, upon which they said he must let it." "Their day will come," said Devil's Dust thoughtfully. "I really think that those Shuffle and Screws are worse even than Truck and Tret. You knew where you were with those fellows. It was 25 per cent. Off wages, and very bad stuff for your money. But as for Shuffle and Screw, what with their fines and their keys, a man never knows what he has to spend. Come," he added, filling his glass, "let's have a toast." Confusion to capital. "That's your sort," said Mick. "Come, Caroline, drink to your partner's toast, Miss Harriet. Money's the root of all evil, which nobody can deny. We'll have the rights of labour yet, the 10-hour bill, no fines, and no individuals admitted to any work who have not completed their 16th year." "No, 15," said Caroline eagerly. "The people won't bear their grievances much longer," said Devilsdust. "I think one of the greatest grievances the people have," said Caroline, "is the beak serving notice on Chaffing Jack to shut up the Temple on Sunday nights." "It is infamous," said Mick. "Ain't we to have no recreation? One might as well live in Suffolk, where the immigrants come from, and where they are obliged to burn ricks to pass the time." "As for the rights of labour," said Harriet, "the people goes for nothing with this machinery." "And you have opened your mouth to say a very sensible thing, Miss Harriet," said Mick. "But if I were Lord Paramount for 48 hours, I'd soon settle that question. Wouldn't I fire a broadside down their double-deckers? The Battle of Navarino at Mowbray Fair, with 14 squibs from the Admiral's ship going off at the same time, should be nothing to it." "Labour may be weak, but capital is weaker," said Devilsdust. "Their capital is all paper." "I tell you what," said Mick with a knowing look and in a lowered tone, "the only thing, my hearties, that can save this nation is a good strike." End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Your lordship's dinner is served," announced the groom of the chambers to Lord de Mowbray, and the noble lord led out Lady Marney. The rest followed. Egremont found himself seated next to Lady Maud Fitzwarren, the younger daughter of the Earl. Nearly opposite to him was Lady Joan. The Ladies Fitzwarren were sandy girls, somewhat tall, with rather good figures and a grand air, the eldest very ugly, the second rather pretty, and yet both very much alike. They had both great conversational powers, though in different ways. Lady Joan was doctrinal, Lady Maud inquisitive. The first often imparted information which you did not previously possess. The other suggested ideas which were often before in your own mind, but lay tranquil and unobserved till called into life and notice by her fanciful and vivacious tongue. Both of them were endowed with a very remarkable self-possession, but Lady Joan wanted softness and Lady Maud repose. This was the result of the rapid observation of Egremont, who was, however, experienced in the world, and quick in his detection of manner and of character. The dinner was stately, as becomes the high nobility. There were many guests, yet the table seemed only a gorgeous spot in the capacious chamber. The side tables were laden with silver vases, and golden shields, arranged on shelves of crimson velvet. The walls were covered with Fitzwarrens, de Mowbrays, and de Veres. The attendants glided about without noise, and with the precision of military discipline. They watched your wants, they anticipated your wishes, and they supplied all you desired with a lofty air of pompous devotion. "You came by the railroad?" inquired Lord de Mowbray mournfully of Lady Marney. "From Marham, about 10 miles from us," replied her ladyship. "A great revolution." "Isn't it?" "I fear it has a very dangerous tendency to equality," said his lordship, shaking his head. "I suppose Lord Marney gives them all the opposition in his power?" "There is nobody so violent against railroads as George," said Lady Marney. "I cannot tell you what he does not do. He organized the whole of our division against the Marham line." "I rather counted on him," said Lord de Mowbray, "to assist me in resisting this joint branch here, but I was surprised to learn he had consented." "Not until the compensation was settled," innocently remarked Lady Marney. "George never opposes them after that. He gave up all opposition to the Marham line when they agreed to his terms." "And yet," said Lord de Mowbray, "I think if Lord Marney would take a different view of the case, and look to the moral consequences, he would hesitate. Equality, Lady Marney, Equality is not our métier. If we nobles do not make a stand against the levelling spirit of the age, I am at a loss to know who will fight the battle. You may depend upon it that these railroads are very dangerous things." "I have no doubt of it. I suppose you have heard of Lady Vanilla's trip from Birmingham? Have you not, indeed? She came up with Lady Laura, and two of the most gentlemanlike men sitting opposite her. Never met, she says, two more intelligent men. She begged one of them at Wolverhampton to change seats with her, and he was most politely willing to comply with her wishes, only it was necessary that his companion should move at the same time, for they were chained together. Two of the swell mob, sent to town for picking a pocket at Shrewsbury races. A countess and a felon! So much for public conveyances," said Lord Mowbray. "But Lady Vanilla is one of those who will talk with everybody." "She is very amusing, though," said Lady Marney. "I dare say she is," said Lord de Mowbray; "but believe me, my dear Lady Marney, in these times especially, a countess has something else to do than be amusing." "You think as property has its duties as well as its rights, rank has its bores as well as its pleasures." Lord Mowbray mused. "How do you do, Mr German?" said a lively little lady with sparkling beady black eyes and a very yellow complexion, though with good features. "When did you arrive in the north? I have been fighting your battles finely since I saw you," she added, shaking her head, rather with an expression of admonition than of sympathy. "You are always fighting one's battles, Lady Firebrace. It is very kind of you. If it were not for you, we should none of us know how much we are all abused," replied Mr German, a young MP. "They say you gave the most radical pledges," said Lady Firebrace eagerly, and not without malice. "I heard Lord Muddlebrains say that if he had had the least idea of your principles, you would not have had his influence." "Muddlebrains can't command a single vote," said Mr German. "He is a political humbug, the greatest of all humbugs, a man who swaggers around London clubs and consults solemnly about his influence, and in the country is a nonentity." "Well, that can't be said of Lord Clarinel," rejoined Lady Firebrace. "And have you been defending me against Lord Clarinel's attacks?" inquired Mr German. "No, but I am going to Wemsbury, and then I have no doubt I shall have the opportunity." "I am going to Wemsbury myself," said Mr German. "And what does Lord Clarinel think of your pledge about the pension list?" said Lady Firebrace, daunted but malignant. "He never told me," said Mr German. "I believe you did not pledge yourself to the ballot?" inquired Lady Firebrace, with an affected air of inquisitiveness. "It is a subject that requires some reflection," said Mr German. "I must consult some profound politician like Lady Firebrace. By the by, you told my mother that the Conservatives would have a majority of 15. Do you think they will have as much?" said Mr German with an innocent air, it now being notorious that the Whig administration had a majority of double that amount. "I said Mr Tadpole gave us a majority of 15, said Lady Firebrace. "I knew he was in error because I happened to see Lord Melbourne's own list, made up to the last hour, and which gave the government a majority of 60. It was only shown to 3 members of the cabinet," she added in a tone of triumphant mystery. Lady Firebrace, the great stateswoman among the Tories, was proud of an admirer who was a member of the Whig cabinet. She was rather an agreeable guest in a country house, with her extensive correspondence and her bulletins from both sides. Tadpole, flattered by her notice, and charmed with female society that talked his own slang, and entered with affected enthusiasm into all his dirty plots and barren machinations, was vigilant in his communications; while her Whig cavalier, an easy individual who always made love by talking or writing politics, abandoned himself without reserve, and instructed Lady Firebrace regularly after every council. Taper looked grave at this connection between Tadpole and Lady Firebrace, and whenever an election was lost, or a division stuck in the mud, he gave the cue with a nod and a monosyllable, and the conservative pack that infests clubs, chattering on subjects of which it is impossible that they can know anything, instantly began barking and yelping, denouncing traitors and wondering how the leaders could be so led by the nose and not see that which was flagrant to the whole world. If, on the other hand, the advantage seemed to go with the Canton Club or the opposition benches, then it was the Whig and Liberal hounds who howled and moaned, explaining everything by the indiscretion, infatuation, treason of Lord Viscount Mask, and appealing to the initiated world of idiots around them, whether any party could ever succeed hampered by such men and influenced by such means. The best of the joke was, that all this time Lord Mask and Tadpole were two old foxes, neither of whom conveyed to Lady Firebrace a single circumstance, but with the wish, intention, and malice aforethought that it should be communicated to his rival. "I must get you to interest Lord de Mowbray in our cause," said Sir Vavasour Firebrace in an insinuating voice to his neighbour, Lady Joan. "I have sent him a large packet of documents. You know, he is one of us, still one of us. Once a baronet, always a baronet. The dignity merges but does not cease, and happy as I am to see one covered with high honours, who is in every way so worthy of them, still I confess to you, it is not so much as Earl de Mowbray that your worthy father interests me, as in his undoubted character and capacity of Sir Altamont Fitzwarren, Baronet." "You have the data on which you move, I suppose, well digested," said Lady Joan, attentive but not interested. "The case is clear; as far as equity is concerned, irresistible. Indeed, the late king pledged himself to a certain point. But if you would do me the favour of reading our memorial—" "The proposition is not one adapted to our present civilization," said Lady Joan. "A baronetcy has become the distinction of the middle class. A physician, our physician for example, is a baronet, and I dare say some of our tradesmen; brewers, of people of that class. An attempt to elevate them into an order of nobility, however inferior, would partake in some degree of the ridiculous." "And has the Duke escaped his gout this year?" inquired Lord Marney of Lady de Mowbray. "A very slight touch. I never knew my father so well. I expect you will meet him here. We look for him daily." "I shall be delighted. I hope he will come to Marney in October. I keep the blue ribbon cover for him." "What you suggest is very just," said Egremont to Lady Maud. "If we only in our own spheres made the exertion, the general effect would be great. Marney Abbey, for instance, I believe one of the finest of our monastic remains, that indeed is not disputed, diminished yearly to repair barns, the cattle browsing in the nave, all this might be prevented if my brother would not consent to preserve or to restore still any member of the family, even I without expense, only with a little zeal as you say, might prevent mischief, might stop at least demolition." "If this movement in the church had only revived a taste for Christian architecture," said Lady Maud, "it would not have been barren; and it has done so much more. But I am surprised that old families can be so dead to our national art, so full of our ancestors, their exploits, their mind. Indeed, you and I have no excuse for such indifference, Mr Egremont." "And I do not think I shall ever be justly accused of it," replied Egremont. "You plead its cause so effectively. But to tell you the truth, I have been thinking of late about these things, monasteries and so on, the influence of the old church system on the happiness and comfort of the people." "And on the tone of the nobles; do not you think so?" said Lady Maud. "I know it is the fashion to deride the Crusades, but do not you think they had their origin in a great impulse, and in a certain sense led to great results? Pardon me if I speak with emphasis, but I can never forget I am a daughter of the first Crusaders." "The tone of society is certainly lower than of yore," said Egremont. "It is easy to say we view the past through a fallacious medium. We have however ample evidence that men feel less deeply than of old and act with less devotion. But how far is this occasioned by the modern position of our church? That is the question." "You must speak to Mr St Lys about that," said Lady Maud. "Do you know him?" she added in a lowered tone. "No. Is he here?" "Next to mamma." And looking in that direction, on the left hand of Lady Mowbray, Egremont beheld a gentleman in the last year of his youth, if youth according to the scale of Hippocrates cease at 35. He was distinguished by that beauty of the noble English blood, of which in these days few types remain; the Norman tempered by the Saxon, the fire of conquest softened by integrity, and a serene though inflexible habit of mind. The chains of convention, an external life grown out of all proportion with that of the heart and mind, have destroyed this dignified beauty. There is no longer, in fact, an aristocracy in England, for the superiority of the animal man is an essential quality of aristocracy. But that it once existed, any collection of portraits from the 16th century will show. Aubrey St Lys was a younger son of the most ancient Norman family in England. The Conqueror had given them the moderate estate on which they now lived, and which, in spite of so many civil conflicts and religious changes, they had handed down to each other, from generation to generation, for 8 centuries. Aubrey St Lys was the vicar of Mowbray. He had been the college tutor of the late Lord Fitzwarren, whose mind he had formed, whose bright abilities he had cultivated, who adored him. To that connection he owed the slight preferment which he possessed, but which was all he desired. A bishopric would not have tempted him from his peculiar charge. In the centre of the town of Mowbray, teeming with its toiling thousands, there rose a building which might vie with many of the cathedrals of our land. Beautiful its solemn towers, its sculptured western front; beautiful its columned aisles and lofty nave, its sparkling shrine and delicate chantry; most beautiful the streaming glories of its vast orient light. This magnificent temple, built by the monks of Mowbray, and once connected with their famous house, of which not a trace now remained, had in time become the parish church of an obscure village whose population could not have filled one of its side chapels. These strange vicissitudes of ecclesiastical buildings are not singular in the north of England. Mowbray Church remained for centuries the wonder of passing peasants, and the glory of county histories. But there is a magic in beautiful buildings which exercises an irresistible influence over the mind of man. One of the reasons urged for the destruction of the monasteries after the dispersion of their inhabitants was the pernicious influence of their solemn and stately forms on the memories and imagination of those that beheld them. It was impossible to connect systematic crime with the creators of such divine fabrics. And so it was with Mowbray Church. When manufactures were introduced into this district, which abounded with all the qualities which were necessary for their successful pursuit, Mowbray, offering equal though not superior advantages to other positions, was accorded the preference, because it possessed such a beautiful church. The lingering genius of the monks of Mowbray hovered round the spot which they had adorned and sanctified and loved. And thus they had indirectly become the authors of its present greatness and prosperity. Unhappily for a long season the vicars of Mowbray had been little conscious of their mission. An immense population gathered round the sacred citadel, and gradually spread on all sides of it for miles. But the parish church for a long time remained the only one at Mowbray when the population of the town exceeded that of some European capitals. And even in the parish church the frigid spell of Erastian self-complacency fatally prevailed. A scanty congregation gathered together for form, and as much influenced by party as higher sentiments. Going to church was held more genteel than going to meeting. The principal tradesmen of the neighbouring great houses deemed it more aristocratic, using a favourite and hackneyed epithet which only expressed their own servility. About the time the Church Commission issued, the congregation of Mowbray was approaching 0. There was an idea afloat for a time of making it the seat of a new bishopric. The cathedral was ready; another instance of the influence of fine art. But there was no residence for the projected prelate, and a jobbing bishop on the commission was afraid that he might have to contribute to building one. So the idea died away, and the living having become vacant at this moment, instead of a bishop, Mowbray received a humble vicar in the shape of Aubrey St Lys, who came among 100,000 heathens to preach the unknown God. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "And how do you find the people about you, Marney?" said Lord de Mowbray, seating himself on a sofa by his guest. "All very well, my lord," replied the earl, who ever treated Lord de Mowbray with a certain degree of ceremony, especially when the descendant of the Crusaders affected the familiar. There was something of a Puck-like malignity in the temperament of Lord Marney, which exhibited itself in a remarkable talent for mortifying persons in a small way, by a gesture, an expression, a look cloaked too very often with all the character of profound deference. The old nobility of Spain delighted to address each other only by their names when in the presence of a spick-and-span grandee, calling each other Infantado, Sidonia, Osuna, and then turning round with the most distinguished consideration and appealing to the most noble Marquis of Ensenada. "They begin to get a little uneasy here," said Lord de Mowbray. "We have nothing to complain of," said Lord Marney. "We continue reducing the rates, and as long as we do that the country must improve. The workhouse test tells. We had the other day a case of incendiarism which frightened some people. But I inquired into it, and am quite satisfied it originated in purely accidental circumstances. At least nothing to do with wages. I ought to be a judge, for it was on my own property." "And what is the rate of wages in your part of the world, Lord Marney?" inquired Mr St Lys, who was standing by. "Oh, good enough; not like your manufacturing districts, but people who work in the open air instead of a furnace can't expect and don't require such. They get their 8 shillings a week, at least generally." "8 shillings a week?" said Mr St Lys. "Can a labouring man with a family, perhaps of 8 children, live on 8 shillings a week?" "Oh, as for that," said Lord Marney, "they get more than that, because there is beer money allowed, at least to a great extent among us, though I for one do not approve of the practice, and that makes nearly a shilling per week additional. And then some of them have potato grounds, though I am entirely opposed to that system." "And yet," said Mr St Lys, "how they contrive to live is to me marvellous." "Oh, as for that," said Lord Marney, "I have generally found the higher the wages, the worse the workmen. They only spend their money in the beer shops. They are the curse of this country." "But what is a poor man to do," said Mr St Lys, "after his day's work, if he returns to his own roof and finds no home, his fire extinguished, his food unprepared, the partner of his life, wearied with labour in the field or the factory, still absent, or perhaps in bed from exhaustion, or because she has returned wet to the skin, and has no change of raiment for her relief? We have removed woman from her sphere. We may have reduced wages by her introduction into the market of labour, but under these circumstances what we call domestic life is a condition impossible to be realized for the people of this country, and we must not therefore be surprised that they seek solace, or rather refuge, in the beer shop." Lord St Marney looked up at Mr St Lys with a stare of high-bred impertinence, and then carelessly observed, without directing his words to him, "They may say what they like, but it is all an affair of population." "I would rather believe that it is an affair of resources," said Mr St Lys. "Not what is the amount of our population, but what is the amount of our resources for their maintenance." "It comes to the same thing," said Lord Marney. "Nothing can put this country right but emigration on a great scale, and as the government do not choose to undertake it, I have commenced it for my own defence on a small scale. I will take care that the population of my parishes is not increased. I build no cottages, and I destroy all I can, and I am not ashamed or afraid to say so." "You have declared war to the cottage then," said Mr St Lys, smiling. "It is not at the first sound so startling a cry as war to the castle." "But you think it may lead to it?" said Lord Mowbray. "I love not to be a prophet of evil," said Mr St Lys. Lord Marney rose from his seat and addressed Lady Firebrace, whose husband in another part of the room had caught Mr German and was opening his mind on the question of the day. Lady Maud, followed by Egremont, approached Mr St Lys and said, "Mr Egremont has a great feeling for Christian architecture, Mr St Lys, and wishes particularly to visit our church, of which we are so proud." And in a few moments they were seated together and engaged in conversation. Lord Mowbray placed himself by the side of Lady Marney, who was seated by his countess. "Oh, how I envy you at Marney!" he exclaimed. "No manufactures, no smoke, living in the midst of a beautiful park, and surrounded by a contented peasantry." "It is very delightful," said Lady Marney, "but then we are so very dull. We have really no neighbourhood." "I think that a great advantage," said Lady Mowbray. "I must say I like my friends from London. I never know what to say to the people here. Excellent people, the very best people in the world. The way they behaved to poor dear Fitzwarren when they wanted him to stand for the county, I can never forget. But then they do not know the people we know, or do the things we do; and when you have gone through the routine of county questions, and exhausted the weather and all the winds, I am positively, my dear Marney, aux abois; and then they think you are proud, when really one is only stupid." "I am very fond of work," said Lady Marney, "and I talk to them always about it." "Ah! you are fortunate. I could never work, and Joan and Maud, they neither of them work. Maud did embroider a banner once for her brother. It is in the hall. I think it beautiful, but somehow or other she never cultivated her talent." "For all that has occurred or may occur," said Mr St Lys to Egremont, "I blame only the Church. The Church deserted the people, and from that moment the Church has been in danger and the people degraded. Formerly religion undertook to satisfy the noble wants of human nature, and by its festivals relieved the painful weariness of toil. The day of rest was consecrated, if not always to elevated thought, at least to sweet and noble sentiments. The Church convened to its solemnities under its splendid and almost celestial roofs, amid the finest monuments of art that human hands have raised, the whole Christian population; for there, in the presence of God, all were brethren. It shared equally among all its prayer, its incense, and its music, its sacred instructions, and the highest enjoyments that the arts could afford." "You believe then in the efficacy of forms and ceremonies?" "What you call forms and ceremonies represent the divinest instincts of our nature. Push your aversion to forms and ceremonies to a legitimate conclusion, and you would prefer kneeling in a barn rather than in a cathedral. Your tenets would strike at the very existence of all art, which is essentially spiritual." "I am not speaking abstractedly," said Egremont, "but rather with reference to the indirect connection of these forms and ceremonies with another church. The people of this country associate them with an enthralling superstition and a foreign dominion." "With Rome," said Mr St Lys, "yet forms and ceremonies existed before Rome." "But practically," said Egremont, "has not their revival in our service at the present day a tendency to restore the Romish system to this country?" "It is difficult to say what may be the practical effect of certain circumstances among the uninformed," said Mr St Lys. "The Church of Rome is to be respected as the only Hebraeo-Christian church extant. All other churches established by the Hebrew apostles have disappeared, but Rome remains, and we must never permit the exaggerated position which it assumed in the middle centuries to make us forget its early and apostolical character, when it was fresh from Palestine and as it were fragrant from paradise. The Church of Rome is sustained by an apostolical succession, but apostolical succession is not an institution complete in itself. It is a part of a whole. If it be not part of a whole, it has no foundation. The apostles succeeded the prophets. Our Master announced himself as the last of the prophets. They in their turn were the heirs of the patriarchs, men who were in direct communication with the Most High. To men not less favored than the apostles, the revelation of the priestly character was made, and those forms and ceremonies ordained, which the Church of Rome has never relinquished. But Rome did not invent them. Upon their practice, the duty of all congregations, we cannot consent to her founding a claim to supremacy. For would you maintain then that the Church did not exist in the time of the prophets? Was Moses then not a churchman? And Aaron, was he not a high priest? Aye, greater than any pope or prelate, whether he be at Rome or at Lambeth. In all these church discussions we are apt to forget that the Second Testament is avowedly only a supplement. Jehovah, Jesus, came to complete the law and the prophets. Christianity is completed Judaism, or it is nothing. Christianity is incomprehensible without Judaism, as Judaism is incomplete without Christianity. What has Rome to do with its completion? What with its commencement? The law was not thundered forth from the Capitolian Mount. The divine atonement was not fulfilled upon Mont Sacer. No, the order of our priesthood comes directly from Jehovah, and the forms and ceremonies of his church are the regulations of his supreme intelligence. Rome indeed boasts that the authenticity of the Second Testament depends upon the recognition of her infallibility. The authenticity of the Second Testament depends upon its congruity with the first. Did Rome preserve that? I recognize in the Church an institution thoroughly, sincerely Catholic, adapted to all climes and to all ages. I do not bow to the necessity of a visible head in a defined locality, but were I to seek for such, it would not be at Rome. I cannot discover in its history, however memorable, any testimony of a mission so sublime. When Omnipotence deigned to be incarnate, the ineffable Word did not select a Roman frame. The prophets were not Romans, the apostles were not Romans. She who was blessed above all women, I never heard that she was a Roman maiden. No, I should look to a land more distant than Italy, to a city more sacred even than Rome. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was a cloudy, glimmering dawn. A cold, withering east wind blew through the silent streets of Mowbray. The sounds of the night had died away. The voices of the day had not commenced. There reigned a stillness complete and absorbing. Suddenly there is a voice, there is movement. The first footstep of the new week of toil is heard. A man muffled up in a thick coat, and bearing in his hand what would seem at the first glance to be a shepherd's crook, only its handle is much longer, appears upon the pavement. He touches a number of windows with great quickness as he moves rapidly along. A rattling noise sounds upon each pane. The use of the long handle of his instrument becomes apparent as he proceeds, enabling him as it does to reach the upper windows of the dwellings whose inmates he has to rouse. Those inmates are the factory girls, who subscribe in districts to engage these heralds of the dawn, and by a strict observance of whose citation they can alone escape the dreaded fine that awaits those who have not arrived at the door of the factory before the bell ceases to sound. The sentry in question, quitting the streets, and stooping through one of the small archways that we have before noticed, entered a court. Here lodged a multitude of his employers, and the long crook, as it were by some sleight of hand, seemed sounding on both sides and at many windows at the same moment. Arrived at the end of the court, he was about to touch the window of the upper story of the last tenement, when that window opened, and a man, pale and careworn, and in a melancholy voice spoke to him. "Symonds," said the man, "you need not rouse this story any more. My daughter has left us." "Has she left Webster's?" "No, but she has left us. She has long murmured at her hard lot, working like a slave and not for herself, and she has gone, as they all go, to keep house for herself." "That's a bad business," said the watchman in a tone not devoid of sympathy. almost as bad as for parents to live on their children's wages," replied the man mournfully. "And how is your good woman?" "As poorly as needs be. Harriet has never been home since Friday night. She owes you nothing?" "Not a halfpenny. She was as regular as a little bee, and always paid every Monday morning. I am sorry she has left you, neighbour." "The Lord's will be done. It's hard times for such as us," said the man, and leaving the window open, he retired into his room. It was a single chamber of which he was the tenant. In the centre, placed so as to gain the best light which the gloomy situation could afford, was a loom. In two corners of the room were mattresses placed on the floor. A check curtain hung upon a string, as if necessary concealing them. In one was his sick wife, in the other 3 young children. 2 girls, the eldest about 8 years of age, between them their baby brother. An iron kettle was by the hearth, and on the mantelpiece some candles, a few lucifer matches, 2 tin mugs, a paper of salt, and an iron spoon. In a farther part, close to the wall, was a heavy table or dresser. This was a fixture, as well as the form which was fastened by it. The man seated himself at his loom. He commenced his daily task. 12 hours of daily labour at the rate of 1 penny each hour, and even this labour is mortgaged. How is this to end? Is it rather not ended? And he looked around him at his chamber without resources. No food, no fuel, no furniture, and 4 human beings dependent on him, and lying in their wretched beds because they had no clothes. "I cannot sell my loom," he continued, "at the price of old firewood, and it cost me gold. It is not vice that has brought me to this, nor indolence, nor imprudence. I was born to labour, and I was ready to labour. I loved my loom, and my loom loved me. It gave me a cottage in my native village, surrounded by a garden of whose claims on my solicitude it was not jealous. There was time for both. It gave me for a wife the maiden that I had ever loved, and it gathered my children round my hearth with plenteousness and peace. I was content. I sought no other lot. It is not adversity that makes me look back upon the past with tenderness. Then why am I here? Why am I, and 600,000 subjects of the Queen, honest, loyal, and industrious? Why are we, after manfully struggling for years, and each year sinking lower in the scale, why are we driven from our innocent and happy homes, our country cottages that we loved, first to bide in close towns without comforts, and gradually to crouch into cellars, or find a squalid lair like this, without even the common necessaries of existence? First the ordinary conveniences of life, then raiment, and at length food, vanishing from us. It is that the capitalist has found a slave that has supplanted the labour and ingenuity of man. Once he was an artisan. At the best he now only watches machines, and even that occupation slips from his grasp to the woman and the child. The capitalist flourishes, he amasses immense wealth. We sink lower and lower, lower than the beasts of burthen, for they are fed better than we are, cared for more. And it is just, for according to the present system they are more precious. And yet they tell us that the interests of capital and labour are identical. If a society that has been created by labour suddenly becomes independent of it, that society is bound to maintain the race, whose only property is labour, from the proceeds of that property, which has not ceased to be productive. When the class of the nobility were supplanted in France, they did not amount in number to 1/3 of us handloom weavers. Yet all Europe went to war to avenge their wrongs. Every state subscribed to maintain them in their adversity, and when they were restored to their own country, their own land supplied them with an immense indemnity. Who cares for us? Yet we have lost our estates. Who raises a voice for us? Yet we are at least as innocent as the nobility of France. We sink among no sighs except our own, and if they give us sympathy, what then? Sympathy is the solace of the poor, but for the rich there is compensation. "Is that Harriet?" said his wife, moving in her bed. The hand-loom weaver was recalled from his reverie to the urgent misery that surrounded him. "No," he replied in a quick hoarse voice, "it is not Harriet." "Why does not Harriet come?" "She will come no more," replied the weaver. "I told you so last night. She can bear this place no longer, and I am not surprised." "How are we to get food then?" rejoined his wife. "You ought not to have let her leave us. You do nothing, Warner. You get no wages yourself, and you have let the girl escape." "I will escape myself if you say that again," said the weaver. "I have been up these 3 hours finishing this piece which ought to have been taken home on Saturday night." "But you have been paid for it beforehand. You get nothing for your work, a penny an hour. What sort of work is it that brings a penny an hour?" "Work that you have often admired, Mary, and has before this gained a prize. But if you don't like the work," said the man, quitting his loom, "let it alone. There was enough yet owing on this piece to have allowed us to break our fast. However, no matter, we must starve sooner or later. Let us begin at once." "No, no, Philip, work. Let us break our fast, come what may." "Twit me no more then," said the weaver, resuming his seat, "or I throw the shuttle for the last time." "I will not taunt you," said his wife in a kinder tone. "I was wrong. I am sorry, but I am very ill. It is not for myself I speak. I want not to eat. I have no appetite. My lips are so very parched. But the children went supperless to bed, and they will wake soon." "Mother, we ain't asleep," said the elder girl. "No, we ain't asleep, mother," said her sister. "We heard all that you said to father." "And baby?" "He sleeps still." "I shiver very much," said the mother. "It's a cold day. Pray shut the window, Warner. I see the drops upon the pane. It is raining. I wonder if the persons below would lend us 1 block of coal." "We have borrowed too often," said Warner. "I wish there were no such thing as coal in the land," said his wife, "and then the engines would not be able to work, and we should have our rights again." "Amen," said Warner. "Don't you think, Warner," said his wife, "that you could sell that piece to some other person, and owe Barber for the money he advanced?" "No," said her husband, shaking his head. "I'll go straight." "And let your children starve," said his wife, "when you could get 5 or 6 shillings at once. But so it always was with you. Why did you not go to the machines years ago like other men, and so get used to them?" "I should have been supplanted by this time," said Warner, "by a girl or a woman. It would have been just as bad." "Why, there was your friend Walter Gerard. He was the same as you, and yet now he gets £2 a week. At least I have often heard you say so." "Walter Gerard is a man of great parts," said Warner, "and might have been a master himself by this time, had he cared." "And why did he not?" "He had no wife and children," said Warner. "He was not so blessed." The baby woke and began to cry. "Ah, my child!" exclaimed the mother. "That wicked Harriet! Here, Amelia, I have a morsel of crust here. I saved it yesterday for baby. Moisten it in water and tie it up in this piece of calico. He will suck it. It will keep him quiet. I can bear anything but his cry." "I shall have finished my job by noon," said Warner, "and then, please God, we shall break our fast." "It is yet 2 hours to noon," said his wife. "And Barber always keeps you so long. I cannot bear that Barber. I dare say he will not advance you money again, as you did not bring the job home on Saturday night. If I were you, Philip, I would go and sell the piece unfinished at once to one of the cheap shops." "I have gone straight all my life," said Warner. "And much good it has done you," said his wife. "My poor Amelia, how she shivers! I think the sun never touches this house. It is indeed a most wretched place." "It will not annoy you long, Mary," said her husband. "I can pay no more rent, and I only wonder that they have not been here already to take the week." "And where are we to go?" said the wife. "To a place which certainly the sun never touches," said her husband, with a kind of malice in his misery, to a cellar. "Oh, why was I ever born?" exclaimed the wife. "And yet I was so happy once. And it is not our fault. I cannot make it out, Warner, why you should not get £2 a week like Walter Gerard." "Bah!" said the husband. "You said he had no family," continued his wife. "I thought he had a daughter." "But she is no burthen to him. The sister of Mr Trafford is the superior of the convent here, and she took Sybil when her mother died, and brought her up." "Oh, then she is a nun?" "Not yet, but I dare say it will end in it." "Well, I think I would even sooner starve," said his wife, "than my children should be nuns." At this moment there was a knocking at the door. Warner descended from his loom and opened it. "Lives Philip Warner here?" inquired a clear voice of peculiar sweetness. "My name is Warner." "I come from Walter Gerard," continued the voice. "Your letter reached him only last night. The girl at whose house your daughter left it has quitted this week past Mr Trafford's factory. Pray enter." And there entered Sybil. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Your wife is ill?" said Sybil. "Very," replied Warner's wife. "Our daughter has behaved infamously to us. She has quitted us without saying by your leave or with your leave, and her wages were almost the only thing left to us, for Philip is not like Walter Gerard, you see. He cannot earn £2 a week, though why he cannot I never could understand." "Hush, hush, wife," said Warner. "I speak, I apprehend, to Gerard's daughter?" "Just so." "Ah, this is good and kind, this is like old times, for Walter Gerard was my friend when I was not exactly as I am now." "He tells me so. He sent a messenger to me last night to visit you this morning. Your letter reached him only yesterday." "Harriet was to give it to Caroline," said the wife. "That's the girl who has done all the mischief and inveigled her away. And she has left Trafford's works, has she? Then I will be bound she and Harriet are keeping house together." "You suffer," said Sybil, moving to the bedside of the woman. "Give me your hand," she added in a soft sweet tone. "'Tis hot." "I feel very cold," said the woman. "Warner would have the window open till the rain came in." "And you, I fear, are wet," said Warner, addressing Sybil and interrupting his wife. "Very slightly. And you have no fire. Ah, I have brought some things for you, but not fuel." "If he would only ask the person downstairs," said his wife, "for a block of coal. I tell him neighbours could hardly refuse, but he will never do anything. He says he has asked too often." "I will ask," said Sybil. "But first I have a companion without," she added, "who bears a basket for you. Come in, Harold." The baby began to cry the moment a large dog entered the room, a young bloodhound of the ancient breed, such as are now found but in a few old halls and granges in the north of England. Sybil untied the basket and gave a piece of sugar to the screaming infant. Her glance was sweeter even than her remedy. The infant stared at her with his large blue eyes, for an instant astonished, and then he smiled. "Oh, beautiful child!" exclaimed Sybil, and she took the babe up from the mattress and embraced it. "You are an angel from heaven," exclaimed the mother, "and you may well say beautiful. And only to think of that infamous girl Harriet to desert us all in this way." Sybil drew forth the contents of the convent basket, and called Warner's attention to them. "Now," she said, "arrange all this as I tell you, and I will go downstairs and speak to them below as you wish. Harold, rest there." And the dog laid himself down in the remotest corner. "And is that Gerard's daughter?" said the weaver's wife. "Only think what it is to gain £2 a week, and bring up your daughters in that way, instead of such shameless hussies as our Harriet. But with such wages one can do nothing. What have you there, Warner? Is that tea? Oh, I should like some tea. I do think tea would do me some good. I have quite a longing for it. Run down, Warner, and ask them to let us have a kettle of hot water. It is better than all the fire in the world. Amelia, my dear, do you see what they have sent us? Plenty to eat. Tell Maria all about it. You are good girls, you will never be like that infamous Harriet. When you earn wages you will give them to your poor mother and baby, won't you?" "Yes, mother," said Amelia. "And father too," said Maria. "And father too," said the wife. "He has been a very good father to you all, and I never can understand why one who works so hard should earn so little, but I believe it is the fault of those machines. The police ought to put them down, and then everybody would be comfortable." Sybil and Warner re-entered. The fire was lit, the tea made, the meal partaken. An air of comfort, even of enjoyment, was diffused over this chamber, but a few minutes back so desolate and unhappy. "Well," said the wife, raising herself a little up in her bed, "I feel as if that dish of tea had saved my life. Amelia, have you had any tea? And Maria? You see what it is to be good girls. The Lord will never desert you. The day is fast coming when that Harriet will know what the want of a dish of tea is, with all her fine wages. And I am sure," she added, addressing Sybil, "what we all owe to you is not to be told. Your father well deserves his good fortune with such a daughter." "My father's fortunes are not much better than his neighbours," said Sybil, "but his wants are few, and who should sympathize with the poor but the poor? Alas! no one else can. Besides, it is the superior of our convent that has sent you this meal. What my father can do for you, I have told your husband. 'Tis little, but with the favour of heaven it may avail. When the people support the people, the divine blessing will not be wanting." "I am sure the divine blessing will never be wanting to you," said Warner in a voice of great emotion. There was silence. The querulous spirit of the wife was subdued by the tone of Sybil. She revolved in her mind the present and the past. The children pursued their ungrudged and unusual meal. The daughter of Gerard, that she might not interfere with their occupation, walked to the window and surveyed the chink of troubled sky which was visible in the court. The wind blew in gusts, the rain beat against the glass. Soon after this there was another knock at the door. Harold started from his repose and growled. Warner rose, and saying, "They have come for the rent, thank God I am ready," advanced and opened the door. Two men offered with courtesy to enter. "We are strangers," said he who took the lead, "but would not be such. I speak to Warner?" "My name." "And I am your spiritual pastor, if to be the vicar of Mowbray entitles me to that description." "Mr St Lys." "The same. One of the most valued of my flock, and the most influential person in this district, has been speaking much of you to me this morning. You are working for him. He did not hear of you on Saturday night. He feared you were ill. Mr Barber spoke to me of your distress, as well as of your good character. I came to express to you my respect and my sympathy, and to offer you my assistance." "You are most good, sir, and Mr Barber too, and indeed an hour ago we were in as great straits—" "And now, sir," exclaimed his wife, interrupting him, "I have been in this bed a week, and may never rise from it again. The children have no clothes, they are pawned. Everything is pawned. This morning we had neither fuel nor food, and we thought you had come for the rent which we cannot pay. If it had not been for a dish of tea which was charitably given me this morning by a person almost as poor as ourselves, that is to say, they live by labour, though their wages are much higher, as high as £2 a week, though how that can be I never shall understand, when my husband is working 12 hours a day and gaining only a penny an hour. If it had not been for this I should have been a corpse. And yet he says we were in straits merely because Walter Gerard's daughter, who I willingly grant is an angel from heaven for all the good she has done us, has stepped into our aid. But the poor supporting the poor, as she well says, what good can come from that?" During this ebullition Mr St Lys had surveyed the apartment and recognized Sybil. "Sister," he said, when the wife of Warner had ceased, "this is not the first time we have met under the roof of sorrow." Sybil bent in silence, and moved as if she were about to retire. The wind and rain came dashing against the window. The companion of Mr St Lys, who was clad in a rough great coat, and was shaking the wet off an oilskin hat known by the name of a southwester, advanced and said to her, "It is but a squall, but a very severe one. I would recommend you to stay for a few minutes." She received this remark with courtesy, but did not reply. "I think," continued the companion of Mr St Lys, "that this is not the first time also that we have met?" "I cannot recall our meeting before," said Sybil. "And yet it was not many days past, though the sky was so very different that it would almost make one believe it was in another land and another clime." Sybil looked at him as if for explanation. "It was at Marney Abbey," said the companion of Mr St Lys. "I was there, and I remember when about to rejoin my companions, they were not alone." "And you disappeared, very suddenly I thought, for I left the ruins almost at the same moment as your friends, yet I never saw any of you again." "We took our course, a very rugged one. You perhaps pursued a more even way." "Was it your first visit to Marney?" "My first and my last. There was no place I more desired to see, no place of which the vision made me so sad." "The glory has departed," said Egremont mournfully. "It is not that," said Sybil. "I was prepared for decay, but not for such absolute desecration. The Abbey seems a quarry for materials to repair farmhouses, and the nave a cattle gate. What people they must be! That family of sacrilege who hold these lands." Said Egremont. "They certainly do not appear to have much feeling for ecclesiastical art." "And for little else, as we are told," said Sybil. "There was a fire at the Abbey farm the day we were there, and from all that reached us, it would appear that the people were as little tendered as the Abbey walls." "They have some difficulty perhaps in employing their population in those parts." "You know the country?" "Not at all. I was travelling in the neighbourhood, and made a diversion for the sake of seeing an abbey of which I had heard so much." "Yes, it was the greatest of the northern houses. But they told me the people were most wretched round the Abbey, nor do I think there is any other cause for their misery than the hard hearts of the family that have got the lands." "You feel deeply for the people," said Egremont looking at her earnestly. Sybil returned him a glance expressive of some astonishment, and then said, "And do not you? Your presence here assures me of it." "I humbly follow one who would comfort the unhappy." "The charity of Mr St Lys is known to all." "And you too are a ministering angel." "There is no merit in my conduct, for there is no sacrifice. When I remember what this English people once was, the truest, the freest, and the bravest, the best natured and the best looking, the happiest and most religious race upon the surface of this globe, and think of them now, with all their crimes and all their slavish sufferings, their soured spirits and their stunted forms, their lives without enjoyment and their deaths without hope, I may well feel for them, even if I were not the daughter of their blood." And that blood mantled to her cheek as she ceased to speak, and her dark eye gleamed with emotion, and an expression of pride and courage hovered on her brow. Egremont caught her glance and withdrew his own. His heart was troubled. St Lys, who had been in conference with the weaver, left him and went to the bedside of his wife. Warner advanced to Sybil, and expressed his feelings for her father, his sense of her goodness. She, observing the squall seemed to have ceased, bade him farewell, and calling Harold, quitted the chamber. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Where have you been all morning, Charles?" said Lord Marney, coming into his brother's dressing room a few minutes before dinner. "Arabella had made the nicest little riding party for you and Lady Joan, and you were to be found nowhere. If you go on in this way, there is no use of having affectionate relations or anything else." "I have been walking about Mowbray. One should see a factory once in one's life." "I don't see the necessity," said Lord Marney. "I never saw one, and never intend. Though to be sure, when I hear the rents that Mowbray gets for his land in their neighbourhood, I must say I wish the worsted works had answered at Marney; and if it had not been for our poor dear father, they would." "Our family have always been against manufactories, railroads, everything," said Egremont. "Railroads are very good things with high compensation," said Lord Marney, "and manufactories not so bad with high rents. But after all, these are enterprises for the canaille, and I hate them with my heart." "But they employ the people, George." "The people do not want employment. It is the greatest mistake in the world. All this employment is a stimulus to population. Never mind that. What I came in for is to tell you that both Arabella and myself think you talk too much to Lady Maud." "I like her best." "What has that to do with it, my dear fellow? Business is business. Old Mowbray will make an elder son out of his elder daughter. The affair is settled. I know it from the best authority. Talking to Lady Maud is insanity. It is all the same for her as if Fitz Warene had never died. And then that great event, which ought to be the foundation of your fortune, would be perfectly thrown away. Lady Maud at the best is nothing more than £20,000 and a fat living. Besides, she is engaged to that parson fellow, St Lys." "St Lys told me to day that nothing would ever induce him to marry. He would practise celibacy, though he would not enjoin it." "Enjoin fiddlestick! How came you to be talking to such a sanctified impostor, and, I believe, with all his fine phrases, a complete radical? I tell you what, Charles, you really must make way with Lady Joan. The grandfather has come to day, the old Duke. Quite a family party. It looks so well. Never was such a golden opportunity. And you must be sharp too. That little German with his brown eyes and his white hands has not come down here in the month of August with no sport of any kind for nothing." "I shall set Lady Firebrace at him." "She is quite your friend, and a very sensible woman too, Charles, and an ally not to be despised. Lady Joan has a very high opinion of her. There's the bell. Well, I shall tell Arabella that you mean to put up the steam, and Lady Firebrace shall keep Jermyn off. And perhaps it is as well you did not seem too eager at first. Mowbray Castle, my dear fellow, in spite of its manufactories, is not to be despised, and with a little firmness you could keep the people out of your park. Mowbray could do it, only he has no pluck. He is afraid people would say he was the son of a footman." The Duke, who was the father of the Countess de Mowbray, was also Lord Lieutenant of the county. Although advanced in years, he was still extremely handsome, with the most winning manners, full of amenity and grace. He had been a roue in his youth, but seemed now the perfect representative of a benignant and virtuous old age. He was universally popular, admired by young men, adored by young ladies. Lord de Mowbray paid him the most distinguished consideration. It was genuine. However maliciously the origin of his own father might be represented, nobody could deprive him of that great fact, his father-in-law, a duke of a great house who had intermarried for generations with great houses, one of the old nobility, and something even loftier. The county of which his Grace was Lord Lieutenant was very proud of its nobility, and certainly with Marney Abbey at one end and Mowbray Castle at the other, it had just cause. But both these illustrious houses yielded in importance, though not in possessions, to the great peer who was the governor of the province. A French actress, clever as French actresses always are, had persuaded, once upon a time, an easy-tempered monarch of this realm, that the paternity of her coming babe was a distinction of which his Majesty might be proud. His Majesty did not much believe her, but he was a sensible man, and never disputed a point with a woman. So when the babe was born and proved a boy, he christened him with his name, and elevated him to the peerage in his cradle by the title of Duke of Fitz Aquitaine and Marquis of Gascony. An estate the royal father could not endow him with, for he had spent all his money, mortgaged all his resources, and was obliged to run in debt himself for the jewels of the rest of his mistresses. But he did his best for the young peer, as became an affectionate father or a fond lover. His Majesty made him when he arrived at man's estate the hereditary keeper of a palace which he possessed in the north of England, and this secured his Grace a castle and a park. He could wave his flag and kill his deer, and if he had only possessed an estate, he would have been as well off as if he had helped conquer the realm with King William, or plundered the church for King Harry. A revenue must however be found for the Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine, and it was furnished without the interference of Parliament, but with a financial dexterity worthy of that assembly, to whom and not to our sovereigns we are obliged for the public debt. The king granted the Duke and his heirs for ever a pension on the post office, a light tax upon coals shipped to London, and a tithe of all the shrimps caught on the southern coast. This last source of revenue became in time, with the development of watering places, extremely prolific. And so, what with the foreign courts and colonies for the younger sons, it was thus contrived very respectably to maintain the hereditary dignity of this great peer. The present Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine had supported the Reform Bill, but had been shocked by the appropriation clause, very much admired Lord Stanley, and was apt to observe that if that nobleman had been the leader of the Conservative party, he hardly knew what he might not have done himself. But the Duke was an old Whig, had lived with old Whigs all his life, feared revolution, but still more the necessity of taking his name out of Brooks, where he had looked in every day or night since he came of age. So, not approving of what was going on, yet not caring to desert his friends, he withdrew, as the phrase runs, from public life, that is to say, was rarely in his seat, did not continue to Lord Melbourne the proxy that had been entrusted to Lord Grey, and made Tory magistrates in his county, though a Whig Lord Lieutenant. When forces were numbered and speculations on the future indulged in by the Tadpoles and Tapers, the name of the Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine was mentioned with a knowing look and in mysterious tone. Nothing more was necessary between Tadpole and Taper, but if some hack in statu pupillari happened to be present at the conference, and the gentle novice, greedy for party tattle, and full of admiring reverence for the two great hierophants of petty mysteries before him, ventured to intimate his anxiety for initiation, the secret was entrusted to him, that all was right there, that his Grace only watched his opportunity, that he was heartily sick of the present men, indeed would have gone over with Lord Stanley in 1835 had he not had a fit of the gout, which prevented him from coming up from the north. And though, to be sure, his son and brother did vote against the Speaker, still that was a mistake. If a letter had been sent, which was not written, they would have voted the other way, and perhaps Sir Robert might have been in at the present moment. The Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine was the great staple of Lady Firebrace's correspondence with Mr. Tadpole. Woman's mission took the shape to her intelligence of getting over his Grace to the Conservatives. She was much assisted in these endeavours by the information which she so dexterously acquired from the innocent and incautious Lord Mask. Egremont was seated at dinner to-day by the side of Lady Joan. Unconsciously to himself, this had been arranged by Lady Marney. The action of woman on our destiny is unceasing. Egremont was scarcely in a happy mood for conversation. He was pensive, inclined to be absent. His thoughts indeed were of other things and persons than those around him. Lady Joan, however, only required a listener. She did not make inquiries like Lady Maud, or impart her own impressions by suggesting them as your own. Lady Joan gave Egremont an account of the Aztec cities of which she had been reading that morning, and of the several historical theories which their discovery had suggested. Then she imparted her own, which differed from all, but which seemed clearly the right one. Mexico led to Egypt. Lady Joan was as familiar with the Pharaohs as with the caciques of the New World. The phonetic system was dispatched by the way. Then came Champollion, then Paris, then all its celebrities, literary and especially scientific. Then came the letter from Arago received that morning, and the letter from Dr. Buckland expected to-morrow. She was delighted that one had written, wondered why the other had not. Finally, before the ladies retired, she had invited Egremont to join Lady Marney in a visit to her observatory, where they were to behold a comet which she had been the first to detect. Lady Firebrace, next to the Duke, indulged in mysterious fiddle-faddle as to the state of parties. She too had her correspondence, and her letters received or awaited. Tadpole said this; Lord Mask, on the contrary, said that. The truth lay perhaps between them. Some result developed by the clear intelligence of Lady Firebrace acting on the data with which they supplied her. The Duke listened with calm excitement to the transcendental revelations of his Egeria. Nothing appeared to be concealed from her. The inmost mind of the sovereign, there was not a royal prejudice that was not mapped in her secret inventory. The cabinets of the Whigs and the clubs of the Tories, she had the open sesame to all of them. Sir Somebody did not want office, though he pretended to, and Lord Nobody did want office, though he pretended he did not. One great man thought the pear was not ripe, another that it was quite rotten, but then the first was coming on the stage, and the other was going off. In estimating the accuracy of a political opinion, one should take into consideration the standing of the opinionist. At the right moment, and when she was sure she was not overheard, Lady Firebrace played her trump card, the pack having been previously cut by Mr Tadpole. "And who do you think Sir Robert would send to Ireland?" And she looked up into the face of the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine. "I suppose the person he sent before," said his Grace. Lady Firebrace shook her head. "Lord Haddington will not go to Ireland again," replied her ladyship mysteriously, "mark me. And Lord de Grey does not like to go, and if he did, there are objections. And the Duke of Northumberland, he will not go. And who else is there? We must have a nobleman of the highest rank for Ireland, one who has not mixed himself up with Irish questions, one who has always been in old days for emancipation, a conservative, not an Orangeman. You understand. That is the person Sir Robert will send, and whom Sir Robert wants." "He will have some difficulty in finding such a person," said the Duke. "If, indeed, the blundering affair of 1834 had not occurred, and things had taken their legitimate course, and we had seen a man like Lord Stanley, for instance, at the head of affairs, or leading a great party, why then indeed your friends the Conservatives, for every sensible man must be a Conservative in the right sense of the word, would have stood in a very different position. But now—" and his Grace shook his head. "Sir Robert will never consent to form a government again without Lord Stanley," said Lady Firebrace. "Perhaps not," said the Duke. "Do you know whose name I have heard mentioned in a certain quarter as the person Sir Robert would wish to see in Ireland?" continued Lady Firebrace. His Grace lent his ear. "The Duke of Fitz Aquitaine," said Lady Firebrace. "Quite impossible," said the Duke. "I am no party man. If I be anything, I am a supporter of the government. True it is, I do not like the way they are going on, and I disapprove of all their measures, but we must stand by our friends, Lady Firebrace. To be sure, if the country were in danger, and the Queen personally appealed to one, and the Conservative party were really a Conservative party, and not an old crazy faction vamped up and whitewashed into decency, one might pause and consider. But I am free to confess I must see things in a very different condition to what they are at present before I could be called upon to take that step. I must see men like Lord Stanley—" "I know what you are going to say, my dear Duke of Fitz Aquitaine. I tell you again Lord Stanley is with us, heart and soul, and before long I feel persuaded I shall see your Grace in the Castle of Dublin." "I am too old; at least I am afraid so," said the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine with a relenting smile. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. About 3 miles before it reaches the town, the river Mowe undulates through a plain. The scene, though not very picturesque, has a glad and sparkling character. A stone bridge unites the opposite banks by 3 arches of good proportion. The land about consists of meads of a vivid colour, or vegetable gardens to supply the neighbouring population, and whose various hues give life and lightness to the level ground. The immediate boundaries of the plain on either side are chiefly woods, above the crest of which in one direction expands the brown bosom of a moor. The few cottages which are sprinkled about this scene, being built of stone, and on an ample scale, contribute to the idea of comfort and plenty which, with a serene sky and on a soft summer day, the traveller willingly associates with it. Such was the sky and season in which Egremont emerged on this scene a few days after the incidents recorded in our last chapter. He had been fishing in the park of Mowbray, and had followed the rivulet through many windings, until quitting the enclosed domain it had forced its way through some craggy underwood at the bottom of the hilly moors we have noticed, and finally, entering the plain, lost itself in the waters of the greater stream. Good sport had not awaited Egremont. Truth to say, his rod had played in a very careless hand. He had taken it, though an adept in the craft when in the mood, rather as an excuse to be alone than a means to be amused. There are seasons in life when solitude is a necessity, and such a one had now descended on the spirit of the brother of Lord Marney. The form of Sybil Gerard was stamped upon his brain. It blended with all thoughts, it haunted every object. Who was this girl, unlike all women whom he had yet encountered, who spoke with such sweet seriousness of things of such vast import, but which had never crossed his mind, and with a kind of mournful majesty bewailed the degradation of her race? The daughter of the lowly, yet proud of her birth. Not a noble lady in the land who could boast a mien more complete, and none of them thus gifted, who possessed withal the fascinating simplicity that pervaded every gesture and accent of the daughter of Gerard. Yes, the daughter of Gerard, the daughter of a workman at a manufactory. It had not been difficult, after the departure of Sybil, to extract this information from the garrulous wife of the weaver. And that father, he was not unknown to Egremont. His proud form and generous countenance were still fresh in the mind's eye of our friend. Not less so his thoughtful speech, full of knowledge and meditation and earnest feeling. How much that he had spoken still echoed in the heart and rung in the brooding ear of Egremont. And his friend too, that pale man with those glittering eyes, who without affectation, without pedantry, with artlessness on the contrary, and a degree of earnest singleness, had glanced like a master of philosophy at the loftiest principles of political science. Was he too a workman? And are these then the people? If so, thought Egremont, would that I lived more among them. Compared with their converse, the tattle of our saloons has in it something humiliating. It is not merely that it is deficient in warmth and depth and breadth, that it is always discussing persons instead of principles, and cloaking its want of thought in mimetic dogmas, and its want of feeling in superficial raillery. It is not merely that it has neither imagination, nor fancy, nor sentiment, nor feeling, nor knowledge to recommend it, but it appears to me, even as regards manner and expression, inferior in refinement and phraseology, in short, trivial, uninteresting, stupid, really vulgar. It seemed to Egremont that from the day he met these persons in the Abbey ruins, the horizon of his experience had insensibly expanded. More than that, there were streaks of light breaking in the distance, which already gave a new aspect to much that was known, and which perhaps was ultimately destined to reveal much that was now utterly obscure. He could not resist the conviction that from the time in question his sympathies had become more lively and more extended, that a masculine impulse had been given to his mind, that he was inclined to view public questions in a tone very different to that in which he had surveyed them a few weeks back when on the hustings of his borough. Revolving these things, he emerged, as we have stated, into the plain of the Mow, and guiding his path by the course of the river, he arrived at the bridge which a fancy tempted him to cross. In its centre was a man looking on the waters below and leaning over the parapet. His footstep roused the loiterer who looked round, and Egremont saw that it was Walter Gerard. Gerard returned his salute and said, "Early hours on Saturday afternoon make us all saunterers," and then, as their way was the same, they walked on together. It seemed that Gerard's cottage was near at hand, and having inquired after Egremont's sport, and receiving for a reply a present of a brace of trout, the only one, by the by, that was in Egremont's basket, he could scarcely do less than invite his companion to rest himself. "There is my home," said Gerard, pointing to a cottage recently built, and in a pleasing style. Its materials were of a fawn-coloured stone, common in the Mowbray quarries. A scarlet creeper clustered round one side of its ample porch. Its windows were large, mullioned, and neatly latticed. It stood in the midst of a garden of no mean dimensions, but every bed and nook of which teemed with cultivation. Flowers and vegetables both abounded, while an orchard rich with promise of many fruits, ripe pears and famous pippins of the north, and plums of every shape and hue, screened the dwelling from that wind against which the woods that formed its background were no protection. "I'll be honest enough to own I have no claim to the credit," said Gerard. "I am but a lazy chiel." They entered the cottage, where a hale old woman greeted them. "She is too old to be my wife, and too young to be my mother," said Gerard smiling, "but she is a good creature, and has looked after me many a long day. Come, dame," he said, "thou'lt bring us a cup of tea. 'Tis a good evening beverage," he added, turning to Egremont, "and what I ever take at this time, and if you care to light a pipe, you will find a companion." "I have renounced tobacco," said Egremont. "Tobacco is the tomb of love." And they entered a neatly furnished chamber that had the habitable look which the best room of a farmhouse too often wants. Instead of the cast-off furniture of other establishments, at the same time dingy and tawdry, mock rosewood chairs and tarnished mahogany tables, there was an oaken table, some cottage chairs made of beech wood, and a Dutch clock. But what surprised Egremont was the appearance of several shelves well lined with volumes. Their contents too, on closer inspection, were very remarkable. They indicated a student of a high order. Egremont read the titles of works which he only knew by fame, but which treated of the loftiest and most subtle questions of social and political philosophy. As he was throwing his eye over them, his companion said, "Ah! I see you think me as great a scholar as I am a gardener, but with as little justice. These books are not mine." "To whomsoever they belong," said Egremont, "if we are to judge from his collection, he has a tolerably strong head." "Ay, ay," said Gerard, "the world will hear of him yet, though he was only a workman and the son of a workman. He has not been at your schools and your colleges, but he can write his mother tongue as Shakespeare and Cobbett wrote it, and you must do that if you wish to influence the people." "And might I ask his name?" said Egremont. "Stephen Morley, my friend." "The person I saw you with at Marney Abbey?" "The same." "And he lives with you?" "Why, we kept house together, if you could call it so. Stephen does not give much trouble in that way. He only drinks water, and only eats herbs and fruits. He is the gardener," added Gerard, smiling. "I don't know how we shall fare when he leaves me." "And is he going to leave you?" "Why, in a manner he has gone. He has taken a cottage about a quarter of a mile up the dale, and only left his books here because he is going into shire in a day or two, on some business that may be will take him a week or so. The books are safer here, you see, for the present, for Stephen lives alone and is a good deal away, for he edits a paper at Mowbray, and that must be looked after. He is to be my gardener still, I promised him that. Well done, dame," said Gerard, as the old woman entered. "I hope for the honour of the house a good brew. Now, comrade, sit down. It will do you good after your long stroll. You should eat your own trout if you would wait?" "By no means. You will miss your friend, I think?" "We shall see a good deal of him, I doubt not, what with the garden and the neighbourhood and so on. Besides, in a manner he is master of his own time. His work is not like ours, and though the pull on the brain is sometimes great, I have often wished I had a talent that way. It's a drear life to do the same thing every day at the same hour. But I never could express my ideas except with my tongue, and there I feel tolerably at home." "It will be a pity to see this room without these books," said Egremont, encouraging conversation on domestic subjects. "So it will," said Gerard. "I have got very few of my own; but my daughter will be able to fill the shelves in time, I warrant." "Your daughter, she is coming to live with you?" "Yes, that is the reason why Stephen quits us. He only remained here until Sybil could keep my house, and that happy day is at hand." "That is a great compensation for the loss of your friend," said Egremont. "And yet she talks of flitting," said Gerard, in a rather melancholy tone. "She hankers after the cloister. She has passed a still sweet life in the convent here. The superior is the sister of my employer, and a very saint on earth. And Sybil knows nothing of the real world except its sufferings. No matter," he added more cheerfully, "I would not have her take the veil rashly, but if I lose her, it may be for the best. For the married life of a woman of our class in the present condition of our country is a lease of woe," he added, shaking his head. "Slaves, and the slaves of slaves. Even a woman's spirit cannot stand against it, and it can bear against more than we can, master." "Your daughter is not made for the common cares of life," said Egremont. "We'll not talk of them," said Gerard. "Sybil has an English heart, and that's not easily broken. And you, comrade, you are a traveller in these parts, eh?" "A kind of traveller; something in the way of your friend Morley; connected with the press." "Indeed, a reporter, eh? I thought you had something about you a little more knowing than we provincials." "Yes, a reporter. They want information in London as to the real state of the country, and this time of year Parliament is not sitting. Ah, I understand, a flying commission and a summer tour. Well, I often wish I were a penman, but I never could do it. I'll read any day as long as you like, but that writing I could never manage. My friend Morley is a powerful hand at it. His journal circulates a good deal about here, and if, as I often tell him, he would only sink his high-flying philosophy and stick to old English politics, he might make a property of it. You'll like to know him?" "Much." "And what first took you to the press, if I may ask?" "Why, my father was a gentleman," said Egremont in a hesitating tone, "and I was a younger son." "Ah," said Gerard, "that is as bad as being a woman." "I had no patrimony," continued Egremont, "and I was obliged to work. I had no head, I believe, for the law. The church was not exactly in my way. And as for the army, how was I to advance without money or connections? I had had some education, and so I thought I would turn it to account." "Wisely done. You are one of the working classes, and will enlist, I hope, in the great struggle against the drones. The natural friends of the people are the younger sons, though they are generally enlisted against us. The more fools they, to devote their energies to the maintenance of a system which is founded on selfishness and which leads to fraud, and of which they are the first victims. But every man thinks he will be an exception." "And yet," said Egremont, "a great family rooted in the land has been deemed to be an element of political strength." "I'll tell you what," said Gerard, "there is a great family in this country and rooted in it, of which we have heard much less than they deserved, but of which I suspect we shall hear very soon enough to make us all think a bit." "In this county?" "Aye, in this county and every other one. I mean the people." "Ah," said Egremont, "that family has existed for a long time." "But it has taken to increase rapidly of late, my friend. How may I call you?" "They call me Franklin." "A good English name of a good English class that has disappeared. Well, Mr Franklin, be sure of this, that the population returns of this country are very instructive reading." "I can conceive so." "I became a man when the bad times were beginning," said Gerard. "I have passed through many doleful years. I was a Franklin's son myself, and we had lived on this island at least no worse for a longer time than I care to recollect as little as what I am now. But that's nothing. I am not thinking of myself. I am prosperous in a fashion. It is the serfs I live among of whom I am thinking. Well, I have heard in the course of years of some specifics for this constant degradation of the people, some thing or some person that was to put all right, and for my part I was not unready to support any proposal or follow any leader. There was reform, and there was paper money, and no machinery, and 1,000 other remedies, and there were demagogues of all kinds, some as bad as myself, and some with blood in their veins almost as costly as flows in those of our great neighbour here, Earl de Mowbray, and I have always heard that that was very choice. But I will frankly own to you, I never had much faith in any of these proposals or proposers, but they were a change, and that is something. But I have been persuaded of late that there is something going on in this country of more efficacy, a remedial power, as I believe, and irresistible, but whether remedial or not, at any rate a power that will mar all or cure all. You apprehend me? I speak of the annual arrival of more than 300,000 strangers in this island. How will you feed them? How will you clothe them? How will you house them? They have given up butcher's meat. Must they give up bread? As for raiment and shelter, the rags of the kingdom are exhausted, and your sinks and cellars already swarm like rabbit warrens. "'Tis an awful consideration," said Egremont, musing. "Awful," said Gerard. "'Tis the most solemn thing since the deluge. What kingdom can stand against it? Why, go to your history, you're a scholar, and see the fall of the great Roman Empire. What was that? Every now and then there came 200,000 or 300,000 strangers out of the forests and crossed the mountains and rivers. They come to us every year, and in greater numbers. What are your invasions of the barbarous nations, your Goths and Visigoths, your Lombards and Huns, to our population returns?" End of Book 2, Chapter 16. End of the second book. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last rays of the sun, contending with clouds of smoke that drifted across the country, partially illumined a peculiar landscape. Far as the eye could reach, and the region was level, except where a range of limestone hills formed its distant limit, a wilderness of cottages or tenements that were hardly entitled to a higher name, were scattered for many miles over the land, some detached, some connected in little rows, some clustering in groups, yet rarely forming continuous streets, but interspersed with blazing furnaces, heaps of burning coal, and piles of smouldering ironstone, while forges and engine chimneys roared and puffed in all directions, and indicated the frequent presence of the mouth of the mine and the bank of the coal pit. Notwithstanding the whole country might be compared to a vast rabbit warren, it was nevertheless intersected with canals crossing each other at various levels, and though the subterranean operations were prosecuted with so much avidity that it was not uncommon to observe whole rows of houses awry from the shifting and hollow nature of the land, still, intermingled with heaps of mineral refuse or of metallic dross, patches of the surface might here and there be recognized, covered as if in mockery with grass and corn, looking very much like those gentlemen's sons that we used to read of in our youth, stolen by the chimney sweeps, and giving some intimations of their breeding beneath their grimy livery. But a tree or a shrub, such an existence was unknown in this dingy rather than dreary region. It was the twilight hour, the hour at which in southern climes the peasant kneels before the sunset image of the blessed Hebrew maiden, when caravans halt in their long course over vast deserts, and the turbaned traveller bending in the sand pays his homage to the sacred stone and the sacred city. The hour, not less holy, that announces the cessation of English toil, and sends forth the miner and the collier to breathe the air of earth and gaze on the light of heaven. They come forth. The mine delivers its gang and the pit its bondsman. The forge is silent and the engine is still. The plain is covered with a swarming multitude, bands of stalwart men, broad-chested and muscular, wet with toil, and black as the children of the tropics. Troops of youth, alas, of both sexes, though neither their raiment nor their language indicates the difference. All are clad in male attire, and oaths that men might shudder at issue from lips born to breathe words of sweetness. Yet these are to be, some are, the mothers of England. But can we wonder at the hideous coarseness of their language when we remember the savage rudeness of their lives? Naked to the waist, an iron chain fastened to a belt of leather runs between their legs, clad in canvas trousers, while on hands and feet an English girl, for 12, sometimes for 16 hours a day, hauls and hurries tubs of coals up subterranean roads, dark, precipitous, and plashy. Circumstances that seem to have escaped the notice of the Society for the Abolition of Negro Slavery. Those worthy gentlemen, too, appear to have been singularly unconscious of the sufferings of the little trappers, which was remarkable, as many of them were in their own employ. See, too, these emerge from the bowels of the earth, infants of 4 and 5 years of age, many of them girls, pretty and still soft and timid, entrusted with the fulfilment of most responsible duties, and the nature of which entails on them the necessity of being the earliest to enter the mine, and the latest to leave it. Their labour indeed is not severe, for that would be impossible, but it is passed in darkness and in solitude. They endure that punishment which philosophical philanthropy has invented for the direst criminals, and which those criminals deem more terrible than the death for which it is substituted. Hour after hour elapses, and all that reminds the infant trappers of the world they have quitted, and that which they have joined, is the passage of the coal wagons, for which they open the air doors of the galleries, and on keeping which doors constantly closed, except at this moment of passage, the safety of the mine and the lives of the persons employed in it entirely depend. Sir Joshua, a man of genius and a courtly artist, struck by the seraphic countenance of Lady Alice Gordon when a child of very tender years, painted the celestial visage in various attitudes on the same canvas, and styled the group of heavenly faces guardian angels. We would say to some great master of the pencil, Mr. Landseer or Mr. Etty, go thou to the little trappers, and do likewise. A small party of miners approached a house of more pretension than the generality of the dwellings, and announcing its character by a very flagrant sign of the rising sun. They entered it as men accustomed, and were greeted with smiles and many civil words from the lady at the bar, who inquired very cheerfully what the gentleman would have. They soon found themselves seated in the tap, and though it was not entirely unoccupied, in their accustomed places, for there seemed a general understanding that they enjoyed a prescriptive right. With hunches of white bread in their black hands, and grinning with their sable countenances and ivory teeth, they really looked like a gang of negroes at a revel. The cups of ale circulated, the pipes were lighted, the preliminary puffs achieved. There was at length silence, when he who seemed their leader, and who filled a sort of president's seat, took his pipe from his mouth, and then uttering the first complete sentence that had yet been expressed aloud, thus delivered himself. "The fact is, we are Tommied to death." "You never spoke a truer word, Master Nixon," said one of his companions. "It's gospel, every word of it," said another. "And the point is," continued Master Nixon, "what are we for to do?" "Ay, surely," said a collier, "that's the marrow." "Ay, ay," agreed several, "there it is." "The question is," said Nixon, looking round with a magisterial air, "what is wages? I say, 'tain't sugar, 'tain't tea, 'tain't bacon. I don't think it's candles, but of this I be sure, 'tain't weskets." Here there was a general groan. "Comrades," continued Nixon, "you know what has happened. You know as how Juggins applied for his balance after his tommy book was paid up, and that incarnate nigger Diggs had made him take 2 weskets. Now the question rises, What is a collier to do with waistcoats? Pawn 'em, I suppose, to Diggs's son-in-law next door to his father's shop, and sell the ticket for sixpence. Now, there's the question. Keep to the question. The question is waistcoats and Tommy. First waistcoats, and then Tommy. "I have been making £1 a week these 2 months past," said another, "but as I'm a sinner saved, I have never seen the young Queen's picture yet." "And I have been obliged to pay the doctor for my poor wife in Tommy," said another. "Doctor," I said, says I blush to do it, but all I have got is Tommy, and what shall it be, bacon or cheese? "Cheese at 10d. a pound," says he, "which I buy for my servants at 6d. Never mind," says he, for he is a thorough Christian, "I'll take the Tommy as I find it." "Juggins has got his rent to pay and is afeard of the bums," said Nixon, "and he has got 2 waistcoats." "Besides," said another, "Diggs's Tommy is only open once a week, and if you're not there in time, you go over for another 7 days. And it's such a distance, and he keeps a body there such a time. It's always a day's work for my poor woman. She can't do nothing after it, what with the waiting and the standing and the cussing of Master Joseph Diggs, for he do swear at the women when they rush in for the first turn, most fearful." "They do say he's a shocking little dog." "Master Joseph is wery wiolent, but there is no one like old Diggs for grabbing a bit of one's wages. He do so love it. And then he says you never need be at no loss for nothing, you can find everything under my roof. And I should like to know who is to mend our shoes. Has Gaffer Diggs a cobbler's stall?" "Or sell us a pennyworth of potatoes," said another, "or a ha'porth of milk?" "No, and so to get them one is obliged to go and sell some Tommy, and much one gets for it. Bacon at 9d. a pound at Diggs, which you may get at a huckster's for 6d, and therefore the huckster can't be expected to give you more than 4d. halfpenny, by which token the Tommy in our field just cuts our wages atween the navel." "And that's as true as if you heard it in church, Master Waghorn." "This Diggs seems to be an oppressor of the people," said a voice from a distant corner of the room. Master Nixon looked around, smoked, puffed, and then said, "I should think he wore as bloody a hearted butty as ever jingled." "But what business has a butty to keep a shop?" inquired the stranger. "The law touches him." "I should like to know who would touch the law," said Nixon. "Not I, for one. Them Tommy shops is very delicate things. They won't stand no handling, I can tell you that." "But he cannot force you to take goods," said the stranger. "He must pay you in current coin of the realm if you demand it." "They only pay us once in 5 weeks," said a collier, "and how is a man to live meanwhile? And suppose we were to make shift for a month or 5 weeks, and have all our money coming, and have no Tommy out of the shop, what would the butty say to me? He would say, 'Do you want here a note at this time?' And if I was to say no, then he would say, 'You've no call to go down to work any more here.' And that's what I call forsation." "Ay, ay," said another collier. "Ask for the young Queen's picture, and you would soon have to put your shirt on and go up the shaft." "It's them long reckonings that force us to the Tommy shops," said another collier, "and if a butty turns you away because you won't take no Tommy, you're a marked man in every field about." Author's footnote. A butty in the mining districts is a middleman, a doggy is his manager. The butty generally keeps a Tommy or truck shop, and pays the wages of his labourers in goods. When miners and colliers strike, they term it going to play. End of footnote. "There's wuss things as Tommy," said a collier who had hitherto been silent, "and that's these here butties. What's going on in the pit is known only to God Almighty and the colliers. I have been a consistent Methodist for many years, strive to do well, and all the harm I have ever done to the butties was to tell them that their deeds would not stand on the day of judgment." "They are deeds of darkness surely, for many's the morn we work for nothing by one excuse or another, and many's the good stint that they undermeasure, and many's the cup of their ale that you must drink before they will give you any work. If the Queen would do something for us poor men, it would be a blessed job." "There ain't no black tyrant on this earth like a butty, surely," said a collier, "and there's no redress for poor men." "But why do you not state your grievances to the landlords and lessees?" said the stranger. "I take it you be a stranger in these parts, sir," said Master Nixon, following up this remark by a most enormous puff. He was the oracle of his circle, and there was silence whenever he was inclined to address them, which was not too often, though when he spoke, his words, as his followers often observed, were a regular 10-yard coal. "I take it you be a stranger in these parts, sir, or else you would know it's as easy for a miner to speak to a mainmaster as it is for me to pick coal with this here clay. Sir, there's a gulf atween 'em. I went into the pit when I was 5 years old, and I count 40 year in the service come Martinmas, and a very good age, sir, for a man what does his work, and I knows what I'm speaking about. In 40 years, sir, a man sees a pretty deal, specially when he don't move out of the same spot and keeps his tension. I've been at plays, sir, several times in 40 year, and have seen as great stick-outs as ever happened in this country. I've seen the people at play for weeks together, and so clammed that I never tasted nothing but a potato and a little salt for more than a fortnight. Talk of Tommy, that was hard fare, but we were holding out for our rights, and that's a sauce for any gander. And I'll tell you what, sir, that I never knew the people play yet, but if a word had passed atween them and the mainmasters aforehand, it might not have been settled, but you can't get at them any way. Atween the poor man and the gentleman there never was no connection, and that's the wital mischief of this country." "It's a very true word, Master Nixon, and by this token, when we went to play in '28, and the masters said they would meet us, what did they do but walk about the ground and speak to the butties. The butties has their ear. We never want no soldiers here if the masters would speak with the men, but the sight of a pitman is pison to a gentleman, and if we go up to speak with them they always run away." "It's the butties," said Nixon, "they're wusser nor Tommy." "The people will never have their right," said the stranger, "until they learn their power. Suppose, instead of sticking out and playing, 50 of your families were to live under one roof. You would live better than you live now. You would feed more fully, and be lodged and clothed more comfortably, and you might save half the amount of your wages. You would become capitalists. You might yourselves hire your mines and pits from the owners, and pay them a better rent than they now obtain, and yet yourselves gain more and work less." "Sir," said Mr. Nixon, taking his pipe from his mouth, and sending forth a volume of smoke, "you speak like a book." "It is the principle of association," said the stranger, "the want of the age." "Sir," said Mr. Nixon, "this here age wants a great deal, but what it principally wants is to have its wages paid in the current coin of the realm." Soon after this there were symptoms of empty mugs and exhausted pipes, and the party began to stir. The stranger, addressing Nixon, inquired of him what was their present distance from Wodgate. "Wodgate!" exclaimed Mr. Nixon with an unconscious air. "The gentleman means Hell House Yard," said one of his companions. "I'm at home," said Mr. Nixon, "but 'tis the first time I ever heard Hell House Yard called Wodgate." "It's called so in jography," said Juggins. "But you hain't going to Hell House Yard this time of night," said Mr. Nixon. "I'd as soon think of going down the pit with the windlass turned by Lushy Bob." "'Tain't a journey for Christians," said Juggins. "They're a queer lot even in sunshine," said another. "And how far is it?" asked the stranger. "I walked there once in 3 hours," said a collier, "but that was to the wake. If you want to see divils carnal, there's your time of day. They're no less than heathens, I be sure. I be sorry to see even our butty among them, for he is a sort of Christian when he has taken a glass of ale." End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days after the visit of Egremont to the cottage of Walter Gerard, the visit of the Marney family to Mowbray terminated, and they returned to the Abbey. There is something mournful in the breaking up of an agreeable party, and few are the roofs in which one has sojourned which are quitted without some feeling of depression. The sudden cessation of all those sources of excitement which pervade a gay and well-arranged mansion in the country unstrings the nervous system. For a week or so we have done nothing which was not agreeable, and heard nothing which was not pleasant. our self-love has been respected, there has been a total cessation of petty cares, all the enjoyment of an establishment without any of its solicitude. We have beheld civilization only in its favoured aspect, and tasted only the sunny side of the fruit. Sometimes there are associations with our visit of a still sweeter and softer character, but on these we need not dwell. Glances that cannot be forgotten, and tones that linger in the ear, sentiment that subdues the soul, and flirtation that agitates the fancy. No matter, whatever may be the cause, one too often drives away from a country house rather hipped. The specific would be immediately to drive to another, and it is a favourite remedy. But sometimes it is not in our power. Sometimes, for instance, we must return to our household gods in the shape of a nursery, and though this was not the form assumed by the Penates of Lord Marney, his presence, the presence of an individual so important and so indefatigable, was still required. His lordship had passed his time at Mowbray to his satisfaction. He had had his own way in everything. His selfishness had not received a single shock. He had lain down the law, and it had not been questioned. He had dogmatized and impugned, and his assertions had passed current, and his doctrines been accepted as orthodox. Lord Mowbray suited him. He liked the consideration of so great a personage. Lord Marney also really liked pomp, a curious table and a luxurious life, but he liked them under any roof rather than his own. Not that he was what is commonly called a screw, that is to say, he was not a mere screw, but he was acute and malicious, saw everybody's worth and position at a glance, could not bear to expend his choice wines and costly viands on hangers-on and toad-eaters, though at the same time no man encouraged and required hangers-on and toad-eaters more. Lord Marney had all the petty social vices, and none of those petty social weaknesses which soften their harshness or their hideousness. To receive a prince of the blood or a great peer he would spare nothing. Had he to fulfil any of the public duties of his station, his performance would baffle criticism. But he enjoyed making the Vicar of Marney or Captain Grouse drink some claret that was on the wane, or praise a bottle of Burgundy that he knew was pricked. Little things affect little minds. Lord Marney rose in no very good humour. He was kept at the station, which aggravated his spleen. During his journey on the railroad he spoke little, and though he more than once laboured to get up a controversy, he was unable, for Lady Marney, who rather dreaded her dull home, and was not yet in a tone of mind that could hail the presence of the little point set as full compensation for the brilliant circle of Mowbray, replied in amiable monosyllables, and Egremont himself in austere ones, for he was musing over Sybil Gerard and 1,000 things as wild and sweet. Everything went wrong this day. Even Captain Grouse was not at the Abbey to welcome them back. He was playing in a cricket match, Marney against Marham. Nothing else would have induced him to be absent. So it happened that the three fellow travellers had to dine together, utterly weary of themselves and of each other. Captain Grouse was never more wanted. He would have amused Lord Marney, relieved his wife and brother, reported all that had been said and done in their neighbourhood during their absence, introduced a new tone, and effected a happy diversion. Leaving Mowbray, detained at the station, Grouse away, some disagreeable letters, or letters which an ill-humoured man chooses to esteem disagreeable, seemed to announce the climax. Lord Marney ordered the dinner to be served in the small dining room, which was contiguous to a saloon in which Lady Marney, when they were alone, generally passed the evening. The dinner was silent and sombre. Happily it was also short. Lord Marney tasted several dishes, ate of none, found fault with his own claret, though the butler had given him a choice bottle, praised Lord Mowbray's, wondered where he got it, all the wines at Mowbray were good, then for the 20th time wondered what could have induced Grouse to fix the cricket match the day he returned home, though he chose to forget that he had never communicated to Grouse even the probable day on which he might be expected. As for Egremont, it must be admitted that he was scarcely in a more contented mood than his brother, though he had not such insufficient cause for his dark humours. In quitting Mowbray he had quitted something else than merely an agreeable circle. Enough had happened in that visit to stir up the deep recesses of his heart, and to prompt him to investigate in an unusual spirit the causes and attributes of his position. He had found a letter on his return to the Abbey, not calculated to dispel these somewhat morbid feelings, a letter from his agent, urging the settlement of his election accounts, the primary cause of his visit to his brother. Lady Marney left the dining room. The brothers were alone. Lord Marney filled a bumper which he drank off rapidly, pushed the bottle to his brother, and then said again, "What a cursed bore it is that Grouse is not here." "Well, I cannot say, George, that I particularly miss the presence of Captain Grouse," said his brother. Lord Marney looked at Egremont pugnaciously, and then observed, "Grouse is a capital fellow. One is never dull when Grouse is here." "Well, for my part," said Egremont, "I do not much admire that amusement which is dependent on the efforts of hangers-on." "Grouse is no more a hanger-on than any one else," said Lord Marney rather fiercely. "Perhaps not," said Egremont quietly. "I am no judge of such sort of people." "I should like to know what you are a judge of; certainly not of making yourself agreeable to young ladies. Arabella cannot be particularly charmed with the result of your visit to Mowbray, as far as Lady Joan is concerned, Arabella's most intimate friend, by the bye. If for no other reason, you ought to have paid her more attention." "I cannot pay attention unless I am attracted," said Egremont. "I have not the ever ready talent of your friend, Captain Grouse." "I do not know what you mean by my friend, Captain Grouse. Captain Grouse is no more my friend than your friend. One must have people about the house to do 1,000 things which one cannot do oneself, and which one cannot trust to servants, and Grouse does all this capitally." "Exactly. He is just what I said. A capital hanger-on if you like, but still a hanger-on." "Well, and what then? Suppose he is a hanger-on, may I not have hangers-on as well as any other man?" "Of course you may, but I am not bound to regret their absence." "Who said you were? But I will regret their absence if I choose. And I regret the absence of Grouse, regret it very much. And if he did happen to be inextricably engaged in this unfortunate match, I say, and you may contradict me if you please, that he ought to have taken care that Slimsy dined here to tell me all that had happened." "I am very glad he omitted to do so," said Egremont. "I prefer Grouse to Slimsy." "I dare say you do," said Lord Marney, filling his glass and looking very black. "You would like, I have no doubt, to see a fine gentleman saint, like your friend Mr St Lys at Marney, preaching in cottages, filling the people with discontent, lecturing me about low wages, soliciting plots of grounds for new churches, and inveigling Arabella into subscriptions to painted widows." "I certainly should like to see a man like Aubrey St Lys at Marney," said Egremont quietly, but rather doggedly. "And if he were here, I would soon see who should be master," said Lord Marney. "I would not succumb like Mowbray. One might as well have a Jesuit in the house at once." "I dare say St Lys would care very little about entering your house," said Egremont. "I know it was with great reluctance that he ever came to Mowbray Castle." "I dare say; very great reluctance indeed. And very reluctant he was, I make no doubt, to sit next to Lady Maud. I wonder he does not fly higher, and preach to Lady Joan. But she is too sensible a woman for such fanatical tricks. St Lys thinks it his duty to enter all societies. That is the reason why he goes to Mowbray Castle, as well as to the squalid courts and cellars of the town. He takes care that those who are clad in purple and fine linen shall know the state of their neighbours. They cannot at least plead ignorance for the non-fulfilment of their duty. Before St Lys's time, the family at Mowbray Castle might as well have not existed, as far as benefiting their miserable vicinage. It would be well perhaps for other districts not less wretched, and for other families as high and favoured as the Mowbrays, if there were a Mr St Lys on the spot instead of a Mr Slimsy. "I suppose that is meant for a cut," said Lord Marney. but I wish the people were as well off in every part of the country as they are on my estate. They get here their 8 shillings a week, always at least 7, and every hand is at this moment in employ, except a parcel of scoundrels who prefer wood stealing and poaching, and who would prefer wood stealing and poaching if you gave them double the wages. The rate of wages is nothing. Certainty is the thing, and every man at Marney may be sure of his 7 shillings a week for at least 9 months in the year. And for the other 3, they can go to the house, and a very proper place for them. It is heated with hot air, and has every comfort. Even Marney Abbey is not heated with hot air. I have often thought of it. It makes me mad sometimes to think of those lazy, pampered menials passing their lives with their backs to a great roaring fire. But I am afraid of the flues. I wonder, talking of fires, that you are not more afraid of burning ricks, said Egremont. It's an infernal lie, said Lord Marney, very violently. What is? That there is any incendiarism in this neighbourhood. Why, there was a fire the day after I came. That had nothing to do with wages. It was an accident. I examined into it myself, so did Grouse, so did Slimsy. I sent them about everywhere. I told them I was sure the fire was purely accidental, and to go and see about it, and they came back and agreed that it was purely accidental. I dare say they did, said Egremont, but no one has discovered the accident. For my part, I believe it was spontaneous combustion, said Lord Marney. That is a satisfactory solution, said Egremont, but for my part, the fire being a fact, and it being painfully notorious that the people of Marney— "Well, sir, the people of Marney," said his lordship fiercely, "are without question the most miserable population in the county." "Did Mr St Lys tell you that?" interrupted Lord Marney, white with rage. "No, not Mr Lys, but one better acquainted with the neighbourhood." "I'll know your informant's name," said Lord Marney with energy. "My informant was a woman," said Egremont. "Lady Maud, I suppose, second hand from Mr St Lys." "My informant was a woman and one of the people," said Egremont. "Some poacher's drab. I don't care what women say, high or low, they always exaggerate." "The misery of a family who live upon 7 or even 8 shillings a week can scarcely be exaggerated." "What should you know about it? Did you ever live on 7 or 8 shillings a week? What can you know about the people who pass your time at London clubs or in fine country houses? I suppose you want the people to live as they do at a house dinner at Boodle's. I say that a family can live very well on 7 shillings a week, and on 8 shillings very well indeed. The poor are well off, at least the agricultural poor, very well off indeed. Their incomes are certain, that is a great point, and they have no cares, no anxieties. They always have a resource, they always have the house. People without cares do not require as much food as those whose life entails anxieties. See how they live. Compare the rate of mortality among them with that of the manufacturing districts. Incendiarism indeed! If there had been a proper rural police, such a thing as incendiarism would never have been heard of. There was a pause. Lord Marney dashed off another bumper. Egremont sipped his wine. At length he said, "This argument made me forget the principal reason, George, why I am glad that we are alone together to-day. I am sorry to bore you, but I am bored myself deucedly. I find a letter from my agent. These election accounts must be settled." "Why, I thought they were settled." "How do you mean?" "I thought my mother had given you £1,000. "No doubt of that, but that was long ago disposed of." "In my opinion, quite enough for a seat in these times. Instead of paying to get into Parliament, a man ought to be paid for entering it." "There may be a good deal in what you say," said Egremont, "but it is too late to take that view of the business. The expense has been incurred and must be met." "I don't see that," said Lord Marney. "We have paid £1,000 and there is a balance unsettled. When was there ever a contest without a balance being unsettled? I remember hearing my father often say that when he stood for this county, our grandfather paid more than £100,000, and yet I know to this day there are accounts unsettled. Regularly every year I receive anonymous letters threatening me with fearful punishment if I don't pay £150 for a breakfast at the Jolly Tinkers." "You jest. The matter indeed requires a serious vein. I wish these accounts to be settled at once." "And I should like to know where the funds are to come from? I have none. The quantity of barns I am building now is something tremendous. Then this rage for draining! It would dry up any purse. What think you of 2,000,000 tiles this year? And rents, to keep up which we are making these awful sacrifices, they are merely nominal, or soon will be. They never will be satisfied till they have touched the land. That is clear to me. I am prepared for a reduction of 25%. If the corn laws are touched, it can't be less than that. My mother ought to take it into consideration, and reduce her jointure accordingly. But I dare say she will not. People are so selfish, particularly as she has given you this £1,000, which in fact after all comes out of my pocket." "All this you have said to me before. What does it mean? I fought this battle at the instigation of the family, from no feeling of my own. You are the head of the family, and you were consulted on the step. Unless I had concluded that it was with your sanction, I certainly should not have made my appearance on the hustings." "I am very glad you did, though," said Lord Marney. "Parliament is a great point for our class. In these days especially, more even than in the old time. I was truly rejoiced at your success, and it mortified the Whigs about us most confoundedly. Some people thought there was only one family in the world to have their Richmond or their Malton. Getting you in for the old borough was really a coup." "Well now, to retain our interest," said Egremont, "quick payment of our expenses is the most efficient way, believe me." "You have got 6 years, perhaps 7," said Lord Marney, "and long before that I hope to find you the husband of Lady Joan Fitzwarren." "I do not wish to connect the two contingencies," said Egremont firmly. "They are inseparable," said Lord Marney. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I think this pedantic acquittance of an electioneering account is in the highest degree ridiculous, and that I cannot interfere in it. The legal expenses are, you say, paid, and if they were not, I should feel myself bound as the head of the family to defray them. But I can go no further. I cannot bring myself to sanction an expenditure for certainly very unnecessary, perhaps, and I much fear it, for illegal and very immoral purposes." "That really is your determination?" "After the most mature reflection, prompted by a sincere solicitude for your benefit." "Well, George, I have often suspected it, but now I feel quite persuaded that you are really the greatest humbug that ever existed." "Abuse is not an argument, Mr Egremont." "You are beneath abuse, as you are beneath every sentiment but one, which I most entirely feel." And Egremont rose from the table. "You may thank your own obstinacy and conceit," said Lord Marney. "I took you to Mowbray Castle, and the cards were in your own hands if you chose to play them." "You have interfered with me once before on such a subject, Lord Marney," said Egremont, with a kindling eye and a cheek pallid with rage. "You had better not say that again," said Lord Marney in a tone of menace. "Why not?" asked Egremont fiercely. "Who and what are you to dare to address me thus?" "I am your elder brother, sir, whose relationship to you is your only claim to the consideration of society." "A curse on the society that has fashioned such claims," said Egremont in a heightened tone. "Claims founded in selfishness, cruelty, and fraud, and leading to demoralization, misery, and crime." "Claims which I will make you respect, at least in this house, sir," said Lord Marney, springing from his chair. "Touch me at your peril," exclaimed Egremont, "or I will forget you are my mother's son and cleave you to the ground. You have been the blight of my life, you stole from me my bride, and now you would rob me of my honour." "Liar and villain!" exclaimed Lord Marney, darting forward; but at this moment his wife rushed into the apartment and clung to him. "For heaven's sake," she exclaimed, "what is all this? George, Charles, dearest George!" "Let me go, Arabella." "Let him come on." But Lady Marney gave a piercing shriek, and held out her arms to keep the brothers apart. A sound was heard at the other door. There was nothing in the world that Lord Marney dreaded so much as that his servant should witness a domestic scene. He sprang forward to the door to prevent any one entering. Partially opening it, he said that Lady Marney was unwell and desired her maid. Returning, he found Arabella insensible on the ground, and Egremont vanished. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was a wet morning. There had been a heavy rain since dawn, which, impelled by a gusty south-wester, came driving on a crowd of women and girls who were assembled before the door of a still unclosed shop. Some protected themselves with umbrellas, some sought shelter beneath a row of old elms that grew alongside the canal that fronted the house. Notwithstanding the weather, the clack of tongues was incessant. "I thought I saw the wicket of the yard gates open," said a woman. "So did I," said her neighbour, "but it was shut again immediately." "It was only Master Joseph," said a third. "He likes to see us getting wet through." "If they would only let us into the yard and get under one of the workshop sheds, as they do at Symonds," said another. "You may well say Symonds, Mrs. Page. I only wish my master served in his field." "I have been here since 4:30, Mrs. Grigsby, with this child at my breast all the time. It's 3 miles for me here and the same back, and unless I get the first turn, how are my poor boys to find their dinner ready when they come out of the pit?" "A very true word, Mrs. Page, and by this token, that last Thursday I was here by 11:30, certainly afore noon, having only called at my mother-in-law's on the way, and it was 8 o'clock before I got home. Ah, it's cruel work is the tommy shop." "How do you do, neighbour France?" said a comely dame with a large white basket. "And how's your good man? They was saying at Belfies he had changed his service. I hear there's a new butty in Mr. Parker's field, but the old doggy kept on, so I always thought he was always a favourite, and they do say measured the stints very fair. And what do you hear bacon is in town? They do tell me only 6pence and real home cured. I wonder Diggs has the face to be selling still at 9pence, and so very green. I think I see Dame Toddles, how wonderful she do wear. What are you doing here, little dear? Very young to fetch Tommy. Keeping place for mother, eh? That's a good girl. She'd do well to be here soon, for I think the strike's on 8. Diggs is sticking it on yellow soap very terrible. What do you think? Ah, the doors are going to open. No, a false alarm." "How fare you, neighbour?" said a pale young woman carrying an infant to the comely dame. "Here's an awful crowd surely. The women will be fighting and tearing to get in, I guess. I be much afeared." "Well, first come, first served all the world over," said the comely dame. "And you must put a good heart on the business and tie your bonnet. I dare guess there are not much less than 200 here. It's grand Tommy day, you know, and for my part I don't care so much for a good squeege. One sees so many faces one knows." "The cheese here at 6pence is pretty tidy," said a crone to her companion, "but you may get as good in town for 4pence." "What I complain is the weights," replied her companion. "I weighed my pound of butter bought last Tommy day, and it was 2 penny pieces too light. Indeed, I have been in my time to all the shops about here, for the lads or their father, but never knew Tommy so bad as this. I have 2 children at home ill from their flour. I have been very poorly myself. One is used to a little white clay, but when they lay it on thick it's very grave." "Are your girls in the pit?" "No, we strive to keep them out, and my man has gone scores of days on bread and water for that purpose, and if we were not forced to take so much tommy one might manage. But tommy will beat anything. Health first and honesty afterwards, that's my say." "Well, for my part," said the crone, "meat's my grievance. All the best bits go to the butties, and the pieces with bone in are chopped off for the colliers' wives." "Dame, when will the door open?" asked a very little pale-faced boy. "I have been here all this morn, and never broke my fast." "And what do you want, child?" "I want a loaf for mother, but I don't feel I shall ever get home again. I'm all in a way so dizzy." "Liza Gray," said a woman with black beady eyes and a red nose, speaking in a sharp voice and rushing up to a pretty slatternly woman in a straw bonnet, with a dirty fine ribbon, and a babe at her breast. "You know the person I'm looking for." "Well, Mrs. Mullins, and how do you do?" she replied, in a sweet sawney tone. "How do you do indeed? How are people to do in these bad times?" "They is indeed hard, Mrs. Mullins. If you could see my tommy book! How I wish I knew figures! Made up as of last Thursday night by that little divil, Master Joe Diggs. He has stuck it in here and stuck it in there, till it makes one all of a maze. I'm sure I never had the things, and my man is out of all patience, and says I can no more keep house than a natural born." "My man is a wanting to see your man," said Mrs. Mullins with a flashing eye, "and you know what about." "And very natural too," said Liza Gray. "But how are we to pay the money we owe him with such a tommy book as this, good neighbour Mullins?" "We're as poor as our neighbours, Mrs. Gray, and if we are not paid we must borrow. It's a scarlet shame to go to the spout because money lent to a friend is not to be found. You had it in your need, Liza Gray, and we want it in our need, and have it I will, Liza Gray." "Hush, hush," said Liza Gray. "Don't wake the little un, for she is very fretful." "I will have the 5 shillings, or I will have as good," said Mrs. Mullins. "Hush, hush, neighbour. Now I'll tell you. You shall have it, but yet a little time. This is great Tommy day, and settles our reckoning for 5 weeks. But my man may have a draw after to morrow, and he shall draw 5 shillings and give you half." "And the other half?" said Mrs. Mullins. "Ah, the other half," said Liza Gray with a sigh. "Well then, we shall have a death in our family soon. This poor babe can't struggle on much longer. It belongs to 2 burial clubs. That will be £3 from each, and after the drink and the funeral there will be enough to pay all our debts and put us all square." The doors of Mr. Diggs's tommy shop opened. The rush was like the advance into the pit of a theatre when the drama existed, pushing, squeezing, fighting, tearing, shrieking. On a high seat, guarded by rails from all contact, sat Mr. Diggs senior with a bland smile on his sanctified countenance, a pen behind his ear, and recommending his constrained customers in honeyed tones to be patient and orderly. Behind the substantial counter, which was an impregnable fortification, was his popular son, Master Joseph, a short, ill-favoured cur, with a spirit of vulgar oppression and malicious mischief stamped on his visage. His black, greasy, lank hair, his pug nose, his coarse red face, and his projecting tusks, contrasted with the mild and lengthened countenance of his father, who looked very much like a wolf in sheep's clothing. For the first 5 minutes Master Joseph Diggs did nothing but blaspheme and swear at his customers, occasionally leaning over the counter and cuffing the women in the van, or lugging some girl by the hair. "I was first, Master Joseph," said a woman eagerly. "No, I was," said another. "I was here," said the first, "as the clock struck 4, and seated myself on the steps because I must be home early. My husband is hurt in the knee." "If you were first, you shall be helped last," said Master Joseph, "to reward you for your pains." And he began taking the orders of the other woman. "Oh, Lord have mercy on me," said the disappointed woman, "and I got up in the middle of the night for this." "More fool you, and what you came for I'm sure I don't know," said Master Joseph, "for you have a pretty long figure against you, I can tell you that." "I declare most solemnly," said the woman. "Don't make a brawling here," said Master Joseph, "or I'll jump over this here counter and knock you down like nothing. What did you say, woman? Are you deaf? What did you say? How much best tea do you want?" "I don't want any, sir." "You never want best tea. You must take 3 ounces of best tea, or you shan't have nothing. If you say another word, I'll put you down 4. You, tall gal, what's your name? You keep back there, or I'll fetch you such a cut as'll keep you home till next reckoning. Cuss you, you old fool, do you think I am to be kept all day while you are mumbling here? Who's pushing on there? I see you, Mrs. Page. Won't there be a black mark against you? Oh, it's Mrs. Prance, is it? Father, put down Mrs. Prance for a peck of flour. I'll have order here. You think the last bacon a little too fat? Oh, you do, ma'am, do you? I'll take care you shan't complain in future. I likes to please my customers. There's a very nice flitch hanging up in the engine room. The men wanted some rust for the machinery. You shall have a slice of that, and we'll say 10 pence a pound, high dried and wery lean. Will that satisfy you? Order there, order, you cussed women, order, or I'll be among you. And if I just do jump over this here counter, won't I fly right and left? Speak out, you idiot. Do you think I can hear your muttering in this Babel? Cuss 'em, I'll keep them quiet. And so he took up a yard measure, and leaning over the counter, hit right and left. "Oh, you little monster!" exclaimed a woman. "You have put out my baby's eye." There was a murmur, almost a groan. "Whose baby's hurt?" asked Master Joseph in a softened tone. "Mine, sir," said an indignant voice. "Mary Church." "Oh, Mary Church, is it?" said the malicious imp. "Then I'll put Mary Church down for half a pound of the best arrowroot. That's the finest thing in the world for babbies, and will cure you of bringing your cussed monkeys here as if you all thought our shop was a hinfant school." "Where's your book, Susan Travers? Left at home? Then you may go and fetch it. No books, no Tommy. You are Jones's wife, are you? Ticket for 3 and 6 out of 18 shilling wages. Is this the only ticket you have brought? There's your money, and you may tell your husband he need not take his coat off again to go down our shaft. He must think us cussed fools. Tell him I hope he has got plenty of money to travel into Wales, for he won't have no work in England again, or my name ain't Diggs. Who's pushing there? I'll be among you. I'll close the shop. If I do get hold of some of you cussed women, you shan't forget it. If anybody will tell me who is pushing there, they shall have their bacon for 7 pence. Will nobody have bacon for 7 pence? League together, eh? Then everybody shall have their bacon for 10 pence. Two can play at that. Push again, and I'll be among you," said the infuriated little tyrant. But the waving of the multitude, impatient and annoyed by the weather, was not to be stilled. The movement could not be regulated, the shop was in commotion, and Master Joseph Diggs, losing all patience, jumped on the counter, and amid the shrieks of the women sprang into the crowd. 2 women fainted, others cried for their bonnets, others bemoaned their aprons. Nothing, however, deterred Diggs, who kicked and cuffed and cursed in every quarter, and gave none. At last there was a general scream of horror, and a cry of "A boy killed!" The senior Diggs, who from his eminence had hitherto viewed the scene with unruffled complacency, who, in fact, derived from these not unusual exhibitions the same agreeable excitement which a Roman emperor might have received from the combats of the circus, began to think that affairs were growing serious, and rose to counsel order and enforce amiable dispositions. Even Master Joseph was quelled by that mild voice which would have become Augustus. It appeared to be quite true that a boy was dead. It was the little boy who, sent to get a loaf for his mother, had complained before the shop was opened of his fainting energies. He had fallen in the fray, and it was thought, to use the phrase of the comely dame who tried to rescue him, that he was quite smothered. They carried him out of the shop. The perspiration poured off him. He had no pulse. He had no friends there. "I'll stand by the body," said the comely dame, "though I lose my turn." At this moment Stephen Morley, for the reader has doubtless discovered that the stranger who held the colloquy with the colliers was the friend of Walter Gerard, arrived at the tommy shop, which was about half-way between the house where he had passed the night and Wadgate. He stopped, inquired, and being a man of science and some skill, decided after examining the poor boy that life was not extinct. Taking the elder Diggs aside, he said, "I am the editor of the Mowbray Phalanx. I will not speak to you before these people, but I tell you fairly you and your son have been represented to be as oppressors of the people. Will it be my lot to report this death and comment on it? I trust not. There is yet time and hope." "What is to be done, sir?" inquired the alarmed Mr. Diggs. A fellow creature in this condition—" "Don't talk, but act," said Morley. "There is no time to be lost. The boy must be taken upstairs and put to bed; a warm bed, in one of your best rooms, with every comfort. I am pressed for business, but I will wait and watch over him till the crisis is past. Come, let you and I take him in our arms, and carry him upstairs through your private door. Every minute is precious." And so saying, Morley and the elder Diggs entered the house. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wodgate, or Wogate, as it was called on the map, was a district that in old days had been consecrated to Woden, and which appeared destined through successive ages to retain its heathen character. At the beginning of the Revolutionary War, Wodgate was a sort of squatting district of the great mining region to which it was contiguous, a place where adventurers in the industry which was rapidly developing settled themselves, for though the great veins of coal and ironstone cropped up, as they phrase it, before they reached this bare and barren land, and it was thus deficient in those mineral and metallic treasures which had enriched its neighbourhood, Wodgate had advantages of its own, and of a kind which touched the fancy of the lawless. It was land without an owner; no one claimed any manorial right over it; they could build cottages without paying rent. It was a district recognised by no parish, so there were no tithes and no meddlesome supervision. It abounded in fuel which cost nothing, for though the veins were not worth working as a source of mining profit, the soil of Wodgate was similar in its superficial character to that of the country around. So a population gathered, and rapidly increased, in the ugliest spot in England, to which neither nature nor art had contributed a single charm; where a tree could not be seen, a flower was unknown, where there was neither belfry nor steeple, nor a single sight or sound that could soften the heart or humanize the mind. Whatever may have been the cause, whether, as not unlikely, the original squatters brought with them some traditionary skill, or whether their isolated and uncheckered existence concentrated their energies on their craft, the fact is certain, that the inhabitants of Wodgate early acquired a celebrity as skilful workmen. This reputation so much increased, and in time spread so far, that for more than a quarter of a century, both in the skill and the economy of their labour, they have been unmatched throughout the country. As manufacturers of ironmongery, they carry the palm from the whole district; as founders of brass and workers of steel, they fear none; while as nailers and locksmiths their fame has spread even to the European markets, whither their most skilful workmen have frequently been invited. Invited in vain; no wages can tempt the Wodgate man from his native home, that squatter's seat, which soon assumed the form of a large village, and then in turn soon expanded into a town, and at the present moment numbers its population by swarming thousands, lodged in the most miserable tenements, in the most hideous borough, in the ugliest country in the world. But it has its enduring spell. Notwithstanding the spread of its civic prosperity, it has lost none of the characteristics of its original society; on the contrary, it has zealously preserved them. There are no landlords, head lessees, mainmasters, or butties in Wodgate. No church there has yet raised its spire, as if the jealous spirit of Woden still haunted his ancient temple; even the conventicle scarcely dares show its humble front in some obscure corner. There is no municipality, no magistrate, no local acts, no vestries, no schools of any kind. The streets are never cleaned; every man lights his own house, nor does any one know anything except his business. More than this, at Wodgate a factory or large establishment of any kind is unknown. Here labour reigns supreme. Its division is favoured by their manners, but the interference or influence of mere capital is instantly resisted. The business of Wodgate is carried on by master workmen in their own houses, each of whom possesses an unlimited number of what they call apprentices, by whom their affairs are principally conducted, and whom they treat as the Mamelukes treated the Egyptians. These master workmen indeed form a powerful aristocracy, nor is it possible to conceive one apparently more oppressive. They are ruthless tyrants. They habitually inflict upon their subjects punishments more grievous than the slave population of our colonies were ever visited with. Not content with beating them with sticks or flogging them with knotted ropes, they are in the habit of felling them with hammers or cutting their heads open with a file or lock. The most usual punishment, however, or rather stimulus to increase exertion, is to pull an apprentice's ears till they run with blood. These youths, too, are worked for 16 and even 20 hours a day. They are often sold by one master to another. They are fed on carrion, and they sleep in lofts or cellars. Yet whether it be that they are hardened by brutality, and really unconscious of their degradation and unusual sufferings, or whether they are supported by the belief that their day to be masters and oppressors will surely arrive, the aristocracy of Woodgate is by no means so unpopular as the aristocracy of most other places. In the first place, it is a real aristocracy. It is privileged, but it does something for its privileges. It is distinguished from the main body not merely by name. It is the most knowing class at Woodgate. It possesses indeed in its way complete knowledge, and it imparts in its manner a certain quantity of it to those whom it guides. Thus it is an aristocracy that leads, and therefore a fact. Moreover, the social system of Woodgate is not an unvarying course of infinite toil. Their plan is to work hard, but not always. They seldom exceed 4 days of labour in the week. On Sunday the masters begin to drink. For the apprentice there is dog fighting without any stint. On Monday and Tuesday the whole population of Woodgate is drunk, of all stations, ages, and sexes, even babes who should be at the breast, for they are drammed with Godfrey's cordial. Here is relaxation, excitement. If less vice otherwise than might be at first anticipated, we must remember that excesses are checked by poverty of blood and constant exhaustion. Scanty food and hard labour are in their way, if not exactly moralists, a tolerably good police. There are no others at Woodgate to preach or to control. It is not that the people are immoral, for immorality implies some forethought, or ignorant, for ignorance is relative, but they are animals, unconscious, their minds are blank, and their worst actions only the impulse of a gross or savage instinct. There are many in this town who are ignorant of their very names, very few who can spell them. It is rare that you meet with a young person who knows his own age, rarer to find the boy who has seen a book or the girl who has seen a flower. Ask them the name of their sovereign, and they will give you an unmeaning stare. Ask them the name of their religion, and they will laugh. Who rules them on earth, or who can save them in heaven, are alike mysteries to them. Such was the population with whom Morley was about to mingle. Woodgate had the appearance of a vast squalid suburb. As you advanced, leaving behind you long lines of little dingy tenements, with infants lying about the road, you expected every moment to emerge into some streets and encounter buildings bearing some correspondence in their size and comfort to the considerable population swarming and busied around town. Nothing of the kind. There were no public buildings of any sort, no churches, chapels, town hall, institute, theatre, and the principal streets in the heart of the town, in which were situate the coarse and grimy shops, though formed by houses of a greater elevation than the preceding, were equally narrow, and if possible more dirty. At every fourth or fifth house, alleys seldom above a yard wide, and streaming with filth, opened out of the street. These were crowded with dwellings of various size, while from the principal court often branched out a number of smaller alleys, or rather narrow passages, than which nothing can be conceived more close and squalid and obscure. Here, during the days of business, the sound of the hammer and the file never ceased, amid gutters of abomination, and piles of foulness, and stagnant pools of filth; reservoirs of leprosy and plague, whose exhalations were sufficient to taint the atmosphere of the whole kingdom, and fill the country with fever and pestilence. A lank and haggard youth, rickety and smoke-dried, and black with his craft, was sitting on the threshold of a miserable hovel, and working at the file. Behind him stood a stunted and meagre girl with a back like a grasshopper, a deformity occasioned by the displacement of the blade bone, and prevalent among the girls of Woodgate from the cramping posture of their usual toil. Her long melancholy visage and vacant stare at Morley as he passed attracted his notice, and it occurring to him that the opportunity was convenient to inquire something of the individual of whom he was in search, he stopped and addressed the workman. "Do you happen to know, friend, a person here or hereabouts by name Hatton?" "Hatton," said the youth, looking up with a grin, yet still continuing his labour. "I should think I did." "Well, that's fortunate. Can you tell me something about him?" "Do you see this here?" said the youth, still grinning, and letting the file drop from his distorted and knotty hand, he pointed to a deep scar that crossed his forehead. "He did that." "An accident?" "Very like. An accident that often happened. I should like to have a crown for every time he has cut my head open. He cut it open once with a key and twice with a lock. He knocked the corner of a lock into my head twice, once with a bolt and once with a shut. You know what that is. The thing that runs into the staple. He hit me on the head with a hammer once. That was a blow. I fell away that time. When I came to, master had stopped the blood with some fur off his hat. I had to go on with my work immediately. Master said I should do my stint if I worked till 12 o'clock at night. Many's the ash stick he has broken on my body. Sometimes the wheals remained on me for a week. He cut my eyelid open once with a nut stick, cut a regular hole in it, and it bled all over the files I was working at. He has pulled my ears sometimes that I thought they must come off in his hand. But all this was a mere nothing to this here cut. That was serious. And if I hadn't got through that, they do say there must have been a crowner's quest. Though I think that gammon, tor old Tugsford did for one of his prentices, and the body was never found. And now you ask me if I know Hatton? I should think I did." And the lank haggard youth laughed merrily, as if he had been recounting a series of the happiest adventures. "But is there no redress for such iniquitous oppression?" said Morley, who had listened with astonishment to this complacent statement. "Is there no magistrate to apply to?" "No, no," said the filer, with an air of obvious pride. "We don't have no magistrates at Woodgate. And there was a prentice who, 'cause his master laid it on, only with a seat rod, went over to Ramborough and got a warrant. He fetched the summons himself, and give it to the constable, but he never served it. That's why they has a constable here." "I am sorry," said Morley, "that I have affairs with such a wretch as this Hatton." "You'll find him a wery hearty sort of man," said the filer, "if he don't hap to be in drink. He's a little robustious then, but take him all in all for a master, you may go further and fare worse." "What, this monster?" "Lord bless you, it's his way, that's all. We be a queer set here, but he has his pints. Give him a lock to make, and you won't have your box picked. He's wery liberal too in the wittles. Never had horseflesh the whole time I was with him. They has nothing else at Tugsford's. Never had no sick cow except when meat was very dear. He always put his face agin still-born calves. He used to say he liked his boys to have meat what was born alive and killed alive. By which token there never was any sheep what had bust in the head sold in our court. And then sometimes he would give us a treat of fish when it had been 4 or 5 days in town and not sold. No, give the devil his due, say I. There never was no want for anything at meals with the bishop, except time to eat them in." "And why do you call him the bishop?" "That's his name and authority, for he's governor here over all of us. And it has always been so that Wodgate has been governed by a bishop, because as we have no church we will have as good. And by this token that this day sennight, the day my time was up, he married me to this here young lady. She is of the Baptist school religion, and wanted us to be tied by her clergyman, but all the lads that served their time with me were married by the bishop, and many a more, and I saw no call to do no otherwise. So he sprinkled some salt over a gridiron, read Our Father backwards, and wrote our name in a book. But I didn't do it rashly, did I, Sukey? By the token that we had kept company for 2 years, and there isn't a gal in all Wodgate what handles a file like Sue." "And what is your name, my good fellow?" "They call me Tummas, but I ain't got no second name. But now I am married, I mean to take my wife's, for she has been baptized, and so has got 2. "Yes, sir," said the girl, with the vacant face, and the back like a grasshopper. "I be a reg'lar born Christian, and my mother afore me, and that's what few gals in the yard can say. Thomas will take it to himself when work is slack, and he believes now in our Lord and Saviour Pontius Pilate, who was crucified to save our sins, and in Moses, Goliath, and the rest of the apostles." "Ah me," thought Morley, and could not they spare one missionary from Tahiti for their fellow countrymen at Wodgate? End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The summer twilight had faded into sweet night. The young and star-attended moon glittered like a sickle in the deep purple sky. Of all the luminous host, Hesperus alone was visible, and a breeze that bore the last embrace of the flowers by the sun moved languidly and fitfully over the still and odorous earth. The moonbeam fell upon the roof and garden of Gerard. It suffused the cottage with its brilliant light, except where the dark spell of the embowered porch defied its entry. All around, the beds of flowers and herbs spread sparkling and defined. You could trace the minutest walk, almost distinguish every leaf. Now and then there came a breath, and the sweet peas murmured in their sleep, or the roses rustled as if they were afraid they were about to be roused from their lightsome dreams. Farther on the fruit trees caught the splendour of the night, and looked like a troop of sultanas taking their gardened air, when the eye of man could not profane them, and laden with jewels. There were apples that rivaled rubies, pears of topaz tint, a whole paraphernalia of plums, some purple as the amethyst, others blue and brilliant as the sapphire, an emerald here, and now a golden drop that gleamed like the yellow diamond of Genghis Khan. Within, was the scene less fair? A single lamp shed over the chamber a soft and sufficient light. The library of Stephen Morley had been removed, but the place of his volumes had been partly supplied, for the shelves were far from being empty. Their contents were of no ordinary character. Many volumes of devotion, some of church history, 1 or 2 on ecclesiastical art, several works of our elder dramatists, some good reprints of our chronicles, and many folios of church music, which last indeed amounted to a remarkable collection. There was no musical instrument, however, in the room of any kind, and the only change in its furniture, since we last visited the room of Gerard, was the presence of a long-backed chair of antique form, most beautifully embroidered, and a portrait of a female saint over the mantelpiece. As for Gerard himself, he sat with his head leaning on his arm, which rested on the table, while he listened with great interest to a book which was read to him by his daughter, at whose feet lay the fiery and faithful bloodhound. "So you see, my father," said Sybil with animation, and dropping her book, which however her hand did not relinquish, "even then all was not lost. The stout earl retired beyond the Trent, and years and reigns elapsed before this part of the island accepted their laws and customs." "I see," said her father, "and yet I cannot help wishing that Harold—" Here the hound, hearing his name, suddenly rose and looked at Gerard, who, smiling, patted him and said, "We were not talking of thee, good sir, but of thy great namesake. But ne'er mind, a live dog, they say, is worth a dead king." "Ah, why have we not such a man now," said Sybil, "to protect the people? Were I a prince, I know no career that I should deem so great." "But Stephen says no," said Gerard. "He said that these great men have never made use of us but as tools, and that the people never can have their rights until they produce competent champions from their own order." "But then Stephen does not want to recall the past," said Sybil with a kind of sigh. "He wishes to create the future." "The past is a dream," said Gerard. "And what is the future?" inquired Sybil. "Alack, I know not, but I often wish the battle of Hastings were to be fought over again, and I was going to have a hand in it." "Ah, my father," said Sybil with a mournful smile, "there is ever your fatal specific of physical force. Even Stephen is against physical force with all his odd fancies." "All very true," said Gerard, smiling with good nature. "But all the same, when I was coming home a few days ago, and stopped a while on the bridge, and chanced to see myself in the stream, I could not help fancying that my Maker had fashioned these limbs rather to hold a lance or draw a bow, than to supervise a shuttle or a spindle." "Yet with the shuttle and the spindle we may redeem our race," said Sybil with animation, "if we could only form the minds that move those peaceful weapons. Oh, my father, I will believe that moral power is irresistible, or where are we to look for hope?" Gerard shook his head with his habitual sweet good-tempered smile. "Ah," he said, "what can we do? They have got the land, and the land governs the people. The Norman knew that, Sybil, as you just read. If indeed we had our rights, one might do something. But I don't know. I dare say if I had our land again, I should be as bad as the rest." "Oh no, my father," exclaimed Sybil with energy. "Never, never. Your thoughts would be as princely as your lot. What a leader of the people you would make!" Harold sprang up suddenly and growled. "Hush," said Gerard. "Some one knocks," and he rose and left the room. Sybil heard voices and broken sentences. "You'll excuse me. I take it kindly. So we are neighbours." And then her father returned, ushering in a person and saying, "Here is my friend Mr Franklin that I was speaking of, Sybil, who is going to be our neighbour. Down, Harold, down." And he presented to his daughter the companion of Mr St Lys in that visit to the handloom weaver, when she had herself met the vicar of Mowbray. Sybil rose, and letting her book drop gently on the table, received Egremont with composure and native grace. It is civilization that makes us awkward, for it gives us an uncertain position. Perplexed, we take refuge in pretence, and embarrassed, we seek a resource in affectation. The Bedouin and the Red Indian never lose their presence of mind, and the wife of a peasant, when you enter her cottage, often greets you with a propriety of mien which favourably contrasts with your reception by some grande dame in some grand assembly, meeting her guests alternately with a caricature of courtesy or an exaggeration of supercilious self-control. "I dare say," said Egremont, bowing to Sybil, "you have seen our poor friend the weaver since we met there?" "The day I quitted Mowbray," said Sybil. "They are not without friends." "Ah, you have met my daughter before." "On a mission of grace," said Egremont. "And I suppose you found the town not very pleasant, Mr Franklin," continued Gerard. "No, I could not stand it, the nights were so close. Besides, I have a great accumulation of notes, and I fancied I could reduce them into a report more efficiently in comparative seclusion. So I have got a room near here with a little garden, not so pretty as yours, but still a garden is something, and if I want any additional information, why, after all, Mowbray is only a walk." "You say well, and have done wisely. Besides, you have such late hours in London, and hard work. Some country air will do you all the good in the world. That gallery must be tiresome. Do you use shorthand?" "A sort of shorthand of my own," said Egremont. "I trust a good deal to my memory." "Ah, you are young. My daughter also has a wonderful memory. For my own part, there are many things which I am not sorry to forget." "You see, I took you at your word, neighbour," said Egremont. "When one has been at work the whole day, one feels a little lonely towards night." "Very true, and I dare say you find desk work sometimes very dull. I never could make anything of it myself. I can manage a book well enough if it be well written and on points I care for, but I would sooner listen than read any time," said Gerard. "Indeed I should be right glad to see the minstrel and the story-teller going their rounds again. It would be easy after a day's work, when one has not, as I have now, a good child to read to me." "This volume?" said Egremont, drawing his chair to the table, and looking at Sybil, who intimated assent by a nod. "Ah, it's a fine book," said Gerard, "though on a sad subject." "The History of the Conquest of England by the Normans," said Egremont, reading the title page, on which also was written, "Ursula Trafford to Sybil Gerard." "You know it?" said Sybil. "Only by fame?" "Perhaps the subject may not interest you so much as it does us," said Sybil. "It must interest all and all alike," said her father, "for we are divided between the conquerors and the conquered." "But do you not think," said Egremont, "that such a distinction has long ceased to exist?" "In what degree?" asked Gerard. "Many circumstances of oppression have doubtless gradually disappeared, but that has arisen from the change of manners, not from any political recognition of their injustice. The same course of time which has removed many enormities, more shocking however to our modern feelings than to those who devised and endured them, has simultaneously removed many alleviating circumstances. If the mere baron's grasp be not so ruthless, the champion we found in the church is no longer so ready. The spirit of conquest has adapted itself to the changing circumstances of ages, and however its results vary in form, in degree they are much the same." "But how do they show themselves?" "In many circumstances which concern many classes, but I speak of those which touch my own order, and therefore I say at once, in the degradation of the people." "But are the people so degraded?" "There is more serfdom in England now than at any time since the Conquest. I speak of what passes under my daily eyes, when I say that those who labour can as little choose or change their masters now as when they were born thralls. There are great bodies of the working classes of this country nearer the condition of brutes than they have been at any time since the Conquest. Indeed I see nothing to distinguish them from brutes, except that their morals are inferior. Incest and infanticide are as common among them as among the lower animals. The domestic principle waxes weaker and weaker every year in England, nor can we wonder at it, when there is no comfort to cheer and no sentiment to hallow the home." "I was reading a work the other day," said Egremont, "that statistically proved that the general condition of the people was much better at this moment than it had been at any known period of history." "Ah yes, I know that style of speculation," said Gerard. "Your gentleman who reminds you that a working man now has a pair of cotton stockings, and that Harry the Eighth himself was not as well off. At any rate the condition of classes must be judged by the age and by their relation with each other. One need not dwell on that. I deny the premises. I deny that the condition of the main body is better now than at any other period of our history, that it is as good as it has been at several. I say, for instance, the people were better clothed, better lodged, and better fed just before the War of the Roses than they are at this moment. We know how an English peasant lived in those times. He eat flesh every day, he never drank water, was well housed and clothed in stout woollens. Nor are the chronicles necessary to tell us this. The Acts of Parliament, from the Plantagenets to the Tudors, teach us alike the price of provisions and the rate of wages, and we see in a moment that the wages of those days brought as much sustenance and comfort as a reasonable man could desire." "I know how deeply you feel upon this subject," said Egremont, turning to Sybil. "Indeed it is the only subject that ever engages my thought," she replied, "except one." "And that one?" "Is to see the people once more kneel before our blessed Lady," replied Sybil. "Look at the average term of life," said Gerard, coming unintentionally to the relief of Egremont, who was a little embarrassed. "The average term of life in this district among the working classes is 17. What think you of that? Of the infants born in Mowbray, more than a moiety die before the age of 5." And yet, said Egremont, in old days they had terrible pestilences. But they touched all alike, said Gerard. We have more pestilence now in England than we ever had, but it only reaches the poor. You never hear of it. Why, typhus alone takes every year from the dwellings of the artisan and peasant a population equal to that of the whole county of Westmoreland. This goes on every year, but the representatives of the conquerors are not touched. It is the descendants of the conquered alone who are the victims. It sometimes seems to me, said Sybil despondingly, that nothing short of the descent of angels can save the people of this kingdom. I sometimes think I hear a little bird, said Gerard, who sings that the long frost may yet break up. I have a friend, him of whom I was speaking to you the other day, who has his remedies. But Stephen Morley does not believe in angels, said Sybil with a sigh, and I have no faith in his plan. He believes that God will help those who help themselves, said Gerard. And I believe, said Sybil, that those only can help themselves whom God helps. All this time Egremont was sitting at the table with the book in his hand, gazing fitfully and occasionally with an air of absence on its title page, whereon was written the name of its owner. Suddenly he said, "Sybil." "Yes," said the daughter of Gerard, with an air of some astonishment. "I beg your pardon," said Egremont blushing. "I was reading your name. I thought I was reading it to myself. Sybil Gerard. What a beautiful name is Sybil." "My mother's name," said Gerard, "and my grandame's name, and a name I believe that has been about our hearth as long as our race, and that's a very long time indeed," he added smiling, "for we were tall men in King John's reign, as I have heard say." "Yours is indeed an old family." "Ay, we have some English blood in our veins, though peasants and the sons of peasants. But there was one of us who drew a bow at Agincourt, and I have heard greater things, but I believe they are old wives' tales." "At least we have nothing left," said Sybil, "but our old faith, and that we have clung to through good report and evil report." "And now," said Gerard, "I rise with the lark, good neighbour Franklin. But before you go, Sybil will sing to us a requiem that I love. It stills the spirit before we sink into the slumber which may this night be death, and which one day must be. End of Book 3, Chapter 5.